from the public discourse, but he's still influential in Russia, at least until a few years ago is Yuri Baluyevsky, who was in charge of Russia's general staff. So Russia's entire military. He led it for 8 years. The guy's an army general, very well respected. He also is a military thinker. I spoke to him too, and I asked him that exact question. At that time I was at Oxford, and I was a Bulgarian. I wasn't a U.S. citizen yet, so they thought of me as this, this little girl, malleable girl from a post-Soviet, post-communist country that was considered the 16th USSR country, basically Bulgaria. That's how we were treated. So they opened up to me and they would talk to me, and I would speak Russian with Americans so much. You know that they're not going to attack you. That's just irrational. And the guy took out a yellow paper, and I still remember this, a yellow paper from his pocket. And it was yellow because it was so old. And he had written on it with basically his own handwriting. He has written quotes from Carter and Nixon saying that they're going to destroy the Soviet Union. And those are the people that he still referenced when he was talking about US foreign policy, because he thinks that there is a continuation in US foreign policy. He doesn't at all think that the Cold War ended. He's still living in that Cold War period. And a lot of the Russian military generals and the leaders in the Russian military, they still have that mindset. They haven't woken up. They kind of slept through the 90s. For them, the 90s was a disaster. They're not seeing Russia as separate from the Soviet Union. For them, there's this continuation and this policy that Russia, the United States is a threat to them, and they want to destroy them. So I just wanted to say that.
Biljana, that's a good point, because Baluyevsky is not only the one who advocated preemptive strikes at that point in time when supposedly there was nothing going on, and he was the chief of staff and head of the group which was in charge of the Transcaucasus. If I'm not quite mistaken, I do remember that he was very happy when Dudayev was killed. He was not a good man. He was not a good man at all. And whether he had fears out of Soviet times or not, they were definitely merited. I agree with that. And yes, we were fighting to get rid of the Soviet menace. And we should still be fighting to get rid of the Russian menace today. But Baluyevsky, of all people, was a very violent man. I'm glad that you got out of that interview alive.
I did. I got out of Russia alive somehow several times. But I'm not going to go back there anytime soon, Domin, honestly.
you know that he was replaced by Nikolai Makarov.
Yeah.
And that is a really, I mean, it went from bad to worse with that decision. But Baluyevsky is the one who in 2006 oversaw the plans to invade Ukraine.
Yeah. And so you have those guys in charge, those dinosaurs from the Cold period. Like, back to the point, I do think we're not in their heads, right? And we don't really know if they're genuine when they speak about the US and NATO being threats. But from my conversations, I think they really believe that that's the truth. And today things may be different. And we have definitely younger members in the leadership. We have Putin's Security Council, people with different mentality, and I think it is changing. But the old guard, you still have the legacies from the old guard as well in the military that I believe have the perception that, NATO wants to destroy us. And should we go back to Montenegro?
Let's go back to Montenegro, but someday we're going to have a much longer conversation. Exactly.
Yeah, can I just
because there's a contradiction in terms, there's a contradiction in facts, because they have been emptying their military bases, and I think sometimes trust what people do, not what they say. Maybe they have fears, but there has been a political decision made saying, well, actually, it's not as much of a threat as the other side. But we're not going to go further into this. Maciek, we need to go back to Montenegro, and then we need to plan out what the West has to do. What are the prescriptions of what needs to happen to avert whatever threat Russia poses? So let's go back to Montenegro. So Montenegro, tiny country, used to be a part of Yugoslavia, stayed with Serbia the longest, right? Until 2004, 2005, they were the same country. That's pretty significant. And then Montenegro decided to go on a far more Western path, whereas Serbia stayed more in Russia's foreign policy orbit. Russia was not happy.
That's right. Do you want me to finish the sentence again?
No. I want to actually. I'll ask you a simple question. What does Montenegro have that Serbia doesn't?
Wine, tourist destination. Okay.
Yeah, very popular for Russians, but from a military strategic point. One's landlocked, right? Montenegro's not.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the port.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and they refused to let. They also sided with NATO at that period. Refused to give Russia ports access as they were going to Syria. Basically, Russian vessels. They decided to do that. They also sided with the sanctions against Ukraine. Strategically, they're important from a geographic perspective. They were also one of the last countries in the Balkans that haven't joined NATO. Bulgaria was already a member. Romania as well. So I think from the position of just their geographic location was important to Russia. And despite the fact that they were small, they decided that they wanted to join NATO. And the Russian government, for me, what's really fascinating about this case is that the Russian government seemed to have to try a lot of different activities to dissuade Montenegro from joining NATO, but they still didn't succeed for a country that's almost 500,000 people only.
And basically, there were two countries left in Europe, in the Mediterranean, that were not in NATO yet, right? Because by that point, Albania was already in NATO. The only ones were Montenegro and Cyprus, and obviously Cyprus is a complicated kettle of fish. But it was the only one really left, right? Albania was in NATO, Croatia was in NATO. Bosnia and Herzegovina doesn't have Bosnia and Herzegovina doesn't have a deep water port because you can't really get the Admiral Kuznetsov into Neum. So from that perspective, I think this is a very important component here, right? It's not just that they were shifting away from a foreign policy perspective, but it was actually affecting Russia militarily for once in a very concrete way.
Yeah. Now that you look, now with the wars that Russia is waging, for sure. Back then, when I started to do my research, I mostly focused on what are the political dynamics that are shaping Montenegro at the moment, and the geopolitical shift towards NATO and the European Union was what I was focused on more than their military and strategic importance in that sense. But you're right. Now looking back at it from the perspective of Russia being in Ukraine, they're very important. What happened there? Something else to keep in mind. So the coup failed. The Russians really tried to organize a coup, but they also were sponsoring one of the parties in Montenegro, Democratic Front, I think was the name, DF, that was very pro-Russian. And this is an element that I want to bring up because I think, and Domin, I don't know if you were going to ask me that, but
no, this is perfect. This is exactly going to be the next question. So just carry on.
Awesome. So the Russians helped that party, and in the Balkans, far-right parties like this one and like Attack in Bulgaria and like the Bulgarian Socialist Party, they don't hide their links to Russia. Actually, members of those parties go and meet with their Russian counterparts. They shake hands, they go through photo shoots together and have press conferences together. And they are proud of the fact that they have ties with the Russian political establishment. And in that particular case, we have examples where the Russians were advising the Montenegro party, trying to basically incite them, or not incite them, but persuade them to join protests, to help with the coup and all of that. And looking at the Bulgarian and the Montenegrin case, one of the main recommendations that I'm making is let's try to name and shame them and to stop the financial flows that flow from Russia in support of those parties in different countries. Because when we're talking about the democratic backlash that's happening all over Europe right now, because of our support for Ukraine, because of the fact that gas prices are going up and prices of other commodities are going up, people are getting upset and they're voting more and more for parties that are promising them that there will be an isolationist movement next, that we're going to focus more on domestic issues, improve the economy, and so on. And the Russian government is supporting those parties. In the case of Montenegro and Bulgaria, something that I think should change in our legal systems is that we need more transparency in political financing. When I went to the websites of the Bulgarian parties and I try to look at their financial reports from different years, they're not obligated at all to say from where they're getting their money, which to me is a huge vulnerability and a huge opportunity for the Russian government to sponsor those parties and then influence their positions. And also, another very important point to mention here is you don't really need to give a lot of money to a party in Bulgaria. Prices are still low. The country is still one of the poorest in Europe. With basically $1 million, you can get a lot farther in influencing the positions of those parties than with $1 million in the United States or in another Western country. So party financing, more transparency when it comes to party, to the checkbooks of the different parties, I think is really important here if we're going to counter Russia's influence in the future.
So the coup in Montenegro, and I completely agree with that. That's exactly where a lot more attention should be placed. But the coup in Montenegro, it failed, but wasn't it very amateurish as well? Basically, 2 Russian officers fly to Serbia 2-3 weeks before the election and say, hey, who of you organized crime type folk, who wants to come with us and do a coup in the country next door? That seems a little bit, I don't know, last minute.
Yeah, but Domen, this is what we know, right? And the 2 guys that flew there, they were seasoned GRU officers. Those guys were trained. They weren't amateurs. And they spoke to a Serb who also went to Russia. And then they spoke to a Montenegrin and basically gave money to those people. And they bought about, I think it was like 30 guns with ammunition, something like that, and managed to organize people. What else would you do? So my first basically point to make here is this is the information that we have and the information that we have about this case, but they might have met a lot more. They might have been trainings. We just don't have the information about this. And second, like, how else would you organize a coup? I think like even if that was all they did, that was pretty much what you need. Here's some money, here's some ammunition. You're ideologically aligned with us. You want to go and blow up the parliament and kill your prime minister. We'll support you. Let's go.
On election night at that.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what was their plan? They're going to kill the prime minister, the previous prime minister who was going to probably be the prime minister elect again, right? Because his party was probably going to win. And then
That's right. And then they're going to take over the government, and I think that was all the plan. And then they wanted the party that the Russian government sponsored, the Democratic Front, was supposed to then take over because it was the main opposition party to the pro-NATO party that actually won the elections. So I think through that insurrection, through that potential coup and the protests, the Russian government wanted to ensure that the party that leads Montenegro is the pro-Russian party.
And this was a year before Montenegro's expected NATO accession. I think that's
right.
probably a notable thing, right?
Oh, and also, yeah, the link with NATO there was that the party was not only the party that won was not only pro-NATO, but it clearly stated in its political affiliations and during the campaign that a NATO accession will be a part of the party's objective if the party gets elected.
And why did the coup fail? Because
you're right here. Maybe that's the amateurish part. They relied on one person, and that person in the last minute had a change of heart. That's all. Like, I wish I had more information to share, but from all the research that I did, I looked at several different sources, and I even worked with some Montenegrin friends. I asked them to look at other sources for me to see if I'm missing something. But the publicly available information just stated that the guy just changed his mind and realized in the last minute that, hey, maybe it's not such a good idea, to blow up the parliament and kill our prime minister. So literally the coup failed because one guy decided, hey, maybe I should stand up for my country and maybe make sure that this election doesn't fail.
What have been the economic consequences for Montenegro both before that and after the failed coup. What did Russia do economically to Montenegro afterwards?
Mm-hmm. So it's a good question. We had a few examples. So the Russian government, of course, was unhappy and decided to use economic coercion. The Russians were exporting a lot of Montenegrin wine. Montenegro is famous for its wine. So the exports were stopped. And then again, foreign Minister Lavrov criticized. So another very important connection was that I believe about 5% of Montenegro's GDP relied on Russian tourism. Because Russians would spend their vacations in Montenegro, the revenue from those tourists was about 5% of Montenegro GDP. And to remind our audience, the country is incredibly small, so that's not really that unrealistic. And after the coup, after the failed coup and the elections, foreign minister, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov criticized Montenegro, and basically he said something along the lines that it's a filthy country and Russians shouldn't vacation there. And then Russian media picked that up as well. So it's a really good example of strategic messaging. And probably disinformation, because Montenegro is not that filthy. It's a beautiful country. But it started, the Russian media started to show a very negative image of the country, which led to to a much smaller number of tourists going from Russia to Montenegro. And it affected Montenegro's economy for a while.
I think the sanctioning of wine imports into Russia is kind of a pattern, right? That appears over and over again. They did so with Georgia. Georgia, I think, of all the countries in the world, the largest proportion of the total exports is the export of wine. They did so with Moldova, another very specialized country in the previous system that still produces vast quantities of wine and whose principal market was Russia for a very long time. And then they've done the same effectively with Montenegro, although here the wine was a much less important, however very visible, much less economically important, but very visible type of sanction. And I think that's of kind of some sort of trivia interest at the very least. One thing that fascinated me is what the Russian-aligned media was writing about Montenegro afterwards, right? Saying that the election should be invalid because they were conducted under irregular circumstances, when Russia was the one causing the irregular circumstances.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh my God. Yes. First, Domin, about wine, I completely understand your focus on it. This is one of your specialties, if I remember correctly. So clearly, you focus on the wine exports. Yes, definitely. That's something that the Russians have used on multiple occasions. In the case of Norway, they actually, another interesting thing is that they try to sanction the export of Norwegian salmon to Russia, because Russia was such a big market for that. So it's interesting how in different countries, depending on what's relevant for Russia in the particular country, they have a very customized approach. But the wine definitely repeats over several of them. So with regards to, yes, the types of narratives that were spread in pro-Russian media after the elections, they were so convoluted. So one of the ideas was that the election should be invalid because there were protests on election day in front of the parliament building. So basically the protests that the Russians helped to stage, the Russians explained in their media coverage, were the reason why the election should be invalid, because they basically demonstrated that a huge part of the population doesn't support the government that was elected and doesn't support its pro-NATO position. So that's why the other party that's pro-Russian should basically win and be in power. Yeah, that was the convoluted logic there.
And the protest is something that Russia very much uses as a part of their doctrinal approach, right?
Yes.
They're trying to use the protest potential of the population in other countries. Now, I was thinking, is this something that's particularly asymmetric, because the protest potential in Russia itself seems to be particularly low, and therefore they're very willing to use that because they know that this is something that can't really be used against them. That's on the one hand. On the other, right now we see in places like Prague early in September, there's a protest with 70,000 people, clearly staged, clearly centrally organized, with very murky bases. They tried to do one in Bucharest, but their political party proxy there just got a drunk driving ticket 2 days before that, so nobody really wanted to show up. In Bulgaria, they're trying to do much the same, right? So how important would you say protests are, engendering protests in other countries, to the Russian, let's say, information warfare approach?
Hugely important. And I think we're not paying enough attention to them, and I think we should. When I started doing this research into basically Russian information warfare operations and interference against elections in 2016, I thought I was too extreme to say that Russia's ultimate objective is to stage a revolution in the different Western countries. I thought, no. They want to stay in cyberspace. They want to just erode our perceptions of democracy. But the more you look at their playbook, the more you start to realize that they spill out of the information space. They actually affect the physical space, as we saw in the Lisa case. As we saw recently, I think I sent you that indictment yesterday or the day before. The U.S. Justice Department again indicted just a few months ago another Russian who was pretending to be an American, or was basically sponsoring political parties in political groups in the United States just until a few months ago, and was financing people to physically go into the Capitol building of California in Sacramento and protest for different issues. And the issue doesn't matter. I think in this particular case, it was for California to secede, which it was this ridiculous notion that started a few years ago, and there are some people that are backing it up. But it doesn't matter what the topic is. The Russians are trying to make sure that we continue to stay divided, that we get angrier and angrier, and we're more and more polarized in our positions, and we cannot resolve our differences through dialogue, but we have to resort to violence. And what's a key element here to remember is the color revolutions that took place around Russia's borders. Georgia, Serbia, Ukraine, those are, and they're called color revolutions because they had also some either color or floral pattern, like the Rose Revolution, and one of them, what else am I missing? Like there was even Kyrgyzstan as well. The Serbian one, I think, was called the Bulldozer Revolution. It was a yellow color. Like they all had some insignia related to them. It was either color or a flower. And the Russian government, especially Putin, he was horrified because he was fearing that this is the type of revolution that is going to also happen in Russia. And in military writings, if we read about exactly who caused that, the Russian government think that it was the CIA, the United States behind basically those revolutions, and they were trying to incite the population to fight against the regime and topple the respective governments that were pro-Russian at the time and bring about a forceful change to democracy. So I think what the Russians started doing with information warfare was that same playbook turned against us. And to confuse our audience a little further, because the Russians have this, they're very like theoretical when they talk about their doctrine and what they're going to do. But when they write a doctrine, they usually say what an adversary is doing to them. And they describe themselves as the victims, as this besieged fortress of Russia that's defending itself against foreign threats. And usually, if you look at it, it is their own behavior against those foreign actors. But they say that the foreign actors are the adversaries and the aggressors, and they describe their behavior, and they describe typically what the Russians are going to do to those countries. I don't know if that made sense.
No, that's exactly it. It's projection.
Exactly. Yes. That's right.
What a sense of victimhood. Doman, shall we go to our friends? Because we have Marche.
I just have one more question, and this is a prescriptive question. One more question, which is a prescriptive question. Biljana, what does the collective West need to do to insulate itself from this Russian threat that for far too long went far too ignored, both on the technical cyber front, but possibly much more importantly on this, right? The question of how do you insulate a society from undue Russian state actor influence?
What I think we should do is look at Finland, Norway, and Estonia and learn from them. I think for this, both cyber attacks, phishing emails, and everything else around them, and disinformation, we have to train our population to be skeptical consumers of information. In a lot of Western countries, we're not used to that pernicious influence. We're not used to thinking that a foreign actor wants to erode our democracy. For us, it's a very alien and weird concept. And because of that, we start believing in really, pardon my language, but stupid narratives like the Pizzagate scandal, or the fact that the earth is flat, or the fact that COVID might be being created by a foreign government because it wants to keep women and men sterile. Like all of those just ridiculous theories, or literally conspiracy theories. If we train in Finland, and I've spoken about this with several of our counterparts in embassies and the government of Finland, they have civic education, they have disinformation training in their kindergartens. Literally, they start teaching children how to be skeptical consumers of information, how to verify the sources, how to look at what accurate narratives look like, what is factually based and what isn't. Like, that's something we have to finally teach our people as well through civic education, or whatever the respective subject should be in the United States and other Western states. I don't think we are used to thinking that information can be weaponized, and I think we should. And in addition to that, of course, I very much support Facebook, Twitter, all the other social media companies that have started to take down accounts that are fake, try to follow up with disinformation campaigns and make sure that they stop them as soon as they can. Like, all of this is very helpful, but it's only one of the layers of the defense that we need. Our most vulnerable parts are our brains, and I think we have to really focus on improving our ability to think critically.
Thank you, Biljana. And at this point, I will keep to my promise and stop asking questions. Axel, go ahead, go to Maciej. I'll shut up.
No, it's okay. No, but this has been so delightful. That's why I kept you going. And it's Biljana, thank you very much for taking the time so far. I mean, it's absolutely stunning, because you fit right into the mold of what we're doing here. We're trying to dissect this. We're trying to make sure that we get the right kind of information out, and making sure that people are incentivized to use critical thinking. So it's very good.
Thank
Let's
you,
go to
Axel.
Maciej. You're very welcome. I could also say, by the way, Bulgari, you Nazi. But then again,
Oh,
oh.
Thank you.
Let's go to Maciej.
Yeah, I would just would like to start with a compliment for Biljana. I think you're my favorite disinformation expert to date that joined this space, and I really enjoyed your talk with Domen, especially especially about the countries that are not so cool right now to be concerned on, but I think are crucial for the power structure in Europe. So that was great, and I love your approach, that it's not only like psychological approach to disinformation, but actually I think you got a great understanding of politics, and that's a refreshing viewpoint for me. So thank you so much for that, and Domen, thank you for asking great questions and also having the knowledge about the region too. But so my question or my comment that I kind of throw at you as a challenge is for me, what's lacking in the approach to disinformation in Poland, where I come from. We see that the very fact that somebody is called, we have the shortened name for a Russian agent or Russian influence peddler. We call them Ruska Onuca, which in translation is a foot trap, right? The thing that Russian soldiers use for the instead of socks. And so there is a huge amount of people who say that the discussion in Poland has been basically censored, because anybody that says anything critical of Polish government support in Ukraine, for example, will be called Russian foot trap, Russian agent, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is a, I think, quite serious attempt to create this narrative where actually those Russian peddled narratives are presented to people as free speech outlets from this censored, monolithic narrative that is presented by the mainstream media. And I think that's the main challenge and problem that is lacking when it comes to the answer to the Russian disinformation, because I know a lot of people for whom Facebook provided fact check won't be any argument for them, won't be any, or even it might even convince them more that what they were thinking about all those different things concerning the pandemic or the Russian war or was actually right. So I think I don't have the answer to that, but I'm wondering, because I sometimes think that the more restrictive measures are actually sometimes counterproductive, because then you create this martyrs of free speech and free debate, which is of course bogus, but you know what I mean. So I was wondering, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Thank you so much for the question. Dom and Axel, do you want me to answer it first?
Yes, please.
Awesome. So
You're the one that needs to go in 15 minutes. The rest of us can stay.
yeah, true. Sorry,
What?
guys, I have a job to do.
You're leaving in 15 minutes.
Yes.
She already
guys,
promised me she'll come back. It's okay.
I'll be back. So first, I just came back from the Warsaw Security Forum, and I very much respect what Poland is doing. I think it's a country that has handled, basically it's on the front line of this war as well. So many of the Ukrainian refugees are right now in Poland, and Poland is doing fantastic with trying to keep the West united and in support of Ukraine. And I very much encourage anyone who hasn't heard of the Warsaw Security Forum, Google it, support it, come see us next year. I'm a part of I was invited to be a part of the committee that's deciding on the panels for next year. So there will be a cyber and information operations panel, at least 1 or 2 for next year. That's what I'm planning. So great country. I think a country that clearly understands the Russian threat and is trying to ensure that so do other NATO members that are farther away geographically from it. With regards to different narratives and what we're suppressing and what we're allowing, I typically advise that we don't focus on the narrative, we focus on the structure and the process. When you assess a piece of disinformation, when you're a critical thinker, you don't have to focus on the topic. You focus on who has written the particular information, who is your source. Is that person an expert on the topic? Have they published before on a similar topic? When they talk about a particular narrative, are there facts in that narrative? Are they referencing different sources? Are they a government entity? Are they a media that was recently created? So all of those are different elements of a narrative that you have to look at when you're assessing whether you trust the story or not. And please don't use Twitter as your information source. Twitter is not supposed to be, sure, look at articles that have been tweeted by different experts, but don't use people's opinion on Twitter unless they're the experts in the field. Don't use it as fact-based information to form your opinions from it. Only follow people and use information from people who are experts, who are either journalists or government representatives and have professional experience in the topic that they're commenting on. So this is what I would say.
Domin, we have to leave now. You and I have to leave now immediately.
No, Domin is verified. He went to the right school. He's okay.
Yep. No, definitely not KGB.
But also, anything that Domin tells me about wine, I trust him. That's my source. But that's basically what I will say. And in this particular case, there's a whole other discussion of whether we should sanction narratives and how exactly we should help. What does it mean to fight in the information space? What does it mean to establish information superiority, especially in a time of war? And whether you should sanction certain narratives. I think at this point, what we're doing is honestly the best we could do given the circumstances. Ukraine had to very quickly adapt. It's still fighting a war. Warsaw is literally next door. I believe this week Poland was checking its bomb shelters because they're actually worried that there may be missile strikes from Russia on Polish territory. So I think we can still say that we're in a wartime. Basically, it's a war period. And if we have to sanction certain narratives that are ludicrous and are wrong, I would trust the Polish government. I would trust governments of different countries to do this at the moment. That would be my answer.
Trust in your institutions. That's a good point. Can we go to another person of Bulgarian descent, just for the fun of it? Donny.
Thank you, Axel. Dr. Lily, добрый день.
Thomas, здравей!
Tarkov Bolgarski, ne разберем Bolgarski too much.
He's a bad
Uh,
Bulgarian, in other words. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
she understood.
Good
She
to meet
understood.
you.
You as well. I wanted to speak to you about the Russian ownership of vacation properties along the Black Sea, and like, how does this fit into the narrative? How is it possible that there? I mean, of course, it's cheap and it's lovely, but also, can it be used to change narratives inside the country? Can it, is it easy pickings? Is there room for Bulgaria to change the laws regarding ownership of these properties? Like I'm reading that 300,000 properties, 300,000. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that avenue of attack, basically? And what can Bulgaria do? What should they do to mitigate that avenue of attack, basically?
That's a very interesting aspect, and thank you for asking this question. Yeah, so there are a lot of Russians. For years, they have been investing in Bulgaria. There are a lot of homes along the Black Sea coast that are Russian. And yeah, the numbers that you are citing may be correct. I've seen similar numbers a few years ago. In theory, it's of course easy to change, but in practice, given our ties with Russia and the vested interest, the economic interest in keeping those properties there, I would say it's probably hard to do. And we're not the only country doing that. I also want to name and shame Switzerland here, because there's some cantons in Switzerland that have huge properties that belong to different Russian oligarchs and influential figures, and they still haven't been sanctioned or frozen. So we're not the only country that is having issues with this. So how important is that is another issue. Like, how would that specifically kicking the Russians out and taking those properties and making them Bulgarian or selling them cheaply to Bulgarians, or change the laws in a way that basically nationalize those properties again? How much of a problem is this? How much will this help us? And I can also tell you that where I am in California, there are a lot of properties that are owned by Russians and by Chinese, and the government is not doing anything about that, or not really addressing the problem and not really considering it a threat. So it exists, but if the properties belong to oligarchs, yes, that's one thing. I would probably address that. But if they belong to middle class Russians, middle to upper class Russians, I'm not sure that that's where I would invest my efforts at the moment. That would be my
Are these the same middle class Russians who don't send their young men to war, but let the Buryat fight, and then having preserved their preserved their offspring, and then in 15 years still come up with the same narrative?
Yeah, but do you think you're going to change the minds of those Russians by taking their vacation homes in Bulgaria? I actually
expropriate penalty being expropriation is not bad. I think the re-education, we can't re-educate them by occupying them. It's not Japan or Germany after the war. I'm German, so trust me, I can talk about this for quite some time if necessary.
Okay.
But then again,
Okay.
I also have had the pleasure of family all across Europe, and in at least the last two large wars, they've all been essentially conscripted into or volunteered for service for all these armies fighting each other. And I think it's the most abysmal thing. But what is good is that the Americans, the Brits, came in and brought Anglo-Saxon pragmatism and a clear sense of restructuring and help, but guidance after the war into Germany. Otherwise, it would not have worked. I think the same thing can be said to an extent for Japan. So as a consequence, if you think about restructuring, then that is it. That will never happen in Russia. So what else do you want to do? You can only re-educate them by giving them incentives. And the expropriation of the Russian middle class in Europe, and therefore them being left at home, I wouldn't consider this to be a harsh penalty for the raping and pillaging, for the atrocities committed? I don't think so. I think you can get easily a majority of Europeans to vote for it. The question is, as Donnie said, is there a chance that Bulgaria, and as you will have heard, I have Bulgarian friends, if Bulgaria can actually make that step over time?
Yeah, Axel, I completely agree. It's something that we should consider. My question wasn't the issue that I'm bringing up is how much would that affect the middle class or the people, the owners? How much would that really be a re-education for them? And there's this other topic that, I mean, guys, maybe I can
basically you're not saying it's too much. You're saying it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, why would we look at this instead of another issue like Russia's influence in our media? Like in Bulgaria, when I was looking at what Russian media I wanted to analyze for my book, like I can pick almost any media because they're journalists that are literally just repeating the Russian position because they were educated in Russia. They most likely received some funding from Russia. Even our former president, and I cite him in my book, said 90% of Bulgarian media works for the Russian government. And I'm like, okay, this is an extreme statement. But then I talk to my friends, the researchers in Bulgaria, and they say, yes, we have very clear, like, Russian media outlets, both TV and print media, that they just ascribe to the Russian position. So, and because they're either bought by the Russian, like they are ties with the Russian government from the owners, or even the political parties have ties directly to the Russian government. Like they not only go and meet with the Russian representatives in the Duma, but they also have been educated there. They most likely receive funding from them. Like I was talking about, if we have to focus on a few political levers, I don't think the homes are the ones that are going to be on top of my list. I would look at the media influence and the political party influence in political parties, and our military, definitely our military as well. That's why. Otherwise, sure, we should take the homes. I would love to have one of those. If they go for cheap, I'll go and buy it myself. But that's the other thing. And here, now that we're talking about Russia and how to re-educate the Russians, I don't think that someone mentioned, and Dom, and I don't know if it was you or Axel, said about the protest potential in Russia was low.
It was me, yeah.
Someone said that. But then see what happened after September 21st when Putin announced, and I'm again using air quotes, partial mobilization. People not only started fleeing, but they were protesting 39 cities across Russia. There were more than 1,000 people that were detained. Thousands of people protested in the streets.
Okay, Biljana, what happened 2 days after?
Yeah, they were thrown in prison and so on. But like I was waiting literally every minute to see, like, will this finally trigger a revolution? Will this finally get to a point where the Kremlin falls? So, but it still got to the point where there were so many people in the streets, and mobilization is going horribly right now. So my question here is, do we close our borders so those people stay in Russia, or do we open our borders and help those people get out? So, well, for me,
what happens, Biljana, good point, but when they get out, many of them just flee from responsibility? Because what happened 2 days after Maidan started? How many people were there to protest and got beaten by the Berkut?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. We're damned if we do and damned if we don't. If we don't increase the pressure, it will never change. If we allow them to release themselves, they may not feel the responsibility. And in 15, 20 years from now, they will educate their children in the West yet again that Russia is great. I think, before we hand over we have more questions coming. They don't deserve the Gold Coast of Bulgaria. They don't deserve the beauty and the renaissance and the depth of the West. But there you go. Domin, if you allow me, I'd go to our friend Gunny.
Let's go to Gunny, and Biljana, you have to tell us when we're making you late for your next appointment.
You have 3 minutes, guys.
There we go.
3 minutes.
Oh, I will be very quick then, Doc. Thanks a lot for that. That's a really good brief. Really enjoyed it. I would just say, join the other dots. We're at the point now where we're seeing that this was a 10-year plan. So take away the explosions in Eastern European countries, ammunition depots, take away the disinformation program. I would just say, think about everything else. Why use polonium to kill a Russian dissident? You'd shoot him in the head, or you burgle his house and you'd strangle him. Why use polonium? Sticks him in a hospital bed. He dies of radiation sickness. There's a horror factor to it. Then you do it in Salisbury. So you use a weapon of mass destruction, a chemical weapon that was applied to surfaces in order to kill him. His daughter actually ended up killing a member of the public. Why do that? It's a test. The polonium was a test. Why kill an airliner? Everyone knew in the air defense world that killing that airliner was a deliberate act. It was in an air lane. It was at X amount of feet. It's well proclamated. There would have been Russian officers directing that anti-aircraft system, and they killed it. And they killed it with lots of Europeans on it. Why? Because it was a test. Why overfly NATO warships with war shots, live anti-ship missiles on them at 30 feet over the Baltic and in the Black Sea? Why? It was a test. We've been played. Everything was a test. It was a poke and a prod. And I think where we went wrong was we just didn't join the dots to see that all of this, the increased naval presence around the UK, the cyber warfare attacks on Western Europe, the slow, and we've already talked about it, the infiltration of social media, the obvious disinformation, misinformation, it all, now that we're looking back at it, what was happening? We were just being tested. Like the line in the sand in Syria with CBRN, cross that line and we will take action, and we didn't. It was all a test just to see how far we could be pushed before we reacted. And actually it blew up in his face, I think, because after all of that, where we were very benign and relaxed and we failed to react as he was thinking, he went, do you know what? I'm gonna be able to pull this off. I'll hit Ukraine and I'll get away with it. And then suddenly we found where our testicles were. And if I was him, I would be looking at this now and going, what a waste of time, because this was what, 10, 15 years in the process, do you think? And it didn't play out as it should have done for him.
Ileana, any thoughts?
I would say that, yes, we failed to respond in many cases. I just want to caution against thinking that the thinking and the thought that all of this was planned and somehow all of it led to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or at least it was premeditated as that it would lead to the invasion. So many different actors as well coordinated as we think they are. So I just want to take a step back from that and don't think of Putin as this master strategist who planned everything. A lot of it was trial and error. And in the different case studies, I'm saying this because in the different case studies I looked at about information warfare, they tested a lot of tactics that didn't work. And we now are focusing on the ones that worked, but there were so many mistakes. They prodded and prodded. In so many cases, they weren't successful and they kept on going. So I think that's important to know. They're not 10 feet tall. I just want to say that.
100%. But you're making Gunny's point. They tested. We failed to curtail them. We failed to deter them. We failed. Exactly. That's the whole point I think he was making.
Yeah,
you
I
both
agree
are
with that.
completely in agreement.
Good. On that point, guys, this has been so much fun, but I have to go and I'm happy to be back. Doma and you and I can be in touch. I'm happy to be back another time. I have to go do some work.
Do we have time for one North American question? Is there time for one North American question?
Okay, maybe we do one more. Okay, fine, one more.
Okay, thank you, Biliana. Outstanding tour de force that you've given us in terms of the view of the Russian disinformation machine. And I just have one specific question, and also your tour de force on the wine, caviar, and salmon habits of the Russian middle class. Very interesting. But from a North American perspective, we've seen the impact of all of the things you've been talking about in North America since 2016, and specifically since the election of the previous president. And I'm just wondering if you have a sense being in North America now, if you have a sense that finally there has been a bit of an awakening in North America and specifically in the US, and do you think that, for example, certain entities reflected by Bill Burns on down the line, do you think they are now paying sufficient and attention to and developing sufficient awareness of and strategies to deal with what has been going on in the Kremlin for the last 10 years? And just one adjunct to that, going north of the border, the elements in Canada, CSIS, I'm sure you're familiar with some of the personnel involved. Do you feel that there has been an awakening in that respect also? Or do you feel that there needs to be far more done, say, in the entire North American context, and specifically with reference to your background, your findings, and all of the matters that you have addressed today and in your book? So thank you.
Thank you for these wonderful observations and the very important questions. And I'm on the Canada point. I'm actually going to a conference on election interference in Canada in about a week and a half, just before a South Africa trip, which finally will be a vacation for me. But I'm going to Montreal, and it's because exactly the Canadians are paying attention. They're definitely investing more and more resources into understanding Russian information warfare, and that's exactly what I'll be talking about there. And I look forward to meeting our Canadian colleagues. In the United States, yes, we have invested, the government at various levels have invested significant resources since 2016 to make sure that 2016 does not happen again. And this is at the level of CISA, Cyber Command, at the level of the DoD. We know CISA in January 2017 designated election infrastructure as critical infrastructure because of Russia's interference in the 2016 elections. We know there are a number of different think tanks and organizations and agencies in the US government that are also looking at disinformation narratives and are looking at Russia's strategic messaging and analyzing Russia's different operations and producing a lot of really high quality research that focuses on how are the Russians spreading disinformation narratives through social media, through state-sponsored media, and providing really good recommendations on what to do about that. So I think on many levels, we have increased our awareness of the threat, and we continue to do so. That said, we have a long way to go. One aspect that we still have a lot to work on is to integrate in our own military doctrine, and I can say this because I was in the Pentagon a week and a half ago and spoke to some people that should know better. That's where I'm going to leave that at. That disinformation and cyber operations, or psychological operations and cyber operations, should be considered together. There should be, yes, we should have separate units that deal with offensive cyber capabilities, cyber defense, and units that deal with psychological warfare. But there is a component in Russian military doctrine where those two are integrated, and we should make sure that we have sufficiently well-established structure and sufficiently well-established operations to basically defend ourselves against an integration of those two components from our adversaries. And so I think that's where we have to focus a little bit more on our efforts on. Basically, US military doctrine should reflect the fact that adversaries use psychological operations and cyber operations together. And the other thing is, in Russian doctrine, they clearly state not only your decision makers and your military are targets of information warfare, it is your entire population. So we have to train our students, our population, to understand that disinformation and strategic narratives can be weaponized against them, that they're now a part of Russia's targets. So I think there we have a lot more work to do.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Anytime.
It is civil defense, and it's our target. Thank you very much, Biljana. Absolutely appreciate it. Let's have you back as soon as you had time to enjoy a holiday in South Africa, and then we shall be glad to have you back anytime.
Thank you, everyone. This has been a pleasure, and I look forward to talking to you next time.
I will make sure to be back in. Благодарю много, Biljana. And let's not make you late for whatever you have next, because otherwise you won't come back.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
And we here are going to continue the conversation for the next 20 minutes until we have our next guest. Axel, let's go to Cairo.
Cairo calling.
Oh, yeah, well, Station Cairo missed its opportunity. Oh, well, the question would have been about disinformation by governments, because right now there's a very worrying trend emerging from Saudi Arabia, where MBS is using his own talking heads to disseminate talking points in Arabic that try to paint the US government and its Western allies in the corner of the aggressor that is trying to undermine the sovereignty of economic decisions made by the kingdom. And that's with regards to the recent cut announced by the OPEC Plus organization. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for those who haven't noticed yet, is currently engaged in two forms of warfare against the current administration of the US government. One of them is economic, where they are leveraging their influence over oil-producing countries to reach certain decisions that would impact the global oil market to put pressure on the current democratic administration of the US government. And the other one, which was obvious during the previous elections, is using financial proxies to provide funding for certain politicians to deliver on certain agendas that they deem important to their national security or their perceived national security interests. But that was the question.
I think there's a time for choosing, right? There's a time for choosing whether they want to hang out with the plus, or they want to hang out with the people that actually make all the weapons they buy.
Yeah, well, they made their choice a long time ago. They seem to be going out with it.
It's something that I find really troubling, specifically here, right? It's a very confusing state of affairs, and I just don't get it. I know that they have only so much that they can still make out of their natural resources, but come on, this shouldn't be this difficult. Okay, if nobody else wants to pick up on this, I'll go to Dan and then George and then back to Donnie, who'll swoon over what excellent compatriot he has. So Dan.
Yeah, I was hoping to bounce this off the last guest, but
we'll have her back. It's okay, next time.
There is an article in the last 3 or 4 days. I just sent it, I think, to Doman, that a German antivirus company was basically just determined to be a Russian front. So everything, anyone using their stuff just gave all of their stuff to the KGB.
Oh God, is that the one that Jessica Berlin's been writing about, right? That's what you wanted to get at. Yeah,
I think so. Let me get back to the
Protelion, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, very similar to a Romanian TV station. Well, their New Year show anyway.
The headline was, "It's not as bad as you thought. It's worse."
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, probably most of the people listening to this know this, but there needs to be some real regulation in the antivirus software business, because if you let the Russian government set up front antivirus companies, everything else is just hopeless. I mean, we're not trying very hard.
Dan, do you know what a computer virus is?
Well, yeah.
What is it?
It's a piece of code that they gave you without asking.
No, it's a virus that's good at mathematics.
Well, that makes sense.
It's a joke. It's a joke because a computer in Latin is somebody who does calculations.
Got it.
Okay. See, Yehuda's not here all day, so somebody has to make these jokes. No, but you're right. This is a serious problem, and this is something that we will be addressing in some detail as more details come out. because we have to, absolutely have to.
Well,
It's that sort of insidious activities, right? Effectively, espionage at a mass scale that are, part of this. Well, anyway, you know it better than I do, Dan.
We have to chase these people out of the internet's plumbing, and it's not going to be cheap or easy, but it's got to be done. Anyway, and just on the same subject, have we proven that Kaspersky is owned by the KGB yet, or is that still up for debate?
Axel M, help. I don't know.
Because I mean, it is a Russian-founded antivirus company, which is a concept I find inconceivable.
Are we talking about the head of the German agency?
Well,
No, he's asking about Kaspersky.
What about Kaspersky?
He was asking, is it proven that it's an FSB, KGB, SPR, whatever front or not?
GRU, since day one, it was an SBR project, and now it responds to the GRU.
clear enough, but just how can they exist on the Western internet? It's just beyond silly. But anyway.
Well, believe it or not, they have some of the best bulletins out there on computer viruses in general, and there
yes, and all their bulletins contain their virus updates.
Well, it's more complicated than that. Not a big fan of Kaspersky, but actually Eugene is a personal friend of mine, and their work on a certain advanced persistent threat group called the Desert Falcons, which focused on harvesting information about Egyptian commissioned officers and their families between 2013 and 2016, I think. And exposing the work of Jordanian intelligence and Palestinian operatives has been crucial to saving lives. So it's a weird game, man. It's a weird world, Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes bad people do good things. It is what it is.
I understand, but I just would like to repeat the point: we're not paying enough attention, and
well, if it makes you feel better, they're being phased out. For instance, a Formula One partner has moved them off of their cars and their systems are going to start a partnership with Bitdefender instead.
That's something.
Right, thank you, Dan. Let's go to George and then to Donnie. George.
Yeah, hey. So I wanted to ask the former speaker a question. If she had met any, if she said she lived in Los Angeles, I was going to ask her, but obviously too late. If she had met any of those Russians and what their outlook on this war was. I'd be surprised.
Okay, so clearly that's passé at this point.
Yes, but what did you hear about the soon-to-be hawks flying around in Ukraine?
Wait, hawks. What are hawks?
It's an older missile system, but it was specifically designed to take down the planes that Russia still flies. So there looks like.
Tell us more.
Yeah, Spain's going to send 4 of these systems, like complete systems with multiple launchers. They're sending what they said was phase 1 and phase 3. That refers to the radars. The phase 1s have about a 65 to 75 kilometer range. It's weird. It all depends on the size of the target. The smaller the target, the shorter the range. And then there's phase 3, which have about 100 kilometer range. They haven't released which missiles, and these things were phased out in the United States for Patriots. So it's not like they were like some crappy thing from the designed in the 50s. But remember, the United States will always update them.
Yeah, they just went up to diamond standard. So
yes, diamond standard, exactly. And Italy, I wish that's why I'm going to send a message to Thomas Tyner, because Italy phased theirs out in 2002. So it's not like these are like something that they're dusting off from like the 1980s. So they are pretty good. They actually, with the Phase 3 radar, have a tactical ballistic missile interception ability, which is pretty cool. They also were with the newer radars designed to actually engage the cruise missiles that we see now by the Russians. So they're specifically designed, the radars, to lock onto these things. So happy hunting.
Excellent. Well, that is good news, George. That is good news. Donnie.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what you said. It was a pleasure to listen to how am I going to put this, a more cosmopolitan Bulgarian voice. A lot of us have family that are more on the provincial side, let's just say, and are easily swayed by Russian propaganda. So it was heartwarming to hear such a voice that just happened to be Bulgarian. My lead up to my previous question, my secondary question would have been about these properties allowing Russians to gain EU citizenship. As we know, the EU passport office is notorious for let's just say being for hire to a high bidder. So, but maybe for next time. But yeah, it was super great to hear her. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely, and as I said, I will do my best to reel her back in repeatedly. So I want to talk to her more, purely selfishly. Let's go to okay. It's been men talking a lot, so let's go to Joanna, and then we'll go to Nefertro and Abdullah after that. Joanna, shoot. Did you like my Protevelion joke? No.
Yes.
Thank
I
God.
just wanted to say it was a fascinating interview, and congratulations to you and to Axel. It was really, really fascinating. I had some questions, but I was really content listening to you. So my questions, if there will be an interview in the future, are about the modern cyber warfare means like deepfake and other things like this. But I just wanted to congratulate you. It was amazing. Thank you.
Very good.
I'm okay.
Glad to hear it. And yeah, we'll get her back. We'll get her back. Nefertro.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What's important to win any conflict? First, money. Second, money. And third, it's money. And the whole Western world has a problem with inflation. How to fight with inflation? And result is oil. More oil. More oil. Is Democrats has done something to increase the oil production in US because we don't have any other source. Okay, I'm done.
All right, thank you. We've covered this a few times. We really need Ryan for it, but basically, there's a few places in the world where you stick a piece of pipe in the ground and oil comes out. There are other places in the world where that's a lot more difficult to achieve, and the logistics effort and infrastructure effort that needs to go into it, and the US is sadly one of those places. The lead times are longer. Let's leave it at that, right? So Saudi Arabia, for example, can increase oil production on a whim massively. The US can't, because all the equipment is basically currently done like I don't know, a year ahead of time or whatever Ryan was saying. So that's why it's important to get, let's say, the Saudis and the Emiratis on side as opposed to not. Nefo?
I want to say,
So, like, you're from what? Norway, Sweden, Finland?
no, I'm Polish. I'm Polish, live
Oh,
in
okay.
all around the world, temporary in border Sweden, Norway.
I was because I thought I picked up a Scandinavian accent. So what I wanted to say is, like Norway, right? It's hard to make more oil on a whim because it's offshore. It requires a lot
Yeah.
of infrastructure investment. It's not like in Saudi Arabia where you stick a piece of pipe in the ground and oil comes out. So that's why that's important. Carry on.
Yeah, I sent you to mailbox like a message with last Reuters article, right? And it's a little bit pessimistic about the Eurozone. It's all about inflation, interest rates, and all around. So in my opinion, it's like oil production increase, gas production import increase, all about, nothing more.
All right. Anybody want to jump in on that? If not, we're going to go on to Abdullah. Abdullah?
Hey, Doman, how are you?
We're good. Carry on.
Yes. Just wanted to ask if the French president's Twitter account was hacked today.
No, he thought that was a good idea.
He really thought that was a good idea, yeah?
Apparently, yeah, because he actually
good.
said it in French yesterday and then tweeted it out in English again today. So
what a moron!
I think he went long on a shovel manufacturer's equity. So yeah.
Oh my goodness, Charles de Gaulle must be turning in his grave. Listen, apparently there's an ammunition depot that has gone up in flames in Belgrade. So at least we got some good news. Isn't it funny?
So it's Bielorussia Narodna Republika is celebrating their July 4th apparently.
That is great. That's great. Isn't it funny? A few days ago, I said you can't trust the EU with EU security, with European security. And today, the EU weakling, the Napoleon mini-me, today sold the farm when it comes to strategic ambiguity on when to use nukes. What a jerk! I'm not the kind of guy who likes to exaggerate things, but I think Putin he must be smiling today, because if for him it's for Putin, imagine if he succeeded in subduing Ukraine, and God forbid, thank God that's not going to happen. Do you really think this EU weaklings of Macron and Scholz will come to the aid of the Baltic states if they were to? They will always find an excuse. Oh, they're too small. It's not worth it. Today he said we don't need war. Well, what's the point of having a military if you're not going to use it? To defend your democracy, your economy and that. I just don't want to I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but it's really sad story, when it comes to, the status of EU security. So I think the Americans might have to keep,
So this is kind of the situation, right? You have on the one hand, you have some governments that still think, we're gonna run the security picture in Europe, and don't see a bunch of other governments saying, well, really? Can we trust that? Because you don't seem to be very consistent in what you're trying to do, and we think that the Americans have our interests much more, in mind, or a lot better aligned than you do. So I think the break kind of clearly came already in May, when that non-paper was published. It was published by Sweden, but co-signed by Finland, Denmark, the 3 Baltic states, Poland, Romania, a few other countries, right? Czech Republic. There's 13 countries all in all. 13 of the 27 EU members signed it, saying, look, we cannot, we don't want treaty change, basically, is what it said. But what it implied is we don't want a single EU army, for all manner of reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. That's the other reason why I say EU defense union will never work, because you have leaders like this, who will never, enforce any red lines. They could care less about defending smaller, Eastern European states. So I think the future, in our lifetime is going to be either, NATO or nothing. I think that's about it. Thanks, Domin. That's a very good end of that segment. NATO or nothing. Ukraine will be in NATO as soon as it has regained its sovereignty. No question about it. And with that, we shall say move on forward and welcome our next scheduled guest, Matthew van Dyke. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Very well. Thank you very much. We're very glad to have you. For our audience, Matthew van Dyke is a young man from my perspective, because I'm old, as we all know, and people are making fun of it. But the young man is an American documentary filmmaker, former journalist, and he's been active since the Libyan Civil War, and created also the Sons of Liberty International. And as I'm looking here in my bookshelf, I have here the Book of Gilgamesh. So I would want to start with, what's Nineveh doing in Ukraine, Matthew?
What are we doing in Ukraine?
What is Nineveh doing in Ukraine?
Nineveh. We're Sons of Liberty International is training Ukrainian forces. We've been here since March doing it. We've trained nearly 1,000 so far. We're also expanding into EOD operations to remove landmines and some other things. We've been doing this a long time, since 2014 in Nineveh in Iraq. We've also worked in the Philippines, and we've advised the National Unity Government of Burma, the government in exile, and with plans to provide training there as well.
You have a long-standing history in doing this. This is not your first rodeo. Can you maybe just give a little background as to what made you change careers in 2015?
Well, going back to after I got my master's degree from Georgetown in international security studies, I decided not to work for the government and set out on my own. So I got a motorcycle and I went to North Africa and the Middle East for 4 years, traveling and filming. During that time, I made friends in Libya. And then when the war started in Libya in 2011, my friends asked, why doesn't anybody help us? And it was before NATO got involved in the war. So I realized I couldn't just sit at home and do nothing to help my friends. So I boarded a plane, went to Egypt, crossed into Libya, and joined as a rebel fighter. I was on a reconnaissance mission where I was wounded and captured. I spent nearly 6 months as a POW in solitary confinement in 2 of Libya's worst prisons. One day, prisoners broke the lock off my cell and I escaped with them. I remained in Libya, returned to the front line, and fought in the war until the war was over. During that war, I made friends with a number of journalists, including James Foley and then also Stephen Sotloff after the war. And following the war, I went to Syria. I made a film called Not Anymore, A Story of Revolution that was in support of the Syrian revolution. And I was there also with James Foley. And a couple weeks after I saw him, he was kidnapped by Jabhat al-Nusra. And then later, when ISIS was formed, he was transferred to ISIS. He was held until 2014, from 2012 to 2014, and then beheaded by ISIS on video. And then a week later, Stephen Sotloff was also beheaded. So I looked over my years of experience in the region, my experience fighting in the war in Libya, my contacts I'd made in military, government, media throughout the years, and I thought about what I could do to have an impact, a real, actual, tangible impact on the conflict. So with James's death and Stephen's deaths as sort of the catalyst, I started Sons of Liberty International in 2014. I went to Iraq. I started training the Iraqi Assyrians, who are the original indigenous people of Iraq, the Assyrian people, as in the Assyrian Empire from thousands of years ago. Nobody was helping them because they're a Christian population and a religious minority. So we started providing training to them covertly at first and then openly. We did things like provided half the funding for them to build their first military base. We trained another Assyrian force as well. We had a bomb dog program there, helping them with searching vehicles for explosives at checkpoints, and trained up their force so they were able to fight and retake their lands. Following that, we did a mission in the Philippines, training a force. We've done some covert work in another country around the world. And we've advised the National Unity Government of Burma. And in March, when Ukraine began, we came over in early March and got to work here using our years of experience to get people trained to fight.
It's not often that we have people here who've been freed from captivity and then actually took it in their hands to create an organization to fight authoritarians, withstand the pressure of evil, and work nowadays and fight again.
Well,
can you talk to that? Can you talk about the motivation, the deeper motivation in this?
Well, I'm sure Gaddafi's people thought that they would teach me a lesson by throwing me in prison, but they only made me worse. I came out more determined than ever to fight against authoritarianism. I had seen the effects of it during my years before that in North Africa and the Middle East. I'd seen the effects of it on people I cared about in the region. And then I firsthand experienced what it was like in a authoritarian prison, with never being told what I was accused of. Nobody knew if I was alive or dead. My family, the outside world, didn't even have news that I had been captured. They didn't know for half a year if I was dead or alive. And in the end, I had to escape prison with other prisoners. So I got a real taste of what authoritarian regimes were like, and I became committed to fighting them. And in some ways, we've been fighting Russia for years. I mean, Gaddafi was backed by Russia, and in Burma, the Burmese regime, the military regimes backed by Russia. The country that we did some covert operations in is backed by Russia. So really, coming to Ukraine now is a way of taking the fight directly against Russia that we've already been fighting for years and will be fighting long after this. But it's become a life cause. It's pretty much all I do is this work. I've moved to Kyiv. I'm living here full time, and it's a calling, and it's a difficult one, but worth it.
Hello, I'm Slavan. Matthew, when you speak to the Ukrainian soldiers you work with and your team works with, what is their response? How do they react to training? How reactive are they? How do they take it in? And what's the impact? Can you talk to this?
They're very enthusiastic about the training. It's any group we've asked to work with, they've been ready to work. They train hard. They listen. They're the best students we've had, the best trainees we've had in all our years of doing this work. They're highly motivated. I mean, they're defending their own country. One of the things we look for when we choose which groups to work with, and we have requests from all over the world, and we can't respond to all of them due to funding, but we also have criteria when we select which groups to work with. And the motivation level is a big part of that, because there's no use in training people who are there just to collect a paycheck or because they don't want to be there and are forced to. So, Ukrainian soldiers want to be there, and that makes a huge difference in training. A lot of our training that we do is combat simulations, which allows them to be in a form of combat before they are actually in a real battle. We use high-powered airsoft that we upgrade with more powerful springs to make it so they don't want to be hit, to increase the realism of the training. We do a lot of this training putting through numerous types of situations that they'll encounter when in battle. So really, nobody else in Ukraine really gets the kind of training that we provide here. And the soldiers love it. Their commanders love it. These soldiers that we've trained have been tested in battle, and they've done well. And we continue. We're starting a new program this coming week with a group, and yeah, I mean we're just constantly expanding as much as we can do.
What specific skill sets are you focusing on?
We provide a basic training course. We've trained, in one case, we trained Valery Marcus's entire 47th Separate Battalion. That was basic training. We provided also to them anti-tank training for anti-tank missiles that they received. NATO sent them anti-tank missiles with nothing but a thin pamphlet that was all in English. So fortunately, one of our Marines had experience with these weapon systems and could do the training. We do combat medical training. We do marksmanship training. We train snipers. We train EOD. Night operations. We've done with night vision with a special operations force doing react to contact ambush, setting ambushes and reacting ambushes at night with them, and also night shooting at the range. We do a lot of urban combat training, CQB, how to set defensive positions. In this war, we've actually taught some of how to dig skirmishers, which is a one-man trench because of the artillery. Really, anything that a soldier or unit would need, any skill, we can provide it.
How do you see the migration of the people you train with since the very beginning? Because when did you start doing this? Was it March, or when did it actually begin?
We started in March. I think it was March 12th that we came over. We started with a TDF unit. Did some training with a TDF unit in Kyiv, and then another TDF unit in Lviv. And then soon after that, we once we moved to Kyiv, we started working with one of the special forces units here, and a National Guard, a special unit of the National Guard also, and then Valery Marcus's unit. The progression of the units, I mean, at the beginning of the war, they didn't have the equipment and supplies that they needed, especially the TDF units. And they were soldiers that were civilians and had just become soldiers, which is one of the things that we also specialize in. And most of the work we've done is where we take civilians who had never, in a lot of cases, ever held a weapon before and quickly make them into a capable fighting force. So that was something that we're very comfortable doing. But as the war's gone on, we started working with more advanced units and provided more advanced training. Now all the units that we work with have full kit. They have body armor, helmets, IFAKs, weapons, ammunition. I haven't seen any shortages of supplies. What they really need now is the training, which we're providing.
Are you still predominantly focusing on TDF units, or
no? We've stopped working with TDF units. That was only at the beginning. We started working with TDF, I think, in April or May. Yeah, I think it was early May was the last TDF units we worked with. Now we work with, we're currently working with Valery Marcus's separate battalion, the 47th, with a special forces unit, and that I won't name, and with a special unit within the National Guard. And we're also talking to some other groups to expand to them as well.
So essentially what you're doing now is you're migrating to special skill sets and utilizing the experience of your operators and your coaches. Can you talk a little bit about the composition of the people you work with?
Of my trainers or the trainees?
Trainers, the coaches, the experienced hands.
Well, my guys are usually U.S. military veterans, sometimes veterans of other militaries. Most of them have combat experience in Iraq or Afghanistan. We've also worked with trainers of other militaries around the world as well. Some of them have been with me. One of them is coming actually tomorrow, who arrives, was with me in Iraq in 2016 and was actually in a battle with me when ISIS overran our town and we had to fight to take it back. So some of them have been with me before. Most of them are new. Some of them stay for 6 months. Some of them stay for 6 weeks. We have a lot of guys who now are committed, who are staying 6 months or a year with me. And they're all volunteers. They're all highly motivated. We pay their expenses to fly them here, and their living expenses here. And they're here because they want to be here, because they believe in the cause. And really, they put their lives at risk to do the training. It's not just when we're training near the front line, and we went on deployment with the 47th Separate Battalion near Bakhmut before. But even when not on deployment, they're risking their lives every time they go on a range. I mean, new trainees with a weapon in their hands, accidents could happen. Accidents happen on ranges every day around the world. Fortunately, we've never had any accidents, but it's always a risk that somebody will have a negligent discharge of their weapon and could kill a trainer. So, yeah, they really give a lot of themselves to do this work.
This, I think, is one of the key issues, that the people are not sufficiently motivated by money. This is not a mercenary job. This is about a cause. It's about the righteous training the righteous.
Right, and we generally don't even take a lot of people who have worked in any sort of combat contracting before. Our criteria for who we select as a trainer is very specific. A lot of it is based on the interview and how they answer certain questions, so we can weed out people that are thrill seekers or looking to get into a fight, or or motivated by anything other than righteous motivations. So yeah, these are really great guys, and we've had a female trainer as well in the past. Really great guys and girls, and they leave their families back in the States for months. They leave their jobs. They're giving up income, and coming over and risking their lives.
So, how many people are there currently stateside who you would consider to be, your pool of people to talk to, and how would you like to increase that?
I mean, our application database has over 1,000 people on it, but I mean, we take a fraction of a percent. We want to expand as large as we have funding for. We could be training a lot more people. I haven't been out asking for money because I don't like to, and because I've just been focused on the work. We don't put out a lot of videos of our lives. We're not showy. We're not like a new group that's trying to get attention, because we've been doing this for years. We do a lot with traditional press, so we're not as active on social media as some. So maybe that's our fault. But I mean, we're struggling. There's people I want to bring over, and it's just a matter of funding. We also don't have a vehicle yet. We desperately need to get a truck, especially because we're moving into EOD work, and we need to be able to get out there. We have an excellent EOD guy who was in the Army and has done State Department contracting on EOD for years. We have a lot of mine detectors, a lot of equipment, and we don't have a vehicle to even get out there right now, because we've been relying on the units that we've been working with for our transportation. So really, our only limitation, we could be training thousands of soldiers. It's just a matter of funding right now. And if we can get that resolved, I mean, there's no limitation of Ukrainian units who want our help.
How many are? I mean, it's a very good point, and obviously this is a forum where we can talk to people. And as you know, we have a very large audience. Whilst even at the moment there may be 650 people logged in, this is your target audience. Let's put it this way. And we've been here 24/7 for quite some time, as Yehuda was so kind as to highlight to you. For me, it's very important that the message gets across, and then we can talk after. There is sufficient capacity to support people, but what kind of vehicles and what kind of support would you need in that regard? Are we talking armored vehicles? Is this an APC? Is it a transporter? Or what would be the right thing for you?
Just pickup trucks is all we're trying to get. We've used Toyota Hilux pickups in the past in Iraq, which worked really well. We need to purchase a few of those to get this work done. Nothing used, nothing fancy. We just need to acquire some used ones from Poland and get them here, diesels, 4-doors, to get us around and to get our equipment around. We could be providing a lot more training up close to the front if we had our own transportation. But it's been we were so busy training units. We just recently got a small compound here, a house to house all the guys that we have coming over in Kyiv here as our base, that we're just renting. Then we got space to park the vehicles. We just don't have the vehicles. So that's one of the things we're struggling with now, along with everything else as usual. We want to expand. We want to bring over more training equipment. We want to bring over more guys. But over the past several years, 8 years now of doing this, we've learned to become extremely efficient. We learned all those mistakes that organizations can make early on in choosing wrong people to work with or not doing things the efficient way. Like, we've gotten through all of that years ago. So we make every dollar count here. We have a lot of experience doing this. Like I said, we haven't been flashy and showy about it. We haven't been doing a lot of videos and stuff we've been releasing. We released some, and we've gotten some press coverage, but really we haven't been doing the ask for money, and now it's hurt us. It's caught up to us. But we make every dollar count. We really stretch the money here. It's something we've learned during tough times and other missions too. This mission's been actually difficult. A lot of our donors, even people that donated us for years, did not agree with the Ukraine mission and canceled donating because of Ukraine. And I got a lot of mean emails from people who were supporters for years, who cut their support because of Ukraine. But this was a mission that we strongly believed in, and we decided to do it, even though it was going to cost us. So that's also been a disappointment and a challenge, but we've worked through it.
The path of the righteous is rocky, but there's a silver lining at the end, and it's called eternal freedom.
It's very good.
Now, can you tell us how many are currently in your team, and what kind of roles do they play? What are their backgrounds? Because you said they're predominantly American military backgrounds and the likes, but what are they proficient in? What were their careers before they joined this righteous cause of yours?
Well, I have 5 here right now and more on the way. We had wound down a little when we were moving into this place. So now I have, like I said, I have one coming tomorrow. I have another one coming in a couple weeks. Their backgrounds are, one of them is an Army sniper who now is a full-time competitive shooter. So companies are paying him to win shooting competitions. So it's one of the best shooters that the Ukrainian soldiers will have access to learn better marksmanship from. So he'll be working with some of the snipers with the National Guard and any other units that want him to come out. Our EOD guy is coming back. He has a lot of experience, many years of experience, and is brought over. He hauls over so much equipment. Every time he comes over, I don't know how he does it. The first time I had him come over here, I had him haul over he had 7 bags of airsoft guns, several hundred pounds, and he did it his first time over without ever being on a soy mission before. And every time he comes back, he brings EOD equipment and a lot of other things with him. We actually have a Georgian who just joined the team, who fought in Georgia back in 2008, and who fought on the front lines here in Ukraine earlier this year. For winter, he's coming back and training with us. He specializes in mortars and drone reconnaissance. And this is the first Georgian on the team. And it's a good team. It's actually this year I've had the best team I've had. I had a former Green Beret trainer who was a bit up there in years, but quite wise, and really built the morale of the units that we worked with his experience. We had a Marine over here who's coming back, who was Marine infantry, and who is just brilliant at teaching CQB, especially. We've had another Marine, the one who taught the anti-tank missiles. He's coming back as well. He works, his normal job is working as a cowboy on a ranch out west. So he had to go back towards the end of summer because he was needed on the ranch. But when winter comes, he'll be back also.
I'm very glad to hear that you have a couple of Marines there. No, seriously, man. Very, very much in favor. I have two friends who've served, and very good people. And yeah, always has a special place in my heart.
They're some of the best, and they always get along because they all know the same jokes, and they know the same jokes, have the same sense of humor, same experiences. You know, even when the Army and Marine guys mix, it's fine. They're all solely when they're here. They're all part of the organization. We've also had Air Force, actually. The trainer that I brought over first to Ukraine was an Air Force marksman. Really, really good sniper. And he was also with me in Iraq in 2016 and was with me in the Philippines as well in 2019. There's a really smart guy. He actually works in a lab in the States and lost about $6,000 in pay coming over for those couple weeks. But yeah, we've had everything so far except not yet Navy and not Coast Guard yet, but at some point.
I think you're making a lot of friends here just at this moment. I can definitely tell you that. If you don't mind me doing this, but we have a lot of people who are asking questions. And before I go to those questions, people with their hands up here, when you look back at what you've experienced there inside, and you just said that you encountered Bakhmut, can you tell the audience a little bit about the experience in Ukraine and on deployment?
Well, so it's different than what I've been through before to an extent. I mean, in Libya, we were up against, at the beginning of the war, we were up against an overwhelmingly strong force. And then after I escaped prison and was back on the front line still fighting, by then NATO had joined, so it was sort of similar to this. But the weapon systems are the same, Grad rockets, Katyushas, artillery. The thing here is, of course, the artillery war is far more intense, especially when we were on deployment, which was in late June. So it was before HIMARS arrived. It was during that extremely dark time in this war where the Russians were just pounding Ukraine with 50,000 artillery rounds a day, and Ukraine had 5,000 a day. So on deployment, I mean, we were near Bakhmut, and the Russians were on three sides of us all day and in the night. The booms on either side of kind of the valley that we were in. You know, sometimes stuff hit so close that it shook the building. Our medic was out and encountered more intense, actually, small arms fire when he was out. The weapons platoon that we had trained with that unit went out on their first mission, and I think 9 out of 10 of them got wounded on that mission. But the medic we had trained saved like 9 people, applied 3 tourniquets, saved 1 man who was dying and was firing his weapon and shooting back at the enemy at the same time. His name's Sergey. We're particularly proud of that trainee. He was one of our best medics, and apparently one of our best in combat as well. But that's on the deployment, the morale was high. You know, people were nervous at times, but you know, it was good to get out and see them apply the skills that we had taught them. We continued training at the front. It was an Army medic, a Marine, and I who went, while some of the rest of the team stayed back to continue training at the main base. But you know, we helped them improve their defensive positions. We provided them the anti-missile training when they opened the box and found an English pamphlet inside. You know, we did whatever we could to help. That's part of what we do with the organization. We're always willing and eager to go to the front line with the units we train to provide them support in whatever way we can. It's important to be there, especially on the first deployment, because they're nervous, because sometimes when they get too frightened, their instincts to rout, but when they turn and see their trainer standing there with them, it gives them a lot of resolve. And that's one of the things we offer, and one of the things that we gladly do for the units that we work with.
It's interesting that how you described it, because what you're conveying is the sense that you are essentially supplemental to the existing NCO core, because the function you're describing is exactly that: provide guidance, comfort, backup, training, consistency, and be the man at their side, meaning the experienced man at their side.
Yeah, we do that, and we do it in a way that we don't step on the toes of their officers. So instead of jumping in and we'll pull a sergeant aside and whisper something in his ear if we have something to say. We want, part of our mission is not to fight battles for people, and to make sure that they get all the credit for everything, because we want Ukrainians to be proud of their forces. They should be proud of their forces. We're behind the scenes trying to help them along and train them, but it's important that they do the heavy lifting themselves. We exist to help people fight wars for themselves, and that's been our mission from the start, and what we're doing here.
I would call that the Lord's work. If you don't mind me saying this, I would hand it over to a friend of mine, George, who's a regular on our panel, and who evidently hasn't been with the Marine Corps or the Air Force for that matter. But George, please.
Hey, just really quick, Matthew. Yeah, you need to actually use your Twitter account. There's a lot of people, look, 600-700 people on here doesn't seem like much, but some of us have like several thousand people following us. So when we tweet something out, it spreads like wildfire. So, thank you for the work you guys are doing over there. But like I said, you got to use your social media, especially in Ukraine. There's a lot of guys you can connect with, and you guys could do a lot of mutual support and funding, especially if you need vehicles. You'd be surprised you get the funding for vehicle in a week if you use your social media correctly.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll try. I've tried lately. I've started trying to use it more. I have a decent following, but I'm building the Ukraine following. I've people who supported the war in Libya or Syria. I'm trying to get in the Ukraine community, but we were just working so hard. Our internet access hasn't always been reliable, and there's been times that I've gone weeks without tweeting, but it's something I'm trying to rectify now as it's caught up to us.
Well, maybe, Matthew, this is something where we in our community can help, because, as you know, we've been a platform since the very beginning of this part of the invasion. Since February 23rd, our crew has been together. We've molded and formed this, and since now July, this is the MriyaReport. We like to make sure that both the general charitable organization, which is non-lethal, from the Canadian Armed Forces, who also could not easily and just silently stand by and let the Ukrainians pass along into the night, founded this matter. We've been supporting Ripley's Heroes, Come Back Alive, and the likes. I'm sure we can find a way to organize whatever is necessary so that you and your colleagues can do the Lord's work there.
Well, that would be truly amazing, and we'd greatly appreciate it. My guys definitely have been working hard, and they deserve it. And they'll thank you, and thank you for having me on.
No, it's very much appreciated. We'll talk about this offline if you don't mind.
Sure.
And we'll take this forward. But our community is here to support those who are friends of Ukraine, those in Ukraine, the Ukrainian armed forces, and the Ukrainian people. So whatever we can do to muster that support, we will.
Thank you.
Let's
That's
go.
so kind. Thank you.
That's the least we can do, Matthew. Leonard, you have a question for Matthew?
Yes, indeed I do, and thank you, Axel, and thank you also, Matthew, for being here. It's very very gratifying to hear your experience and specifically what you are trying to accomplish in Ukraine. And I am speaking from Canada, but we have, of course, a great depth of support in Canada for Ukraine in general, and specifically with regard to what you are up to. And I'm sure you've encountered a number of Canadians in your travels there and your efforts there. But I have a question specifically related to EOD, and you'd mentioned that was one of the areas that you're sort of now focusing on in terms of training and trying to address that problem. I'm just wondering that from we've had some limited reports back, but it seems that is a vast problem that is encountered by Ukraine today and will be even into the future. And I'm just wondering if you find that you have a sufficient interest, or are you trying to generate more interest from, say, international parties to get involved in dealing with the actual perennial problem that's going to exist with regard to mines, leftover mines of all kinds, anti-personnel, anti-tank. There's a host of different issues there to be dealt with. And do you find that you're getting sufficient information in that regard and sufficient feedback and recruits, shall we say? Or is that an area that you see needs dramatic expansion or increase in focus in future? So any thoughts you might have on that in terms of where that might be going? And thank you.
Thank you. You're certainly correct. It is going to be a long-lasting problem for Ukraine moving forward, and not just landmines, but also unexploded ordnance from all of the artillery shells. A certain percentage of artillery shells tend to fail, but still remain dangerous. Even parts of Europe, they're still digging ones up from World War I every now and then. So that's going to be an ongoing problem. That's part of why we're focusing it. We haven't done EOD in the past. We've offered the training, but we haven't done EOD work ourselves. But now that's something that we're training part of the team on to be able to do that ourselves, because the need is so much here, and even after the war, it's going to continue to be a need. So we've pretty much relocated our base of operations to Kyiv. We're still a United States organization, a 501c3 based in DC, but this is really our headquarters now. So we're trying to expand into the demining to provide that service now and after the war. For recruits, there's not a lot of EOD people who are volunteering. We're going to train our own. We're going to train Ukrainians, and we'll either provide support to Ukrainian EOD teams, or we'll bring some Ukrainians onto our team and go to the EOD ourselves. It's a new area for us, but one that we keep finding reports that this is a problem. It's not just a problem for soldiers, it's a problem for civilians, and it's going to be an ongoing tragedy that after this war is over, every week, every month, there's going to be something in the news here about a farmer or somebody or a child out playing has stepped on a landmine or unexploded ordnance. So it's something that we're looking ahead to the future in addition to now, and are going to put a real effort into.
Thank you for that, Matthew.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move to Chris. Chris, question for Matthew. Chris?
I'm here. Sorry. Mic check.
Yep. Lima Charlie.
Okay, cool. Right. Semper Fi to all the US Marine Corps, Matthew. So just to let you know, Matthew, it's a bit weird actually, because I guess I must have seen it on MriyaReport, the card, but I saw the interview that you did with Judge Napolitano, is it?
Yes.
and I was a bit taken aback actually by, even for me, like the number of trolls and stuff on that, right? But
Yeah.
it
That's part of why I do those interviews. I mean, the judge is a good guy.
Yeah.
I talked to him off air, before and after we do the show. He's actually a really good guy.
Yeah.
And I like stirring up that hornet's nest. It doesn't
Cool.
bring us any donations, but I like taking on the trolls once in a while.
Yeah, cool. Okay, great. Well, I guess that was probably the case. You mentioned that a number of your sponsors dropped out. Yeah.
Right.
Could you put your finger on why that was? What was the issue with them? Could you identify that?
Well, our first missions were with the Iraqi Assyrian community, who are Christians, which is part of why they weren't getting any support, because the Kurds didn't want to support them for, domestic political reasons and other reasons within Kurdistan. In fact, the Kurds, after the war was over, threw me in jail for a month, where they put me in a cell with ISIS, and told me I had chosen the wrong side by working with the Iraqi Assyrians. So they weren't getting any help. We helped them. That attracted a lot of donors who were interested in supporting Christians specifically, which was fine.
Right.
A lot of them were Fox News viewers. I did a lot of appearances on Fox News. And when Ukraine started, this war has been unfortunately politicized in the United States. So Trump spent years praising Vladimir Putin and telling Americans that Russia wasn't their enemy and all of this nonsense. So when, a Ukraine mission came, they were naturally less than enthusiastic about it. The reasons they give are they're worried about World War III. They think Russia's not our enemy. They think Ukraine's full of Nazis. All the standard propaganda you hear are reasons that they gave.
Okay.
And have you tried to explain to them that Ukrainians are in fact Christians and that Russia is blowing up their churches on a daily basis?
I actually did reply to them, and a short history of Christianity in Ukraine was part of the reply to those who specifically brought up anything religious in their questioning. I tried to reply to every one of those emails. I might have fallen behind on a few lately, but I spent quite a bit of time knowing that I wouldn't get the donor back, but just trying to change their perspective a little bit, because they were so off base in some of the things they were saying.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. What we just noticed. Well, I did anyway. I don't know whether everybody else did, but what we just noticed with James Vasquez tour in America is that they leveraged the Ukrainian Catholic and the Orthodox, Ukrainian Orthodox Christian. Did I get that right? Church network quite well. I think that that they just happened to have some connections in there. We'll see how it goes and that, but they seem to leverage that quite well. But I guess your Christians were anti. If you is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it was really their politics. Not so much their religion. That was the issue.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. Okay, just to let you know. So if you do a post on that, we've got hashtag Free the Leopards has got a 22 million reach at the minute. So I just retweeted the MriyaReport card and added Free the Leopards on it, and it may get you a bit of exposure. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's I think what Chris is highlighting is the key. Both the capacity to arrange for dedicated donors in the US. The Ukrainian Catholic Church is tremendously helpful in that regard, but the Ukrainian diaspora as a whole, across all religious beliefs, across all boundaries, all political positions, is exceptionally well positioned in North America, Canada, where there's a vast majority of very dedicated people from Ukraine who are in support of what is being done at the moment. Very, very few remaining Soviet citizens who escaped Ukraine as well in the 1990s are few and far in between. So they're completely irrelevant. But the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, as well as in certain parts of North America, generally in the US, are exceptionally dedicated. So we should make sure that we can reach out to them with you and for you, so that they understand that there is another group who merits their consideration, because that's the key aspect in that regard.
That
All
would be
right,
great. We really appreciate that.
sure. Joseph, shall we go to colleague Jay Seth?
Yeah, absolutely. I got a couple questions for Matthew, but we can go to Hans first.
Hi, Matthew. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for your heroic work that you do. As someone who seems to follow absolutely everyone on Twitter, you obviously follow everyone back who follows you. Respect you for all that and for coming on. In regards to the American situation, I don't want to bring up the US politics, but I think going on Fox News is very important, obviously, to get the message across. But it seems you've done some interviews with Scott Napolitano, or whatever he's called. I haven't listened to any of them, but I noticed that he regularly also interviews the two most awful pro-Putin propagandists, Scott Ritter and Douglas McGregor. And I haven't listened to any of that, but I wondered, obviously, you must be the target for a lot of trolls, a lot of nasty stuff. And did they come to you, or how did that happen, and how's it going?
They came to me to do the interviews. I think they wanted a pro-Ukrainian perspective to counterbalance. Sometimes I'm asked during those interviews about something that McGregor said or perhaps Ritter said, and to respond to. Actually, earlier today, I saw Ritter had gone on a Russian television channel, so I was debating whether I should actually challenge Scott Ritter to a debate on the Polonium show or somewhere else. I remember actually going when I was at Georgetown in grad school. I went to an event that Scott Ritter spoke at. Very small audience, actually, which I felt bad for at the time. Now I don't feel as bad for him about it. But I like to try to get people who are in their own echo chamber to try to get a voice into them. I don't know if it makes any difference or not. But if you don't go out and challenge the propaganda, they just continue with their echo chamber. So the judge has been great to have me on. He probably takes a lot of heat for it. But off air, he and his producer are great. I don't know. I actually don't know where he really stands on this. On it, it's complicated, but he's a big fan of Soli and the work that we do. I know that much. So yeah, I mean, I'll. The only media I won't do, I've done interviews ever since Libya, so over a decade now. Probably well over 100 interviews over the years, and the only ones that I turned down are RT, and I turned down one Turkish government channel before. But other than that, I like to try to get the perspective in front of different audiences. When I did Fox News, I did Fox News and MSNBC in the same morning, going from studio to studio in New York before. So I don't want to be part of an echo chamber. I want to try to get the story of Ukraine and advocate for the people we're working with as much as possible. That's part of what we do. Part of the reason I was able to start Soli initially was because I had media reach because of Libya. So I was able to initially raise some funds. And part of what we do is we get the story of the people we're helping and of the units we're helping. We get them media coverage, which they like. We also provide consulting to units about how to deal with media, how to deal with the U.S. government. We do a lot of services beyond just the battlefield, but mostly we do focus on the combat training.
It's super important work, and it's very necessary. And when something's so black and white, it's extraordinary how many people that seem to be still anti-supporting Ukraine, and so it has to be done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rib Rawlings has most recently, and he's a friend of the show, and Rib Rawlings has just recently highlighted that It is a different thing to talk and another to actually go there and do things. And the man or the woman who goes into battle and sacrifices, is willing to sacrifice, and lives and fights and trains and works with their bodies, is definitely, by any measure, more alive, more dedicated, and more important and more worthy of respect than anyone who just has a political opinion, who just talks, and who just projects. So, in that regard, Matthew, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, and I'll definitely share this with my guys.
Yeah, I think this is the key aspect. This is what we have to do, and this is why this space, by the way, exists. We create information awareness. We pursue this. We try to get experts, voices from on the ground, Ukrainians, friends of Ukraine, those who go there and dedicate themselves to describe what's happening, to assist us, provide data, first-hand information, talk to experts, make some sense of all of the news, and go through it. So it's a key aspect of what we do, because if we don't do it, nobody will do it for us.
And I certainly appreciate the report. I don't know who's noticed, but I am on there listening quite a bit. I have it on the background while doing work a lot of days, and it's a very good mix of perspectives and things that I otherwise would not be exposed to or have thought of.
Yeah, thank you for that. And as you will have heard, we are equal opportunity offenders when it comes to politics. So if you come with bullshit here, if anybody comes with bullshit here, we'll dissect it. Left, right, center, it doesn't matter. The only thing which really matters is that the center must hold.
Good.
Now, what's next? So assume those vehicles can be procured. Assume your gents and your girls can actually go and train the units. What are the next steps for you?
Well, we increase training units. If we have the vehicles, we'll contact units that are closer to the front and go provide whatever support they need for training. We get our EOD personnel trained up. We have the equipment ready to go. They just need some training from our EOD trainer is at a level of EOD that he's authorized to certify people in EOD. So we'll have EOD certified trainers and EOD certified D-miners ready to go. So really, we can't take an Uber or a Bolt to the front. So we just need to sort out the paperwork, get the vehicles, and we're ready to go. We also need to add some training equipment. We have a good amount now. But we really want to expand. There's a huge need for training. A lot of equipment has been coming in. All the units we've worked with have had the equipment. They just don't have the training. In a lot of cases, especially when we worked with Valery Marx's 47th Separate Battalion, we had to quickly train their entire battalion. They were set for deployment. They would not have had any tactical training. They would have had a little bit of medical, not nearly enough, and they would have had some marksmanship training that their trainers did, but they had no tactical training when we started working with them, and they deployed less than a week after we finished training with them. So, in some of these cases with the units, if we don't do the training, they're not going to get training. And it's shocking, but that's just the nature of the war and how quickly things are moving and how much need there is for it. So, there's maybe 10,000 soldiers who taken the UK and trained a few weeks and brought back, but 10,000 is a small number of the total force size here. And so we're it's a race against time to get people trained before they end up in combat so that they're not only stay alive, but so they're effective, so they have high morale, so they don't rout when things get difficult. And so they're fully prepared, because it's, this war is going to go on longer than some people realize. There's been a lot of enthusiasm about some gains, in recent months, but we expect the war to go on 2 or 3 years here at least, and that's what we're prepared for. But really, every day that goes by that we can't expand or get out there is another day that people are facing combat without training. That's what drives us.
100%. Joseph, you had questions?
Yeah, so I got a few. So, I've been an educator in the university system, and so I guess my brain's on pedagogy, right? I'm just trying to think how teaching soldiers works. So I've got maybe a few sort of more mundane questions, and then maybe a broader question. So my first question is, we hear a little bit about training stock, right? In other words, if we want to teach Ukraine how to use, Abrams tanks, for example, they if we gave them 10, they would need to use 3 of them to train people on or so, right? Like, in other words, the new equipment that they get, some of it has to go to training stock. So my question to you first is, is that an issue for you? Do you have all the equipment you need to train your guys?
The units have training. I mean, the units have the equipment they need for most training. I mean, we need more equipment in our airsoft equipment. We always need more of that. That's always a limitation of our training. But we don't train on tanks and things like this. We could. Nobody's ever had them available for us to train on before. We've always been training small unit tactics and things, but we actually have trainers who could train on that. But equipment wise, I mean, we always need more training equipment. The airsoft equipment we use is not the stuff that they use for games, and they're not toys. They're full size and weight, complete replicas of real weapons. They're very expensive. They shoot very quickly. I mean, we actually had a pellet embedded in a trainee's cheek this summer. The worst injury I've seen, but it was easily taken out and he's fine. Of course, they wear eye protection, but we're using stuff that they don't want to get hit with, so they take it seriously. But the equipment is expensive. Repairing the equipment is expensive, and we are always trying to get more equipment and haul it over here, hundreds of pounds in bags. It's one thing when a solo trainer comes over, he usually gets stuck with a lot of shipment of equipment that I send to him to bring over to haul over here. But yeah, I mean, we always need more equipment, and especially with every expansion we do to train more units, we need more equipment, because especially when we're sending people to different sites, we have to have enough equipment for that site. And we also want to do some large scale combat simulations at the company level. So right now we can do platoon and platoon with equipment that we have, but we could go bigger. We could do things here in training that Ukraine would never have access to otherwise. So it's really our only limitation is our funding and how much equipment we can haul over here.
Gotcha. And that feeds a little bit into my second question, which is sort of about technology, right? So you talked a little bit about these airsoft guns. It sounds like these are quite sophisticated airsoft guns for our audience. If you don't know, right, these are, they shoot compressed air. They have compressed air in them, and then they shoot like a pellet, more or less. So I assume these are very high powered to simulate like a real gun and how the physics of that works. So I'm just wondering, is there any other technology that you use in your teaching, that is useful to you in terms of scaling up or making things more realistic? Go ahead.
Well, again, on our airsoft, just as an example, when we did training with the Special Forces unit, they actually had access to sim rounds for their weapons for some of their guns, and then the rest were supplemented with our airsoft. I took hits from sim round, and it was not any more powerful than what we're using for airsoft. So we have our airsoft up to basically sim round level of impact. For equipment, I mean, we really need a Starlink, actually, because especially now that the Russians have been hitting Kyiv and the infrastructure is sketchy. I mean, the other day I was supposed to be on the report on Tuesday and couldn't because of power outage and internet outage. That's one thing that would be really helpful, because we need internet for our communications, because we use encrypted apps for our communications, both between us and with the units we work with. So when there's no internet at all, then we can't communicate securely. I mean, projectors and things for classroom we have. We could use better radios. We don't have encrypted radios. We just have short range radios for us to communicate as trainers. Basically to call back different groups when an exercise is over. But that's right now, that's mostly it. Yeah, that's all I think of right now. That and vehicles.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah, I think you're giving people a good picture of how it works. My last question is just sorry, I'm just got getting a little feedback there, Matthew. So I'm going to mute you. So sorry about that. My last question to you is just about adapting the curriculum. In other words, obviously you're teaching small unit tactics. That's probably not going to change too much in terms of how that stuff works at the end of the day. But I'm wondering, obviously this is a different war, as you said. There's more artillery used. The enemy has a vote, as we often say on here, right? So I'm wondering, have there been any major adaptations to the curriculum? Do you feel like you need to adapt it on the fly? Is that something you take into consideration? Go ahead. You can press the unmute button. I'm so sorry I had to mute you, but we were getting really bad feedback.
Matthew, bottom left on your phone.
Got it. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry about that.
We that's one of the things that Soli has always done. We always customize our training to the specific needs of the unit we're working with. So we don't use a boilerplate training that we just apply to everybody. We actually go meet with the unit, see the training facility, see what their capabilities are, and then design training that's specifically what they need. What they ask for plus what they need, because those two things aren't always the same. But for example, here, there's a lot of use of booby traps by Russians, especially grenades and tripwires. So we've incorporated that into our training as one example. One of the units we work with doesn't want urban combat training as much. They want to learn how to work in forest, because that's where they're being deployed, is to wooded areas. So we've specifically adapted training, doing a lot more of things of crossing linear danger areas, ambush, react to ambush. We've adapted the training to those situations. So yeah, I mean, we specifically tailor everything to the unit, and we'll continue to do that. And this is also, again, we included digging skirmishers and some trench stuff into this war, which we never thought in the 21st century we'd be doing that, but we found ourselves doing that as well. And that's been requested of us too, because that's one of the great fears of soldiers, is getting up there and getting hit with artillery right away.
All right.
Yeah.
Matthew, well, very lucky. Sorry, Joseph. I'm very lucky. Yehuda has joined us as well.
Sorry, Matthew. I did get called into work, so I had to. I wasn't able to be there, so I apologize. But it looks like things are moving nicely and going swimmingly. Welcome to the MriyaReport, as you obviously have heard it and you've been listening for a long time. How's it been so far? What's your take on it?
Oh, everything's great. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad to be here. Good questions. It's a great crowd. Thank you.
Great. No worries, because as I was getting off finishing my work, I was getting bombarded. This is amazing. We love this guy. Who's Matthew? Why didn't he have him on before? And so I'm glad it worked there, because I know I said I'd be here. So my apologies for that. And I won't step in. I think there's a bunch of questions for you, Matthew.
Yes, we should move further. We have John and then Charles and Chris. John is from the UK, so please, John, shoot.
Matthew, thank you for coming. You have an incredible personal story. I'm sorry I missed the front end, so I apologize if you've answered anything about this before, but I wondered how your experience has motivated what you do. If you brought it into your own training in any way, if you had any thoughts for some of the Ukrainians being held in Russia, and any thoughts on how prisoners can be rehabilitated once released. Yeah, thank you for being here. It's incredible to listen to you. It's so inspiring. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the kind words. My experience as a POW definitely strengthened my resolve. I know what it's like to sit in a cell and wonder, if you hear screaming down the hall, is that when's your time coming for the interrogation? My interrogator told me he thought I was CIA or Mossad and I would never see America again. I trimmed down with a broken piece of plastic spoon. I trimmed down my toenails and I bit my fingernails down so they couldn't rip them out with pliers during interrogation. You sit there, you hear noises through the cell, you don't know what formally you're being accused of, even though you know you pretty much can figure it out. You don't know if execution's coming. You don't know if torture's coming. You don't know if you'll be there the rest of your life. You sit and you wonder, about your girlfriend moving on, and whether your parents will still be alive when you finally get out in 60 years. And in the case of when you're in solitary confinement, like I was, with not even a book to read, you sit and stare at the wall for half a year, around 4,000 hours of it, and have nothing to do but think all day, every day, and hear sounds coming through the prison walls. For the prisoners that are being held now, I think if they were tough enough to go out there to begin with, I think that they'll hang in there and they'll get back okay. Fortunately, we have a lot of Russian prisoners that are being captured to trade for them. They hopefully they all are in prison together and have each other. It'd be a huge boost if they had the morale of having each other to lean on. One thing that I had the benefit of when I was a POW in Libya was I knew I was on the right side. So no matter what happened, I knew that I never had any anger or anybody else to blame for being in prison except for myself. I went there to fight, and I knew that could be a consequence. But knowing that I was on the right side and having no doubts about that gave me a lot of strength. And I'm sure that all the Ukrainian POWs feel exactly the same way. And that'll give them strength, and that'll protect their minds and get them through this. And hopefully they'll all get back as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matthew, if you don't mind, I would hand it over to another American who is currently in Germany, Charles.
Hi, thanks for being here, Matthew, and thanks for everything you're doing. A question about your training. Are you doing anything special for NCOs or junior officers, those platoon leaders, those company staff, and how are those guys selected in these newly stood up units?
Leadership training is one of the courses we offer. In the past, we've had it. One group we trained in Iraq was trained by somebody who taught at West Point. Another time, we had a former retired Lieutenant Colonel Green Beret do the leadership training for another unit in Iraq. It's something we've offered here. We actually started a course with one of the units here, but they were soon to deploy and things were chaotic, and they didn't really, they weren't able to get all their NCOs together for the training consistently. So it's something to be addressed with them later. The NCOs are chosen and officers are chosen by the units themselves. We can make recommendations out in training about people who we notice are natural leaders, and we'll make recommendations. But really, they're choosing their own leadership, and sometimes they're choosing well, sometimes they're not. What's most frustrating, and this happens on every mission, is there'll be a younger soldier who maybe is just in his early 20s, who they don't recognize his leadership potential, and they give the leadership roles to people who are less effective but are older, or who they know, who are friends, or whatever the reason. And the younger, really talented young leader is overlooked. That's one of the things that's hard to deal with when you see that, and we try our best to get those people recognized. But there's a culture of within any organization, including the military here, where they go with people they know or people they've served with for a while, and it's hard for some new guy, especially without previous military experience, who might be a natural leader and might be highly enthusiastic, intelligent, and motivated to get into those positions. But overall, 99%, the leadership's been impressive. They've been good to work with. There hasn't been any major issue. They're actually very organized, motivated, and good at everything, including logistics, which is impressive. They get their men there on time. Their men work hard. They don't let people slack, and they've been good to us. I have a lot of confidence in Ukrainian leadership. I would like to see some of the younger guys get pushed up higher and given more opportunity, but that's the case everywhere.
Thank you for that, Matt.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Charles, contrary to popular belief, we spoke to your wife. She says you are not in charge. So I always have to throw in a few dad jokes, Matthew. That's how we roll here. Hey, listen, I don't know if you already spoke to someone, but is your training that you're doing over there, is it hush hush, or could we see it?
Can you see it?
What if because we have crews and we have people in Ukraine, Ukrainians. We've done a little trailer with James Vasquez, and we have other Ukrainian soldiers who we were trying to get clearance for because they're coming back from the front, or they've come back from the front. Would that be interesting? Like, I don't mean to put you on the spot. We can talk later about it if you prefer. But is it something that could you show all of our audience what you do? If we had the people there and the cinematographers, could you do a little something for them and take them around?
Yeah, we can. We actually had the History Channel did a web series about our work back in Iraq a few years ago, a 7-episode web series. So we've done stuff like that. And we've had a lot of press coverage over the years. We're comfortable with it. If the Ukrainian unit allows it is the issue. I know one of the units we're working with, they were press interested, and we explained to them the importance for their men's pride and for their unit, and their unit getting support to do press, but they wouldn't do it. So it depends on the unit. But it's up to us. We're fine with it. And yeah, we can talk about it and try to figure out which unit's going to allow it and try to convince them.
Yeah, if you could do that, it's really, we're a seeing culture here in North America. When people see these things, it might be able to be fruitful for that unit too, right? I'm not trying to bribe them, but I'm saying, like, people want to see stuff, and it could be a good way to bring exposure and transparency and awareness to it. And I know that people here would certainly appreciate it. They'd retweet it, they'd share it, and it can only, as long as it's not something that displays faces perhaps they don't want, or anything. ComSec wise, but I mean, it's just an idea, and if you could, whenever you can, ask, that'd be great. I know we have a team there, and Axel's dialed into it, and Adrian, all the whole crew there. I don't know if did you see the snippet with James?
Yeah, I saw part of it on the report today.
Yeah, it's pretty great quality production for a bunch of volunteers, I guess, right? So
it was definitely, as a former filmmaker, I give you a thumbs up with the production value. It was quite impressive.
Well, thanks to the crew for that. They're great. Thanks to Adrian P as well, who's here. Thanks so much. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question. We can talk offline. Awesome. I guess Chris had another question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. Actually, Yehuda, you didn't quite take the words out of my mouth, but I'd just like to build on that. It was just a little bit of like brainstorming, and that I was thinking. My son's a competitive paintballer, and I'm sure that in the US, as in the UK, paintball is very popular and that. And I was just like thinking about, again, if you had videos, Yehuda, of the training, whether like the paintballing community and that would be interested in that. So I was like thinking, yeah, okay, we could like basically drop videos like that into the paintballing community. There's a big ground near me where I am and that, and like maybe even Matthew, like get you live on something, just like, and talking to them, while they're having their lunch break or whatever it is during the paintballing games, and then also, I was just thinking about the airsoft. Have you approached airsoft at all?
No, we haven't. Really, we just haven't. I mean, we really have been focused on the work and doing more traditional media. But I mean, I'm certainly open to it. I don't have the contacts.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't really have like a large staff to do a lot of stuff besides training, get ready to train. And I mean, if we had the staff, we could. That's also something I'd love to have some days, be able to actually hire some people to do a few of these things. That falls on me and even some of the guys sometimes administratively. But if anybody wants to arrange any group for us to talk to by video or in person, whatever, I'm fully open to it. We really appreciate it.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know what you think, Yehuda, Axel, maybe worth building on top of what you've already suggested there, and Matthew, I could see, I mean, you've got a massive social media presence and that, so that's pretty cool, so congrats on that. Anyway, just some thoughts, just brainstorming really.
It's a very good point. How about this? Matthew, you do the work so that people can do the fighting. We do the media.
That would be incredible. That would be extremely helpful.
That's what we're here for. We're here to raise awareness, and it'll be our pleasure. We'll definitely talk offline. I think that's a better conversation. Matthew, I have some concerning messaging from people, and this is just, again, not vetted. They're saying that there are people that follow you or you follow. Do you only follow people that you work with? Because the person's saying that, and I think the answer is no. I think you follow, whoever. It's the Twitter world. It's not, I follow some bad people just to watch what they're saying, frankly. But they said that people have asked for donations proxy via you. So they want to know if you know them. I said, I have no idea. I assume that there are people that might try to muckle on to you, but you don't have anything like that, correct?
There shouldn't be anybody asking for donations other than through my account or the official Soli account.
There you go.
I don't know all the people that follow me, as I follow like 300,000 people. I don't know who most of them are.
Yeah, obviously.
I will say that there are some people I follow that I vehemently disagree with, but I like to know what they're thinking, and I'm trying to understand what informs their perspective, if anything. I do not block hardly anybody ever. I like to, I like to hear the dissenting perspective. I already know my opinion is, especially on this issue, I think is the right one. And I enjoy everybody else who feels the same way, but I also like to hear what the other side thinks. So I don't know. I hope people don't judge me by whoever's mixed in that 300,000 something followers. But yeah, I mean, unless it's coming from me or official Soli, we have a few of our trainers or staff members who have their own accounts, and they might be saying anything, but they're not soliciting for donations, and certainly not outside. All the donations go through the Soli website, sonsoflibertyinternational.com, and our PayPal.
There's the answer for the questioner. Unless it's from the original source there, no. With the internet being the way it is, you can surely find. I mean, we've had people reach out to us and say, "Are these shirts yours?" I have no idea what you're talking about. We don't sell T-shirts. So no, not everyone that people follow or interact with on Twitter are close compatriots of other people. It's just, you can just click a button and you're following each other. So that's just for the people who did send me that message, Matthew. It's nothing. I definitely wasn't insinuating.
No problem.
Yeah.
If they can report those people to Twitter. I don't want anybody to fall prey to that. And everything through our site's legitimate. Everything through our PayPal's legitimate. We've been a 501c3 since January 2015. Yeah, I mean, it's if you go through the website, it's good to go.
Yeah. I hate to bring it up, but just it comes up occasionally. We wouldn't be dealing with anyone as well that we didn't vet. We know Matthew and his group very well, and everything's good. I think just randomly, maybe even by function of being in this space, people might ping people who are in this space saying, "Hey, I'm with him. Can you send money? We need this." No, unless it's done through the official channels. You can do what you want. You want to give money to whoever you want, you can do, but it's not sanctioned by Matthew and his group. If you want to, there's an avenue and method to do that. It's sonsoflibertyinternational.com. Please do check them out, and if you're so inclined and able to, it would be great to share that kindness with them. So I just wanted to clarify, just a bit of housekeeping, Matthew. It's a little icky sometimes. We get it here and there. It's the function of being online. You get good and you get
It's
some bad too.
perfectly understandable. We also have T-shirts and hats for donors and that sort of thing. So you want to donate direct through us to be able to get that stuff.
That's it. Perfect. All right. We're going over to Dutchy.
First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Really appreciate this space, as always. I'm not going to keep you guys long because I know speakers' positions are very rare on here. The only thing I wanted to say is that, Matthew, I've followed you for a long time. I've literally looked into your history. All I wanted to say is you're a hero. Thank you for everything you've done over the past and now. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you. I'll drop down now.
Well, thank you for the kind words. Not a hero. It's just when you believe in doing something and you're doing the right thing, you just do it. I mean, the heroes are the people that we're training who are taking what we teach them and go to the front line to liberate their country. But thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. Please continue.
All right. No, thank you for those words. Yeah. No. Look, this is genocide. And this conflict is bringing out the best in humanity along with the worst. So we say measure for measure. Mida keneged mida. It's a biblical precept. I don't want to get too biblical on the audience, but it's very important to recognize that we're almost it's instinctive for people to step up, and when they see an injustice, we have the opportunity to put our finger on the scale of history, and collectively, it's a great weight. So I will pass it over back to Joseph and Axel, and do have to run Matthew. My apologies. Let's touch base about the possible, even if it's not on the training, it could be just with you in Kiev, a discussion, a walkabout. It can be, with people you have trained on their off time and stuff like that, and the impact it's had on them and yourself. I think that means a lot to the audience, and I think it would go a long way. So if we can be that media arm, not your only one, I'm sure, just, if we can help. As you know, we're not the only show in town, but definitely our resources are your resources. So please do take advantage of it, because it's obviously very important for the cause of humanity, cause of righteous and goodness. And I really believe that. I think that's what drives most of us here. There is a deep passion to correct an evil, and so we do support that. I am going to be helping our friends who, as you know, from MriyaReport in the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, are now in Washington, D.C. They're looking to testify a little ahead of schedule at the Helsinki Commission for tomorrow, which is Ukraine's Veterans Day, Defenders Day rather, and I'm going to step off to get and help that along, shepherd it along, so to speak. So I will have to say goodbye for now, Matthew, and I leave you in capable hands of our moderators and co-hosts and all of our audiences and listeners. So I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was great speaking with you.
Great. Cheers. Joseph, Axel.
Sure. A quote which I picked up over the years always comes to mind, Matthew, when men and women, just like you, go where they are not due to go, but they feel that they must. The memory of the righteous is for a blessing, and the name of the evil will be extinguished. It takes the righteous to fight that battle. Thank you for that.
That's a powerful quote. Who's that from?
You would find it in the book.
Oh, really?
In the Proverbs, absolutely. And
Very
the
good.
interesting thing is that our Mosaic friends in the Torah have an equal of that, because it transcends time, it transcends religion, because the path of the righteous is not tied to one interpretation of transcendence. It is just righteous in itself.
Very good. Thank you for that.
No, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service to freedom, to the Ukrainian nation, to your comrades with whom you stand, and, by the way, to America, the shining light on the hill.
Thank you.
We need to do this again, Matthew. Let's do something in Kiev, as Yehuda just said, because I'm quite sure that people would like to see a little bit more of you and your colleagues and those who are training. And then we will talk to our audience as to how to dang well find them F-150s.
Sounds good. We'll do whatever we can to. It sounds like a good idea. We'd love to do it, and thank you for that opportunity.
It's most appreciated. It's a privilege and a pleasure having you here. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Everyone, please give a big hand to Matthew Dyke, an absolute hero. Please.
Thank you,
Please give him a
everybody.
follow.
Thank you. It was great speaking with everybody. Great questions. Thank you, the hosts. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about the work that my guys are doing.
All right. Slava Ukraini. Heroim Slava. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
And Matthew, if you ever want to stop in and just quickly update us, or you want to even just answer a question or something like that, I mean, the invitation's always open, and we would always look forward to speaking to you again in the future. And as Axel said, I think we'll try to do something a little bit bigger than even just another interview. Eh?
Sure, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, everybody, please give a big hand to Matthew, and you know where to find him, how to follow him, and we will set up something so that you can also help him and his comrades in order to make sure that there is sufficient vehicular coverage. And we'll be talking offline about this, and we'll almost certainly in the very, very near future have a friendly interview on Ukrainian soil to make sure that everybody sees how things are going and how his team is progressing.
I'm almost wondering, Axel, maybe we can get Ryan Hendrickson back on, because I think he's starting an NGO about unexploded ordnance disposal, and he's getting all the paperwork for that through pretty soon. And so maybe when that opens up, we can talk to him again. And then I don't know, like it sounds like this is a serious thing for Matthew as well. So maybe there's some cross fertilization there. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought about this earlier that Ryan definitely needs a few more people to talk to. Because the effort of removing the unexploded, say, devices, the Russians have been shooting across both into agricultural territory as well as into playgrounds and civilian infrastructure is absolutely astonishing. Currently, Ukrainian armed forces are taking in data. They're even trying to work with drone-based LiDAR to get a better handle on this matter, but it is evidently something which has to be done by men and women trained and with what can only be described a significantly lower temperature blood running through their veins.
Yeah, they're made of tougher stuff than me. That's for sure, Axel.
I was not trying to make any comparison to any one of us. I'm just saying that these guys and girls who do this, who do demining and diffusing EODs, they're made out of completely different fiber.
Yep, absolutely. So I think we've got Wendy coming up to help take the reins here in a little bit, but I'll be happy to stick around until then. So do we want to go to hands, Axel, or anything you want to close out the Michael or Matthew Van Dyke thing? Okay, great. So we will go to Naughty. I don't want to just call you Naughty. Naughty Athena. Go ahead.
Hi, Joseph. And thank you.
Hi, Nina.
Hi.
Hi, Nina.
Hi. I'm naughty in the night usually. Unfortunately, I missed this opportunity to be in the space when this Matthew was here, and of course I can listen to it later because it was recorded. I suspect that it's going to be like the same, so that I can listen to it later. So yeah, I will just stay silent for a moment, and then I will talk something naughty. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so next we'll go to Leonard. Leonard, go ahead.
Naughty confused me there for a moment. I thought I recognized that voice. So thank you, Joseph. You pierced the veil on that one. I just had a quick follow-up thought to something that Matthew had referred to, and that seemed to generate quite a bit of interest, smoke perhaps, if not fire, and that was the issue of landmines and the ongoing problem that's going to pose in Ukraine. And there seems to be a growing awareness of that. And I'm just wondering, an item that is also perhaps relevant is the fact that Ukraine signed the Montreal Anti-Landmines Convention in 2001. So they have committed themselves to a very westernized, civilized aspect of one of the components of the Geneva Convention. And we don't really emphasize, or there's very little highlight placed upon the fact that Russia uses landmines indiscriminately and all other kinds of mines. So anti-tank mines, anti-personnel mines, IEDs, et cetera, booby traps, and so on and so on. And it just is something that I know there may be a mechanism that this report could use to draw attention to that fact and to throw that in the face of the Russians, that they are indiscriminately and have indiscriminately since the inception of this war, that they have deployed just massively those kinds of outlawed armaments, outlawed in the civilized world, and that they have deployed them massively, indiscriminately, and with very malicious, serious malice aforethought against not just the Ukraine fighters, and not just Ukrainian army, but the entire civilian population as well. And I'm just wondering if there's some perhaps greater highlight or greater attention that could be brought to that fact and thrown up in the Russian face, so that every time they manipulate one of their nonsensical threats about biological whatever, nuclear, the whole panoply of Pandora's box that they keep opening up and trying to display to the West. So yeah, just if there's any follow-up in terms of the landmines or the anti-personnel mines specifically, that might be something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And next we will go to Athena. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. What you said, Leonard, I've been thinking about also, because I have heard from Ukrainian soldiers that it's actually like the mining is the one part of slowing down the Ukrainian forces. And I don't know if is it only like hand-picked work, or is there any other way to like get rid of these mines? Thank you.
Yeah, so Charles is an Army engineer, so or I think I've got that right. Charles, you can correct me, of course. So I feel like he's equipped to answer this, at least to some degree. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I wasn't EOD. The difference between EOD and the combat engineers, EOD is much more highly trained in all types of ordnance, and they handle unexploded ordnance, like those shells that don't go off. But as combat engineers, we do a lot with mines. Just to Leonard's point, so the Ottawa Treaty, you're right, is about anti-personnel mines. It's about anti-personnel mines only. Ukraine did sign up to it, but they had not destroyed, or they haven't destroyed all of their anti-personnel mines. They were well behind schedule on what they wanted to destroy all of them, so they still had millions of them in their arsenal. The United States is not a signatory to that treaty. So there is a degree of politicizing that, because I'm not actually sure that Ukraine isn't using anti-personnel mines. They did have them. And the US is also not a signatory. In terms of demining, obviously it takes a very, very long time. It is often, it is often a manual process, very slow, meter by meter, marking them and removing them, checking for anti-handling devices. The most common, and I think Matthew mentioned that, the most common anti-handling device and booby trap that the Russians are using is they have their hand grenade, which also has a special type of fuse that they can use to create a more effective booby trap. You can also use special vehicles, such as mine flails, they're called, which has basically a heavy armored vehicle, and on the front of it, it has a lot of spinning chains that run, and they slam into the ground and they set the mines off. That tends to go faster, and it's a remote controlled vehicle, and that's what was often used in former Yugoslavia. There are other ways, like mine rollers, where you stick a big fat roller on the front of an armored vehicle and you actually drive over them, and the thing is resistant to mine, so it doesn't blow up. But sadly, most of them are is a very manual process. If there are anti-personnel mines mixed in with anti-tank mines, the best way is to use a mine flail or other kind of vehicle like that, because it's much less risk then to the deminer. I hope that helps a bit.
I certainly was illuminated a bit, Charles. So I'm wondering about these like mine-resistant vehicles, as you put it, these flails and these rollers and so forth. When you say mine-resistant, like I've never actually seen like the mines blowing up on them as they flail forward or as they roll forward. Like does it damage them? I mean, are they just totally immune to it, or like over time do you have to sort of repair them, or I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, they do get damaged over time, but like the mine flail, I don't have a picture. I don't know if somebody puts one in the nest or something like that, but it has like a kind of a big shield on the front that directs the blast away from the important part of the vehicle. And then in front of that shield is this big spinning chain. So yeah, they do get damaged over time, but they can take several hits before they're gone, or before they
Gotcha.
need to be. Then you just put new chains on them. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So there's like the chains and the shield, and those will get damaged, and you kind of just replace those, and you're probably good to go.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, we'll go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, mic check.
All clear.
Cool, guys. You just like make me think of things there where you were talking, and one of the random things that I saw, I don't know whether you guys saw it, but there was a young Ukrainian lad that had created a drone-based mine clearing platform. So I don't know whether you saw that at all, but I can't, just flashed by me somewhere. I can't remember where now. And he got, I think if I'm right in saying that he got like £250,000 funding or something like that to develop it. So he won some competition or something, I think, in Ukraine. So it was basically like, if you think about a drone and that, and then it had, some sort of electromagnetic detector hung underneath the drone. Just as we're talking about things to clear mines. That was one thing, and then the other thing that I was thinking, and I'm like no expert on this.
Chris, why don't we let Charles just answer that one, because that's like a big thing, and then we'll go to the next part. Okay.
Could I just ask follow up on that, specifically landmine? Chris, that's an excellent point that you raised there. I'm just wondering if you have the details on that in terms of the technology that was being advanced by the Ukrainians, and if you have any particulars on that, if you could DM it to me at least, and it may be worthy of putting up more broadly. But I just leave that to you. Thanks.
Yep, I'll try and find it. Obviously I need to go back and look for it, but I'll try and find it and I'll send it over. Yep.
Yeah, thanks,
Okay,
Chris.
so mine detection, big topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. I've never heard of that. I don't know exactly how that would work. I remember I was meeting with some engineers, military defense engineers years ago, and we were trying to determine whether we could find explosive devices through chemical spectral analysis. So basically to determine whether we could identify explosive materials on the ground through some kind of imaging. I don't know if that went anywhere, but mine detection, I mean, the basic mine detection is a metal detector. And to be honest, the mines that they're using, the TM62 is the main anti-tank mine that's always in all the videos. I mean, when you run over that with a mine detector, it sounds like there's a Volkswagen buried under the ground. I mean, it's huge. It has so much metal in it, and it's really easy to detect. Anti-personnel mines are more difficult, obviously, because they're smaller. So the little PFMs, the butterfly mines, are particularly hard to detect. They do have these other ones. They're not the Mons. They're a little small blast mine with a rubber top. Those are actually also not that hard to detect because they have enough metal in them that they give a pretty good signature. But that's the most common way.
Do we need anything? Is there anything missing from shopping?
Not that I know of, Beth, no.
Chris, we're getting a little background noise there, but so I think we got the first part of your question answered. No worries, buddy. But you had a second part to your question. I didn't want to cut you off, but I wanted to make sure that was a really big topic, so go ahead.
Yep. Okay. So I'll work on the first one. So the second one was I don't know exactly how this splits down, right? But there are people that won't fund weapons that will fund. I'm just picking this as an example, like mine clearance or something. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, there are huge, I mean, the UN is big behind that. I mean, I think as a Brit, you remember Princess Diana, that whole thing, and then there was the war in Yugoslavia. I've even seen articles recently where there have already been pledges and activities from Western European countries to contribute to demining after the war.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about Matthew, and I don't know whether it can be done, but if he basically splits the the weaponry bit, if you like, from the mine clearance bit, some people might fund one, but they wouldn't fund the other. If you're with me, so they might not fund the training, the weapons training and stuff like that, but they would fund the mine clearance efforts and things related to that. Is just where I was going, right? And then let me tell and then let me just add something. And all of this I've heard on this platform, right? So I think it was in the middle of the night or something. I just was listening to you guys and that, and somebody came up with this. So it was one of the Scandinavian countries. I think it was Sweden or Norway or something like that, right? Who had this fund that was billions and billions that they'd accumulated from their, was it oil and gas sales? I don't know whether you heard that. No?
No, sorry.
Okay, well, I can tell you there was. I didn't imagine it. Well, I wasn't dreaming it, right? So it was something. It was either. Okay, so who's the big Norway? I think, isn't it? Is the big? They're the one that's had the big oil and gas production. Is it, or is it just oil or gas?
Sorry, Chris, I was away from the phone. Otherwise, I would have been able to address this. Yes, we're talking about the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Norway, which is predominantly sponsored by the excise tax and the income from Norwegian oil and gas. Yes, and we'll have someone who can talk about this in just a second.
Cool. Okay. So all I was saying was, you know, I don't know what they will or won't fund, you know, but maybe they'll fund, you know, like mine clearing and stuff like that, whereas they won't fund weapons. That's where I was going at.
Yeah, that's a different investment strategy they're following, but there are donations which they're concentrating on. I don't know, somehow we lost a speaker. I need to cycle through a few people in order to be able to clear off the panel and get some speakers up. So if you give me a second, and if you don't have your hand up, you're going down. I'm sorry. But you can always re-request, as you all know. So 1 second. We should have Erland back up from Norway. Maybe you can just briefly address as to the composition and the target of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as opposed to the donations which are typically being made by the Norwegian government, on the other hand.
Yeah, mic check.
There's no mic, and you don't need to check it. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, so the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund is it's basically a savings account for the future of all of Norway, because the income from the oil and gas sector is very large because of some intricate taxation solutions. We save and invest the money all around the world, spreading it out, investing in stocks, real estate, etc. That is they have rules to avoid what is called the Dutch disease. That's the whole point of the wealth fund. So we cannot use certain amount, 3% of the profits from the wealth fund is maximum used over the state budgets. There is though a initiative or a voice around in the political spectrum in Norway and amongst different opinionists that we should put apart some of the extra income from the oil and gas sector that we are earning, because as a direct consequence of the high oil and gas prices and extra sales because of the war, to a separate fund that would invest in rebuilding Ukraine, and also maybe just giving plain cash money to the Ukrainian government so they can use it for whatever they like. But it is not concrete yet, and it is quite difficult to move around in the political spectrum in Norway to propose this, because it's we've had this rule of maximum 3% use of the sovereign wealth fund profits for quite a while, and it's very strict all over this political spectrum that you don't overuse this. But the proposition is to take money not over the state budget. So basically do a one-time exception, take money out of this fund because of the extra income we have from the oil and gas sector, and designate it to Ukraine as cash aid, and then maybe also some as an investment fund for rebuilding Ukraine, but not over the state budget. So it would be like a huge exception for our political leadership. So yeah, it's difficult, but hopefully something will happen there. And I can mention that the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, it's about $1,000 billion or so. Yeah.
There you go. And with that, we shall go to David.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so I was going to add a little bit about, we were talking about the mine dissection, really. Although at one point, well worth knowing, I think the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund is, in actual fact, the biggest in the world, isn't it? At 1.3 trillion or something like that, or probably going up exponentially. But yeah, so the a little bit earlier when Chris was talking about the young lad who's developed the drone, which is probably, I guess, using something like ground penetrating radar or something like LiDAR to do the detection. The real thing about mines, though, when they've been laid in in large numbers around a field, and this is the sort of a problem with using flails and things like that, is every time you set one off, you're basically making the ground, and Ukraine its farming land is very, very important to them. You're increasing the toxicity of the soil, which we really need to avoid if we can, right? So things like the ground penetrating radar and the rest of it could be really, really useful if there was a way of finding out where they are, and then a way of safely removing them. And I think that's a really important distinction that we should look at, is that in the future, farming's...
No?
I think we just lost David there, Axel.
Oh, can you hear me, Mike?
David, what did you do with the microphone?
I have no idea. I'm doing nothing with it. Maybe I'm having Twitter problems. I'll restart the app.
No. We can hear you loud and clear now. It's all good.
Oh, you
Please
can.
continue.
So, which bit did you? Had we got to the bit where I was talking about how important the farming land is to Ukraine?
No, you were talking about how you actually managed to sneak that little boat under the Kerch Bridge and get rid of it.
Yes. Well, I can't tell you all about exactly how I did that, because there'll be people looking for me.
Fortunately, nobody's listening to us, David.
Well, no, they're certainly not listening to anything except it's a truck, right? But anyway, that's a separate discussion. So really what I was saying is it's extraordinarily important for us to try and avoid contaminating the fields and the rest of Ukraine, right? Because their farming is incredibly important to them. Things like the drones, and using a drone swarm, for instance, to scan a field, are brilliant ideas, and especially if we could then come up with some mechanical way of removing the mines without the need to blow them up, right? Or to blow them up in the field and in the soil, right? If we could extract the mine in some way, a little bit like I don't know if how many people have ever seen one, but a potato picker, for instance, if that then put the mine into a place where it could just explode, and that would be wonderful, and we'd be solving two problems. And so that was just my two little pennies, really.
That was a full sovereign.
No, thank you very much.
Wendy, now you have to explain the difference between a sovereign and how many guineas there are in.
Thank you, Axel, and good evening, everyone. I won't pretend to have all the information at my fingertips, but I do have access to the internet, so that can be of help sometimes.
David, now we know what the age difference is.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Carry on, Wendy, carry on.
Well, I was going to. I don't want to interrupt David. His insight into this particular topic is germane to the discourse at the moment. So very happy to listen to David if he wants to continue.
No, you get on, Wendy. You say your thing. Because I could talk forever about this subject.
David, I could listen to you forever, but thank you. I was going to talk on a different topic, but I can see there are people with their hands up.
Is it French, Wendy?
It isn't, no. Although that particular statement hasn't escaped my observation today. But I can see George with his hand up, and he's probably got a bit of insight into the military side of this. I'd love to hear his opinion, if that's okay. So, George,
Hey,
welcome.
yeah, I wanted to thank David because, David, I didn't even think of that. You're right. Flail tanks would be good if you're clearing a road, like a muddy road or something like an access road. But I didn't even think of like if you're blowing the mines in situ in the field. You're right. The contamination that would cause in the field, especially if there's a lot of them, right? I didn't even think of that. But David, since you're on here, that bridge does have cable stays as part of its construction. Our infamous bridge that was blown up by dolphins using heat-seeking magnets, but it does have cable stays on either side of those roadway slabs.
Yeah, I think you pointed them out to me, didn't you?
Yeah, and one picture where you have that warp of the roadway, you see, I thought they were electrical conduits or something like that at first, but then I saw another picture and it's definitely cable, like
Petroners, aren't they?
And one is just like snapped in half and just hanging there.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's
I'm trying
really
to say like.
Sorry, continue. I interrupted you.
No. I was going to say, like, so I don't see how that thing is going to take. And then, of course, you saw the pylon there, the one that has the hardened surface concrete is ripped away, right? The coating that's supposed to keep it from, that anti-corrosion coating that they put, that's completely gone. You see cracks that look like they're pretty significant on that one pylon. So it's only a matter of time before that just starts like disintegrating because just from the weathering, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really, really unsafe, isn't it? If you cared about anyone, you would probably be saying, whatever you do, don't get onto that bridge. It's an accident waiting to happen. Tensioners have gone. It's gone in all sorts of places. It's pretty unsafe, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's a roadway bridge, and then it would be beautiful if it just collapsed. The roadway just collapses to one side and actually falls on the railway part of the bridge, and then you'd get. As they say, right?
The attempt to fill in a part of a dam which has previously been dam busted by using rubble put into a fairly fast flowing river, and then to try to ensure that this somehow stops the river. How likely, on an engineering scale from 1 to 10, 1 being extremely unlikely and 10 certain, would you say that this particular attempt is has the chance of success? It's not really a hypothetical question, actually, David. Maybe you haven't. You might not have heard of it, though. It's the recent news of the attempt to fill in the Novokakhovka Dam. And I think we've just lost David. Well, that's Murphy's Law, isn't it? Hopefully he's coming back up. Okay, in the meantime, George.
I was going to say,
yeah,
can you repeat that? So something happened to the dam at Novokakhovka?
It's more about the state it's in and the attempt of the occupying forces to establish road access, to re-establish road access over the dam by filling it in with rubble. Now, I was just wondering if yourself or David could, on a scale of 1 to 10,
if that is at the lock area, right? If you're talking about the small section of bridge that was, if you're looking, on a north-south access, I think it was on the southern end. There's a lock, and there was a bridge and a railroad spur there, like a bridge there. If you're talking about that, that could happen because if the lock gate is forward of upriver of the of that area and they could close the lock gate, then I guess you could feasibly do it. But without seeing like a picture and just trying to do it by memory, that's a guess on my part. But if there's a lock there and you're talking about the lock area, that won't have obviously the pressure if you can close the gate, the lock gate there. And even without the lock gate, because there's usually some kind of like turn there. So that might not be as bad as, but if you can't close the lock gate and that pressure builds, I don't know how long it would hold, but that's more David's expertise there.
Thanks, George. It sounds rather dependent on whether that river is a river, not a lake.
Yes, and then like once again, if you're talking about the lock area, that bridge that was taken out by HIMARS and I think finally collapsed, if that's that lock area, if they can close the lock gate, that's upriver, that as you enter that lock area, if they can close the lock gate, then yes, you would be able to kind of fill that in and somehow try to build a roadway over it. Not that I would want to drive over it with any type of munitions, but call me crazy.
Yeah, it certainly sounds pretty dicey. Thanks, George. I'm trying to bring David back up. He's stuck in the Twitter sphere, stuck in purgatory. I might have to cycle a couple of people down. Please don't be offended if you are cycled down. You can always come back up. But Leonard, hang on, order of hands. Erland, I think you were next. Please go ahead.
I think it was Pauli and Leonard, really.
Thanks, Erland. Pauli, go ahead.
Yes, just on the demining topic, briefly. We have the demining vehicle called Raisu in Finland, and it's been successfully used in UN missions in Cambodia, Mozambique, and Kosovo. And I'm quite confident that Finland would be happy to execute new missions in Ukraine once the active part of the war is over and Ukraine has been cleared of Ruskies. So I'm confident Finland will be able to help in this matter, and the vehicle itself is quite capable of doing the demining, and it's safe and reliable.
Thanks, Pally. That sounds just the kind of one of the many things that Ukraine needs at the moment. Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you. I like Wendy, and welcome back. It's always good to hear your friendly voice here. I like Wendy, and I hope it's sunny and warm where you are today, like it is in Western
Leonard,
Canada.
flattery will get you nowhere.
Well, hey, we're having a little bit of sunshine and a slightly warmer temperature today, Axel. So I'm celebrating that. We've left the Estonian weather. We've left our Estonian weather behind for at least a day or so. So thank you. But just a follow up to what David had mentioned. I received a memo from one of the listeners with fairly extensively interested in and involved in electronic warfare matters. But he specifically referenced a program that is currently, I think, coming to fruition in the U.S. military, and it's the HMDRS. It's a mine detecting system, a Husky-mounted detecting system that uses, technology that I don't understand or wouldn't begin to try to, but extensively high-tech platform that also uses ground penetrating radar. And they've apparently committed several hundreds of millions of dollars just in the last several years to developing this system. And so I'm just wondering, that might be something that that there is actually some hardware available in the current U.S. military arsenal, if you will, or at least in the reserve system that we haven't heard anything about, and that may have some direct relevance to sort of the post-war recovery in Ukraine. And I just wondered if anybody had any further details on that, or if David may have some familiarity with that, or Polly even. Maybe Finland has some form of a similar technology underway in development. So yeah, thank you.
Great question, Leonard. Thank you. And Mikola, welcome. It's great to see you here, co-host. Maybe I'll speak into energy mic. Thank you, Leonard. Mikola, great to see you.
Mikola, can you hear us? Raise a hand.
That's no problem at all. We'll keep going with the hands. The next, I believe, was Charles. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, yeah, great that you saw that, Leonard. Yeah, so I used Huskies for 3 years in Iraq, loved them, but only with the metal detecting part. We had and we used the ground penetrating radar handheld sets. And I'm gonna step back a little bit on the ground penetrating radar. My experience was that it found more false positives than it found actual mines. That was my problem with it. And most of us in the combat engineer, we really liked the older just metal detector sets because we got, yes, it was higher risk because there were plastic mines that you might miss. But if you weren't in an area where you'd have plastic mines, we found that the ground penetrating radar gave us way too many false positives and it took us way too long. So there is a lot of really cool technology out there. I hope it goes there and I hope it works as intended.
Thank you, Charles. Charles, can I ask you a question? What in terms of governmental international help would you like to see to enable Ukraine's current mine clearing operations to expand significantly?
Yeah, I mean, my focus right now is just on winning the war. The mine clearing thing is going to go on for years, and that's going to be handled through these types of organizations. And so for me, what I really would like to see in the mine area and booby traps and explosive devices is being able to breach these defensive obstacles that the Russians are building, being able to detect minefields and booby traps, neutralize booby traps amongst the actual frontline soldiers so that they can get to the Russians and kill them. So for me, it's like armored bulldozers, modern armor. I like the MRAPs that the U.S. just put into the recent support package. So for me, it's still about winning the war, and I'd love to see more of that coming from the West.
Right. So the MRAPs. If you could just give us a little for newer listeners, perhaps, Charles. The MRAPs. What advantage do they offer Ukraine compared to what Ukraine currently has?
Yeah, right. I actually wrote a little thread about this on Twitter a few days ago because I was really happy they got the MRAPs. So the MRAPs, for those who don't know what they are wheeled vehicles that the bottoms of them are basically shaped like a boat. And what that does is that when an explosion goes off underneath the vehicle, then the force of the explosion is directed to the left and to the right instead of like a tank, which has a flat bottom and is actually quite easy to penetrate if an explosion is underneath it. So that's one thing, is they're more survivable. They're not as maneuverable as tanks, and they get stuck in mud quite easily because it's a lot of weight. They weigh about the same as a BIMP or an M113, but they're only on 4 wheels. So it's really hard to take them off road. But on roads, they're faster. They have great visibility. They're more survivable, and they're really a lot easier to repair if they do have blast damage. So I really liked them in terms of offensive operations, especially being able to exploit a breakthrough where you might encounter a hasty laid minefield, which is what we see a lot. These anti-tank mines just sort of strewn across the road to slow down the enemy. These kinds of things. I wouldn't want to go up against a tank in one because they're not survivable to that kind of damage. But I think they can be quite useful if used appropriately.
Thanks, Charles. That's excellent news. As you probably know, we've had Ryan Hendrickson, the tip of the spear 42, on the space before. And he's, of course, been doing lots of individual mine clearance and with foot teams in Ukraine. I guess one potential downside is of the of this particular vehicle is that, like you said, getting stuck in the mud. Ukraine is a large, has huge amounts of open fields where the previous occupying forces, as we saw in the north and the northeast, littered put these mines absolutely everywhere. So do you think these basically, do you think these MRAPs can cope with we will kind of leave the mud season out of it, but general farmland fields ran about springtime, spring to summertime?
If the fields are hard, yeah, that's fine. I mean, they can go off road. They have really big tires, but I mean, they weigh something like 12 or 14 tons, I think, and so that's a lot of weight on one wheel. So the tracked vehicles are much better off road in the fields. But if you are able to maneuver and break through and use roads, even gravel roads, they're fine.
Well, if it's a boxer, for example, the off-road capability is already quite good. I mean, it's not as perfect for very heavy duty stuff as as a tracked one, but still, the future is in better structured, proper wheeled off-road vehicles.
Yeah, you're right. It also depends on, I mean, so the US is sending them the Max Pros, which are really quite big. There are smaller MRAPs that are lighter and more maneuverable off-road, but the American, and I think they've maybe got those from other countries as well. But the Max Pro, that one's kind of a beast.
Yeah, a different horse for different causes, Charles, right?
It's American. I mean, what would you expect, right?
Hey, I'm with you. I mean, but the Max Pro wouldn't run the Kentucky Derby.
No way.
Nicole, it's great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thank you for the invitation. And I was just going to say that I think it's worth putting it a bit into perspective. So we know that the Ukrainian government estimates that there are 160,000 square kilometers of land that might be contaminated. And by the resources that were provided already, so we're talking about $89 million specifically for this course by the US government, and then there are other countries that also did. How long would it actually take to demine those areas, and how quickly can you actually demine, so we understand kind of the time scale in this sense?
Oh, that goes beyond my knowledge. You'd have to ask Ryan that one. There'd have to be some kind of assessment, but definitely in terms of years.
I see. And just to kind of follow up with that, so because you were just previously discussed about the different instruments, specifically the machines that can be used, how many of them can you demine within a day at least? How quickly can actually be, how quickly can it done within a day? What's your estimate on that?
Oh, that's a really good question. I would love to be able to answer it. I don't have experience demining a whole minefield, just breaching lanes through them. So I can't say. I wouldn't want to speculate. I'm sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, yes, it's exactly what was actually written in the information notes and everything. That basically the demining process will take decades, and actually even before the Russian war, we still had occasionally a situation. I remember when I was studying at school when a child or the person would detonate on some very old Second World War, kind of mine or some sort of bomb that didn't explode. So even after 60 years of the Second World War, we still had this type of situation. I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to take decades to demine everything what Russia left and Ukrainians trying to defend Ukraine from Russia. Yes, Charles.
Yeah, just one thing that I mean, time is somewhat critical here. I mean, in two ways. One is to try to avoid getting into stagnant warfare where there's going to be a lot more mines put in place, keep the Russians on the move. They can't put as many in. And the other thing is behind the front line as the Ukrainians take territory, to try to at least mark them as quickly as they can, because minefields I mean, obviously things grow over them. Fields grow, the craters or whatever there might have been, the landscape changes and they become much more difficult to detect over time. So that's one thing they could start doing now, is as soon as they take over territory, try to at least get them marked.
Awesome. Thank you. Comment on that. Yep. Wendy, do you remember the order? So we will try to follow it.
I believe it was Rusty, Nick, and George. Mikola.
Awesome. And then we also have Erland. So we didn't forget about you, brother. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. Let's follow the order and we'll return to you. So you're going to be after Nick and George. Rusty, go ahead.
So you're talking about mine clearance, or you've been talking about it in two different ways. One is clearing mines to secure civilians, and the other is about how mines are used in warfare. And being a Norwegian citizen, I actually know some things about mine clearance, because one of the biggest contribution Norway make in the world is potentially our mine clearing work. And we have an organization called Norwegian's People's Aid, and one of their departments work with mine clearance, and they've been doing that since 1992. I'm reading from their webpage. We have, since 1992, we have removed more than 2 million anti-personnel landmines and explosive remnants of war in 40 countries, freeing 1 billion square meters of land for protective use. And they're writing that in 2021, the year of 2021 alone, they cleared 46,674 explosives, 43 square kilometers, and 1.6 million people were beneficiary of that, and they were working in 21 countries, and currently they have 1,500 people clearing mines continually around the world. And I was just I just wanted to. There was a guy talking about Norwegian mine clearance, and I think that was the thing he was talking about: Norwegian's People's Aid, and their work is really, really great in the sense of helping people end wars. As they say here, the war is not over before the mines are gone. So I would just make a shout out to the Norwegian People's Aid, and they are going to work in Ukraine. And I think you'll see that they'll scale up their work the safer the environment in Ukraine is. And they're already started sending equipment and training Ukrainian workers. And I also think they might have their own teams on the ground as well. So I have another topic that I wanted to say something to before we go back to Erlen here. So he was talking about the Norwegian oil fund. It has different names throughout time. It's a private fund where profits from oil production in Norway is stored so that our country isn't overflown with money from oil and we become Saudi sheikhs tomorrow. We're trying to make a savings account. So the thing I would say, in my view, Erlen is taking a different take than I did, and I would tell him to maybe look at it a bit different. I want to see the Norwegian government help Ukraine with money because we have a lot of it. And the thing about the Norwegian oil fund is that it's actually not made to be a help thing. It's actually made to be a store of our money. And the thing, when you have $1,200 billion in a fund, you can actually decide how you use that fund. And what I believe would be the easiest way to help Ukraine is not to change our law about how we use that fund, but to just say, you know what, we're going to take 40%. I'm just trying to be realistic here, but maybe 1/3 of the fund could be used only in Ukraine for the next 50 years. We're gonna take say we're gonna take $500 billion, or we're gonna take $400 billion and only invest it in Ukraine for the next 50 years. The Norwegian government has the opportunity to do that. Any Norwegians listening, we have the opportunity to do that. We'll never do it because others tells us to do it, but we will do it because we feel that's the right thing to do. And if we use our voice, we'll get to do that. And I think that's a way easier. It's kind of like the oil fund has a constitution in a way. It has a way of how it's going to be used. And if you want to change the constitution of anything, the way it's set up, that's way harder than just doing something as, say, that's already legal inside the framework. And then the Norwegian government and the Norwegian political parties can easily say that they want the oil fund to be spent in a different way or invested in a different way. And I believe that's the easiest option. And through that, we could help Ukraine in a bigger way than a lot of the other countries in the world tomorrow or next week or whenever we do it. But when we do it, we have the option to bring along hundreds of billions of dollars to be invested solely in Ukraine. I believe in that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you commenting on that. And actually, I was just gonna say that just as behalf of Ukrainians and everything, thank you very much to Norway generally, because they are one of the top supporters in Europe and generally around the world of Ukraine at the moment. So I think it was published by one of the Norwegians recently that you're top 5 in terms of the GDP spending. And that's great. So thank you very much on that. And yeah, that would be really great because, as previously mentioned, one of the funds that you have is the biggest in the world and one of the most efficient ones. So that would be great to have kind of a share of it to invest into Ukraine, because there will be definitely a gold mine with all its IT sector and agriculture, because that will be definitely needed after the war quite a lot. So on that, let's just quickly
Mikola, could I just say
Yeah.
something? I forgot to say what I believe Erlen is looking at. I believe Erlen here wants to take money from the fund and give it to Ukraine. And if you're trying to do that, I believe it's harder, because I believe not all the political parties are willing to do so, and I believe it also takes a lot more work on changing how the oil fund is set up. And
of course.
yeah, but I'm just saying, I forgot to say what I thought was harder with how I believe Erlen would like to change it.
Can I reply?
And so I would guess the easier way is to just say that we're going to spend 30% of our oil fund invest it only in Ukraine, because then they can already say what they want the fund to be invested in.
Can I reply? Because I didn't mean that.
Don't worry, Erland. We'll come back to you because we also have some people waiting in line and just they're waiting for quite a long time. So don't worry, Erland. I remember. Just keep your hand up, please. So Nick and George, please.
Hi, I've found the discussion earlier about the pollution of the soil interesting, both by the unexploded ordnance and the I think David was talking about the pollution from the actual explosives going off, which I'm interested. I'll talk to him back channel about the chemistry of that. In France, they still dig about 100 tons of explosives per year out of the ground from the First World War in the northern part of France. But the problem in absolute is not going to go away anytime soon. I think within 3 or 4 years of systematic sweeping, the general danger to farmers will be greatly reduced. So yeah, it's not going to go away absolutely, but I think the majority of the problem can be cleared. The link here is that earlier today, this is an outrageous shoehorning by me, but the discussion of the environmental damage to Ukraine came up earlier today in what I really wanted to talk about, which is the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly's debate on Ukraine. And I should declare an interest here in that I worked for the Council of Europe for 22 years. The Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly today became the first international body to vote to declare Russia a terrorist state by 99 votes to 0. And if you look in my timeline, you will find, first of all, President Zelensky's address to the Parliamentary Assembly, followed by a good half an hour of Q&A, in which Zelensky delivers an absolute masterclass in how to respond to questions that vary from the pertinent through to the extremely mediocre. And then in another of my tweets, I give you a link so you can actually watch the parliamentarians of 46 European countries vote to declare Russia a terrorist state, which I think should be, first of all, good for everyone's morale. The Council of Europe is not an especially well-known organization, but it has gravitas, it has weight, and its declarations will be looked at in places like the United Nations, which I believe is an organization that still has some weight somewhere. So that's my little segue into, and I'm feeling quite proud today. I'm going to be visiting my old colleagues next week because I have to get a trip up to where their offices are. So the Council of Europe today became the first international organization to call Russia a terrorist state by a democratic vote of parliamentary representatives 99-0. And have a look at my timeline for more details on that.
Given the fact that you were so proud of the Council of Europe today, how did you like Emmanuel Macron?
I haven't really understood. I haven't looked other than the funny one-line message. And as you know, Axel, I'm more of a fan of Macron than you are. All I saw was the funny one-line message, and I didn't understand it. I'm off now to go and see what I can find in the French media about what he's talking about. On the face of it,
it's nothing about the French media, Nick. Just read the English text he put
on
out
the face of it.
How about that?
On the face of it, this is not his finest hour in the campaign. I would fully agree.
Very good. So we wouldn't send him to the shores of Normandy, would we?
Normandy, I was talking about recovered ordnance. I was just on a walk in the forest in Normandy once,
No,
and I came
didn't mean
across
the recovered ordnance. I meant the people who are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend freedom and take a severe stance.
Again, you and I will spar over Macron for the rest of this war, I'm sure. And today you win.
Nick, can I just jump in with a... Sorry, Mikola. Can I just jump in with a question for Nick?
Yep.
Thanks. Nick, I was just wondering what you thought, what kind of clout you think the Council of Europe has, particularly within the context of the deported Ukrainian children. I'm going to cite here the deported Ukrainian children which have been forcibly removed from Ukraine, taken into the Russian Federation, and given to new quote unquote families. What kind of clout do you think this organization currently has in declaring the country currently known as the Russian Federation as a terrorist state? What is this going to do to prevent further Ukrainian misery and to prevent further Ukrainians being deported?
Concretely and directly, almost nothing. The Council of Europe is the very, very wizened, old, grey-bearded man of the European institutions. But being a member,
could join if we were only wise.
As I say, I was there for a while, and they even paid me money, and they pay me my pension. So I've obviously done something right. The Council of Europe is Churchill's vision, and it really is more than anyone else Churchill's vision of how a united Europe ought to work. For example, I mentioned that this vote was carried out by something called the Parliamentary Assembly, and Churchill's idea of a European Parliament was that national parliaments would send delegations who would vote on things. So it isn't directly elected. It's completely different from the Parliament of the European Union. It works on the basis of cooperation, but it works on the basis of anyone can opt in or out to almost any of its treaties, apart from the European Social Charter and the European Convention on Human Rights. And I'm very glad to see that among the various bits of chaos of the current UK government, it appears that the project that some of them talk about to leave the European Convention of Human Rights appears to have been abandoned, because that would mean leaving the Council of Europe, and it really literally is the oldest and most venerable and the most British-oriented of all of the European institutions. So can the Council of Europe...
Nick, is it fair to say that actually this council represents the original idea of a sensibly, politically legitimized federation?
Well, Churchill, when proposing its setting up, actually used the phrase United States of Europe. So, you know, that's how... Now, I mean, the European Union arguably isn't as federal as the United States is, never mind the Council of Europe, but, you know, we all had our
legitimized.
We all had our rhetorical turns, you know, we all have our rhetorical times. But the Council of Europe has that kind of minimum gravitas of, if you can't even make it to be a member of the Council of Europe, then you really are failing. So only 2 European states have ever not joined the Council of Europe. One was Belarus, because it didn't even meet the standards that we had a couple of appeasing secretaries general in the last 25 years. One was a Swede called Daniel Tarschys, whose jewel in the crown of his secretary generalship was going to be to let Russia in, and his deputy secretary general resigned in more or less overt disgust at this. And the other was Torbjørn Jagland, the former Norwegian prime minister, who was the only secretary general to get re-elected to a second term of office, and who is now seen very much to have been an appeaser of the Russians. We now have, I'm a retiree, the current Secretary General is a former Croatian foreign minister, and she has absolutely, I'm afraid I can never remember or pronounce her name, it really is exceptionally Slavic, and but she has absolutely no illusions about the Russians, and she is rock solid. So the Council of Europe cannot force anybody to do anything. The ultimate sanction of the Council of Europe is to kick you out of the Council of Europe. And in fact, Russia was 1 hour away from being kicked out on either the 15th or 16th of March, when they said, we have decided to leave. So even the Russians decided that they didn't want the minor humiliation of being kicked out, and they actually walked rather than being pushed. And it is very much, if you imagine a family with a very elderly matriarch or patriarch who everyone respects in an almost kind of in a really, really old-fashioned way, in a I don't know, Oriental kind of way. Everyone respects the patriarch, and you don't diss them. And that's the function of the Council of Europe. And so it punches above its political weight. If you watch the video, you will see various politicians making interventions, as I say, of various degrees of quality. But Zelensky has clearly done his homework. Right at the start of his speech, Zelensky mentions about how when he became president, Ukraine had a complex relationship with the Council of Europe because of the previous Secretary General's appeasement of Russia. But the Council of Europe is a great place for the basic democratic values of Europe to come together. In the same way, somebody yesterday, I can't remember who it was, one of the American contributors on this space was saying how, many of us disagree about many other political issues, but we are united in our support for Ukraine. And if you look at this debate today, I don't know, I don't even know if tanky parties send people to the council. 99-0. I think there was one abstention. Maybe he pressed the wrong button. Voted to declare Russia a terrorist state. And that was way beyond what even I would expect, because, as I say, there's always a few tankies around. So this is a message that in and of itself is not particularly significant, but it is something that particularly the smaller and medium-sized countries of Europe will take enormously seriously. I remember when Croatia joined the Council of Europe, the national TV was running little videos of, just little graphics showing, we used to be at war and now we're in Europe. And that was before they joined the EU. It's when they joined the Council of Europe. So, apologies for my perhaps excessive upbeatness here, but
Nick, this is great. This is great.
It is morally. It is an excellent moral confirmation by 99-0, no tankies voting against, of the complete and utter isolation of Russia, and by the oldest multilateral democratic institution in Europe that relatively few people have heard of, other than its #1 brand, which is the European Court of Human Rights. So that was today's good news. And if you want the links and the details, if you want to do a little bit of exegesis on what Zelensky was wearing, because I've started to become fascinated by exactly what Zelensky wears. It's like the olive T-shirt for not so good news, the olive polo shirt for kind of everyday business, and then occasionally he goes out with a black hoodie over it, and then he's got good news when that happens. The glorious day when the war ends and Crimea is liberated is the next time I believe that we will see Zelensky in a tie. And when we next see Zelensky in a tie, it'll be about 3 days before we're all booking our trips to the beach for the Crimea part.
May I highlight, Nick, that you can now scuttle off and research what's wrong with Mr. Macron, because that was fantastic. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, actually, there was a little amendment that was calling for the provision of air defense systems for Ukraine that was actually included in the resolution. So it wasn't only about the declaring Russian Federation as a terrorist regime, but also had a little part which was quite significant too.
Yes, especially since the Council of Europe, traditionally, there are the third rail for the Council of Europe has always been defense, has always been anything vaguely military. And so for them to include that, for them to appreciate, the nature of that, and for them to not go, yeah, guys, this isn't really our kind of, our main, our main focus, indicates how far they've come. So,
not so Churchillian after all.
Again, this is. I have a new bodega here. I have 2 bodegas in Mallorca here for you to test, Axel, and we can talk about that over several of their finest bottles.
I shall so much look forward to that, Nick. Much appreciated. And by the way, the fact that you are constantly focused on Zelensky's style of appearance as a part of his communications highlights the fact that you actually have lived in France.
Yeah, I'm very much a jeans and whatever t-shirt is top of the pile guy, actually. But I do, my latest St. Javelin t-shirt is in a color that I believe we should petition Pantone to rename Zelensky olive drab. It features it features an M142 truck, and there are 2 fellas up in the cab. And the slogan is "Peace through superior firepower."
Love it. I can definitely tell you that the whole family here loves their Crimea 500 colorful hoodies.
Crimea fight. Say again.
Crimea 500. It's about, it's the Indy 500 version of the Crimea 500 with a HIMARS system pictured. I can only highly recommend it. It's very funny.
Oh, okay, I found it. I just found it on the fellow. Okay, yep. I'll get one of. I order various stuff. I had a St. Javelin mug, coffee mug, with Russian warship "Go fuck yourself" on it, but it doesn't quite match. It's too big for the amount of coffee I drink and too little for the amount of tea I drink. So when I went round to my local Ukrainian support point the other day, as well as putting some cash in the jar, I gave them that and I said, do not send this to Ukraine, keep it in the office.
That's brilliant, guys. I love your rambling all the time. And on that, I wanted to follow up actually, because you mentioned Belarus, and today was, as always, some international organization messing up the things. And I'm speaking about Amnesty International condemning Latvia for not allowing their refugees from Iraq to come from Belarus territory to Latvia, and also that basically the Latvian authorities either using secret detention and even torture to those Iraqis. Could you comment on that, Nick? And what are the implications of this article? Because it was just bombshelling again.
Nicola, I'm here in the Baltics. I can help you. The Latvians are overfeeding whoever has come across the border with pork belly and potatoes. That is, of course, torture.
Well, I guess it's torture if they're Muslims, but I mean, yeah, the people concerned appear to be claiming that Latvia has been tasering their genitals, and while I can imagine that that they may not have been immediately received with hot halal soup, I think the idea that the Latvians would have been applying tasers to the genitals of people who've been pushed over from Belarus really does come from the imagination of somebody who's learned how to manipulate Western do-gooders. So it's a difficult question. The whole refugee thing was a difficult question because, you know, Lukashenko was obviously, I mean, committing, it was a criminal abuse of those people's human rights to even bring them to Belarus and told them they could get salvation in the West. What do you do about that? I find it morally and ethically difficult. But the idea that Latvia has been torturing people and they sort of, you know, ran back to Belarus to get some sort of relief from this ghastly Western torture, you know, again, I suspect it'll be the usual tanky suspects at Amnesty. But I don't know much else about it. I saw it go past. I don't have any particular expertise in the matter other than kind of general what the fuck.
That's absolutely fine. The reason I just, as always, was appalled by this, and you know, I just don't expect from Amnesty International to crack down the bottom, and somehow they always do it. They always beat the expectations of lowness you can find. That's what I was going to ask you about that. So on that, let's follow because we have some people waiting for some time right now. And because George left, so let's go to Erlan.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll first reply to Rusty, and then I'll comment what I was originally supposed to comment. So I've been poking around and asking a little bit around and talking to some people that are in the group of people who are pushing this using oil money from Norway to help Ukraine. And the most likely scenario most of these people and politicians seem to go with is that now we're earning cash a lot extra because of the increased oil and gas prices and revenues. And this money takes time before it gets invested. Normally it's not invested until probably it's going to take years because there's so much money flowing in. Just to give an example, this year it's estimated that we will earn in Norway more than 80 billion euros extra because of the war, and next year about 160 billion euros extra. That more than what was would have been normal. The proposal is to take some of this money and give cash aid to Ukraine, and also create some kind of investment fund for Ukraine with percentages that is coming from the revenue in the future from the sovereign wealth fund, or that normally would have gone to the sovereign wealth fund. But maybe there are other ways to solve it. Maybe you know, politically you can decide that a certain percentage of the new investments of the sovereign wealth fund should be aimed at reconstructing Ukraine. It's also a good idea, but initially the most probable outcome of this would not be to take money because the sovereign wealth fund isn't money. It's equities, it's property, stocks in major companies, and to redirect this would be very lengthy and problematic because some of these things are long-term investments. It's not 5 years, it's 20, 30 years. So you can't just relocate those funds. So new revenue is more likely to be used if there is political will to do this. Hopefully there is. So that's my reply to Rusty. I've seen today more pictures of people surrendering, and also some messages around like 300 conscripts, newly arrived conscripts surrendering, etc. It's not confirmed. The only thing I saw that looks confirmed is this picture of I think 6 or 7 soldiers and a commander surrendering to Ukrainian forces with terribly muddy, disgusting uniforms. Do you guys think that there is an increase Maybe Axel knows something about this. If there's a huge increase in the numbers of surrenderers lately, and if that is probably maybe because of the new conscripts arriving, maybe even from Crimea, that really doesn't want to fight.
There's an increase in KIA.
Okay, not an increase in conscripts surrendering.
No, there's a heavy increase in KIA on the Russian side.
One thing to note, Erlen, just to comment on this as well, in the Ukrainian media, we've seen the reports that basically as soon as Russians were mobilized, the men were calling to Ukrainian authorities and asking what the best way to actually surrender. And then the second thing was that we obviously seen some of the videos how people actually driving on tanks and surrendering to Ukrainian forces near Kherson. So yeah, just 2 my cents on that. Okay, and I think because so Rusty is here. So Dutch, I know that you're next in line, but I assume because Erlen and Rusty they have a bit of a battle right now about the Norwegian investment fund. Rusty, do you have a comment on that? If you could just comment on that quickly, so we finish this topic and we could go to Dutchy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm still a bit unclear about exactly what what Erlen is supporting here, but I guess it's in my mind it would be less than I would hope for. But to clear up my suggestion, I would just should suggest that the Norwegian government say to the Norwegian oil fund that 30% of their investments every year is supposed to be in Ukraine. To me, I believe that could be an easy solution to helping Ukraine in a more significant way than any other country can.
I think that's because you guys you're talking a bit from the perspective from a side perspective. Axel will be actually the best person to comment on that probably. Axel, do you think it's achievable and very easy achievable for Norwegian fund to actually achieve those 30% investment into Ukraine?
I did not catch the whole question, but if you could repeat that, I'll be happy to address it.
That's absolutely fine. So the question was related to 30%, whether it's possible for the investment fund in Norway, oil fund, that is one of the biggest in the world, to achieve those 30% kind of allocation of their resources to Ukraine investment.
So I would just say that.
Or the interest generated a year.
So Rusty, go ahead.
Yeah, so the fact is that the Norwegian wealth fund is right now I can't remember what the exact name is. We've swapped names so many times. It's been a pension fund, it's been an oil fund, it's been so many things. I'm just used to saying the oil fund, but I guess Mikola is saying the right name here. But the fact is that it's $1,200 billion, and you won't see say you take $400 billion, you won't see that that's invested in Ukraine throughout 1 year. But the fact that the Norwegian government can make rules around how the oil fund is going to invest their money in the future. So the Norwegian government can, for example, say that in the future you're not going to invest in oil or coal. You're going to invest in renewable sources. And there's been a lot of discussion about that previously in Norway. And I believe that the Norwegian government as well can quite easily, without changing a lot of laws, say that in the future you're going to try to achieve 30% investments in Ukraine. And Axel, being an investor here, what's your take on it?
I don't think that is even necessary. I think what is significantly more important is that the Norwegian Wealth Fund decides that a certain amount of its allocation and investment will be made each year to support the reconstruction of Ukraine. That in itself will then buffer, and depends on how it is done, but it could be, for example, a contribution to, say, a global, say, reconstruction bank for Ukraine. And that capital could then be leveraged. Others would join. If you lead, many others will follow. I think that is the trick that our American friends will take this as an opportunity to have a European country actually make a real commitment. The Norwegian fund also has the possibility to invest in, by the way, infrastructure for new energy development. It can invest. It has the capacity to decide so now that the respective requirements in Europe include nuclear power. It could invest into the development of next generation nuclear power. That is a decision the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund can make. And by that means, upgrade the capacity of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, create better nuclear safety, and by that means also lead how nuclear power becomes significantly more important and carbon neutral, which is important for the Norwegians, as we understand, component of the European energy mix. And at the same time, therefore, helps deter and defend against dependency. Deter Russia and defend against dependency from Russia and or other authoritarian regimes currently holding sway. There are so many things Norway could do in that regard. You can simply slice and dice it. You could create a contribution to the reconstruction bank. You can make direct cash support for the budget. They could, for example, say, we are Norway, we will help the veterans and the pensioners of Ukraine, that they who are living most precariously and may not be able to fend for themselves are covered. And therefore we help the pensioners of the country which has been invaded and genocided against to live out a good life in Ukraine, because that is one part of being human. They could say, for example, we commit, say, 50 billion for the next 5 years, so each year 10, in order to first ensure that those children and women, families, force abducted into Russia are repatriated, that they are reintegrated into society, that their traumas are being taken care of, that the education of those is being taken care of, because we're talking about 3.5 million people. This is not too much to ask. This is something where moral leadership actually is required, and where a country such as Norway, which often stakes itself and predicates itself as being a moral leader, can make a significant contribution. It's not always about the size of the contribution, it's about the designation, the dedication, and the repeat nature, the longevity of the commitment. And by the way, if that commitment were to be made for the next 10 years, such and such amount, that would then lower the risk, the country risk of Ukraine, because its budget would be stabilized. And for those 10 years, the risk premium Ukraine as a recovering nation were to fetch in the international capital markets were to be lowered. If everybody were to contribute to that, and if we can lower the risk premium on Ukraine issued debt, Ukraine would recover more easily, quicker, just like Germany and others did after the Second World War, thanks to the Marshall Plan. Norway can do a lot, absolutely 100%. Happy to work on this. This is a place where finance can make a difference.
Okay, can I have say something about nuclear?
In what regards?
So you won't get I would say that you won't get Norway to support nuclear power. We're even worse than Germany.
That's turning around, Rusty. That's turning around.
No, Erland, let me speak and then you can have your say after. Okay, so the thing about nuclear power is the fact that we've only had one facility, and that facility is a test and research facility on nuclear. Norway has, as far as I know, never had any operational nuclear facility except our research facility. And
Roughly, what did I say? I said next generation. Research and development, conversion to next generation. I could have added thorium and the likes, because the reason why Norway did not ever have this was the discussion amongst the socialists in Norway, heavy duty on that island, which has become so tragic later. Heavy duty, that one should never do this because it could lend credence and it could give rise to nuclear weapons. Thorium does not do that. You can't derive weapons grade fissile material. That's just not possible. So if Norway wants to do something sensible for the future of Europe and lowering energy and electricity prices, then this is it. Next generation, not today, not the past, next generation. That's why I said it, but please go on.
Yeah, but you're talking about a country that's even negative to nuclear power even before what happened in Japan. But the next generation, we might get on it, but I think we'll be lagging 20 years behind.
I trust my Norwegian friends to be leaders in innovation.
So on that, just to kind of spin the topic and go directly towards Ukraine, Axel, have you heard about Dragon Capital by any chance in Ukraine?
Yes.
So the reason why I'm asking is because will they be one of the kind of the best funds at the moment? Because they have a kind of a good record and they were owned by Goldman Sachs previously.
I really have no view on them.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so just
and I don't give public investment advice anyway.
That's absolutely fine. I think you should put the disclaimer because that's exactly what everybody does on the YouTube channels or anywhere else. Okay. So yeah. So we have an order, and let's just stick to it. So next after that will be Duchy. They were waiting for quite a long time.
Thank you very much. Just want to. I've absolutely been fascinated about the last subjects, but I just want to go somewhere different on this one. Season's coming in, winter's coming in. It's going to get cold. Thermal is going to be absolutely the first point that we're going to be going down to in this war. I've recently read that Canada's literally given Ukraine 500,000 suits of thermal protection. I'm just wondering, this is just across the board, not just pointed at anyone, but how is this cold going to affect the war? Because I know Ukrainians do know how to get on with cold. I know the Russians do. But I know the Russians.
No, they don't.
No, this is
The
what
Russians
I mean.
are a failure when it comes to cold.
Well, exactly, Axel. This is my question. How do you feel about that kind of thing? Because that's what's coming up now. It's going to make a shift within, well, not within the war, but within conditions. How do you think about how this is going to work out in which way?
Hey, Axel, can we clarify one thing really quick so there's no confusion about those 500,000, the Canadian donation? Can we clarify something about that really quick? It's
Sure.
500,000 pieces of winter clothing. It's not 500,000 sets. So, roughly calculated out, you're talking about, they're counting hats, boots, pants, thermals, jackets. You're talking, when you break it down, probably about 70 to 75,000 sets. Still a great number because Canada knows how to do cold.
Good point. Good point.
The reported value was 15 million Canadian, and people were indeed asking 500,000 into 15 million is $30, and people were kind of asking how, particularly at military procurement rates, you get a complete set of winter kit for $30. But if the modal piece is, for example, a really good rapid drying microfiber vest, or a pair of, I hope socks count as one item for the pair, then that doesn't seem unreasonable at military procurement rates. It is, as you say, it's still going to equip a hell of a lot of soldiers with some decent kit, and this is only Canada. And I'm sure they'll be procuring their own stuff from just over the border. So I think this is as much it's symbolic in terms of, the Ukrainians are going to have all this fine kit, whether they buy it themselves or Canada or other countries supply it, and Russia is going to be having whatever they get issued with or whatever their mum sends them in a parcel, and it's just going to contribute, I think, to the general horrific morale imbalance, which really has been there since day one. And incidentally, I would add, day one, February 24 of the full-blown invasion, was also winter. And something I found a little strange about this discussion of, winter is coming, but the first 6 weeks of the war were fought in winter, and Russia did not do terribly well.
Just to add to that, actually, because there were quite a few articles in Washington Post and other known media about this. Actually, the both sides, even though they know about the winter, and Russia is notoriously famous for defeating the countries that attack them during winter and everything, we forget one thing, and it's about how many casualties Russia had. And because Russia doesn't care about its people at the first stance, it doesn't really matter how many will die for them. But what matters is the dismorale that will come to other groups, and specifically other Russian soldiers that will be sitting in trenches. So Ukrainians, they know quite well what the winter is like, and they know since 2014 how they should prepare for it. But we've seen through all of those videos how Russians are unprepared, not only to winter, they're not prepared for, for autumn. So they cannot walk because their shoes are not and everything problem, and it's great for us. What we should know is that basically one of the problems comes to the technology and specifically the armory, right? Because if it's too cold, it means that some of the generators, they have to work non-stop, otherwise it's going to be hard to restart them. What is important to mention is that basically the local support will come into place. And here we have the Ukrainian people who will actually support their soldiers. And that's what they've done. And that's what the partisans were doing, since the beginning of the war. Whereas Russians will not have the support. We've seen that Russians themselves cannot help Russians. And that's the terrifying image. And that's where actually the stamina the Ukrainian soldiers have and the support from locals will play a key part. Now, we should remember that the soldiers, the Russian soldiers, the mobilized, who are coming now to the front lines, are not the same soldiers that were attacking Ukraine in February, right? They're more under-equipped than the soldiers were previously. Moreover, they are unprepared military, so they don't know some of the tricks that previously could have helped them. But it's also about the of the European support that actually, as you just mentioned about Canada, but it's not only about Canada, it's actually the UK and the US. They were training the soldiers in different conditions, so the soldiers know how to be, how to act in this, and that's what matters. Now, I think what would be actually interesting to discuss even further after that, how the winter will change the landscape. So we now know that Russians are cut off in Kherson by river Dnipro, right? So it's going to be quite interesting. Will the river, if the river freezes, does it change kind of the balance of power, and does it allow Russians to actually go over it, Axel?
Yes, Axel, we want to hear you.
Poor Axel just came back from cleaning the dogs, coming back, and I am utterly sorry. I was distracted before. I was distracted again. I heard my name, Axel, shouting across. Please tell me, it was a complicated, no, it was a simple question, and it's just yes, no.
It's relatively simple question. Does it change the balance of power if the river Dnieper freezes and allows Russians to walk over it, or they can't do it?
They can't do it. It has rarely ever happened. It freezes very, very little. They would break in. It's completely irrelevant. And by the way, they'll be taken for a ride before that ever happens.
Awesome. We fixed the issue. Next question. So on that note, we have a list of speakers. Sorry, I didn't see all people raising their hands, but next one was actually Nina. So Nina, please go ahead, and then Pauli.
Thank you, Mikola. Yes, about the war in the winter. Of course, the Ukrainians will have better clothing, but also what I have heard from discussions earlier with some Finnish people, that the war will slow down if there is snow, because when there is snow, everything is getting slower, and of course it's a question of keeping hydrated, because in the winter you don't really feel the dehydration, and it's really important to drink enough. So that was one thing. And then Pauli actually mentioned these Finnish mine. Was it like mine? Pauli, what was the thing that you said?
Yeah, so those are demining vehicles.
Yes, yes. I'm just thinking of. I have actually heard that the mines are slowing down the Ukrainians right now, and I have a reliable source, I can promise. And so, Pauli, I'm thinking that should we get somehow the Finnish defense minister or somebody to send these things already now to Ukraine? And also the question is, Pauli, if there is, let's say if there would be like a lot of snow, what would happen with the mines? Are they getting triggered if you drive on the mine when there is snow? Thank you.
All right, should I go ahead?
Yes, Pauli, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, yeah. I think I could talk 2 or 3 hours about the winter warfare, but I will spare you with my rant. But I think first I want to just highlight and paraphrase the generals that we have listened here. I think the majority of the generals have said that the Ukrainians will have the edge during the winter, and I agree. I fully agree. But I think there are 2 main points I really want people to understand. The first one is that during winter time, the Section A is the ability for the forces to take care of themselves. Just the normal maintenance that takes a lot of time during winter. I fully agree that the Ukrainians know the landscape, and they fully know how to take care of themselves in their own land. But the Section B is more important, in my opinion, in this channel, is the ability to attack during winter and conduct combined arm projects or scenarios during winter. And that's more complicated. That's something that you don't just learn when you live in a country. And in that, I think Ukraine has luckily being assisted and trained by NATO members and other Western members. That's a really good thing, because although there was an attack on Kiev during February, March, April time, basically from north to south, I think we still have to take into account that was more of a defensive battle, mainly. But now Ukraine has to attack and mainly conduct attacks, and if you know how to do it during the winter time really well, you will have a significant edge, and I'm confident that Ukraine will do it. So basically, the main points they want to have there is to, of course, have the capability, execute combined arms operations, do the camouflage well, then also conduct recon missions, and then force recon missions. That's really important for them to conduct. And then you really have to know the terrain, because I think many of you might be surprised, but during winter, when you have frost and ice, the fields, if there's a lot of ice and frost, which is possible during winter in the eastern Ukraine, it is possible to run there or run with tanks in the fields. You can drive there if there's enough ice and frost. So that's actually a big plus, but that needs recon operations. The recon units will go and investigate whether you can drive through the fields with tanks if there's enough ice and frost. And then in sometimes there's not enough ice and frost, and then it would be just suicide mission, as it would be usually to cross a river with tanks, just because they weigh a lot, and you might end up being ambushed by an artillery unit or HIMARSes or such. So I don't want to rant too much, but there are many how to say, things you need to take into account during the winter when you are conducting attacks. Thank you.
And just to kind of comment on that as well, that Finland is one of the best examples where Russians and the Red Army showed that they're absolutely incapable of actually fighting during the winter, and they were similar to Germans at the time, who completely, they were not prepared, and at that time, almost 10,000 Russians actually received and had to be evacuated due to frostbite injuries, and hell knows how many of them actually died and froze to death because of that. So that's one thing to remember.
Yeah, I think Axel was also referring to this fact that the Ukrainians know their own landscape and terrain really well, but Russia is a big country. You might have people coming from all places, and not every one of them comes from rural Siberia. There are people coming from different places, cities. They are really not well equipped on the forestry areas and how to conduct themselves, let alone they don't have any military experience. So I don't want to swear, but it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a Winter War 2, and in my opinion, the Ukraine is gonna be looking like Spartans of the Crimean region. Yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, but it's not the Thermopylae. It's actually the Spartans attacking and taking Corinth.
Plataea.
I agree.
Oh, that as well.
So, and also actually, I've deep down a bit on information, and according to Krivosheyev, who was one of the historians in Russia, he actually said that even 61,506 people were actually sick or frostbitten during the war. And that's number 6 times even more than the number that I mentioned previously. And that tells you something about the, incapability of Russians to actually be prepared for the winter offense. And yeah, that's great, because in a sense, I think Ukrainian forces will be much better prepared and they will be able to operate better, similar to the night vision in a sense, because the Ukrainian forces showed the capability of doing the operations during the night, whereas Russians were absolutely bad at that. Okay, great.
Yeah, just two things I just want to quickly just highlight.
Yeah, go for it.
If I may. Thank you, Mikola. Yeah, so imagine what the camps or the circus sites are going to look like during the winter. If you see these summer pictures from the Russian caption marks camps, or it's going to be looking awful. They will not do any proper camouflage or anything, and the Ukraine is going to have the thermal imaging, and they're going to also have the ISI satellite, which can basically produce satellite imagery. Well, if there's clouds, no problem. If it's nighttime, no problem. So I would say it's gonna be a total mess, and it's gonna be a slaughterhouse in my opinion, because if you suck at war during summer, come winter time, well, you will be finished. You will suck double time, triple time. It like the winter brings brings your it's like if you had a plan, the winter will punch you in the face and ask, what's your plan?
Just to kind of elaborate on this and highlight the notion, so we know a bit about the army and that Ukrainian army is better prepared, but what if Russians start actually attacking the civilian infrastructure similarly to what they done 2 days ago and 3 days ago? What happens to the civilians? Because so for Ukrainian media now, we know that the normal temperature in houses is considered to be 16 degrees, whereas in Europe it's actually 18. So it was lowered because everybody is expecting that Russians will continue the kind of attacks on the stations, and also big cities like Kiev, they have a centralized heating system. So it's almost like 600,000 tubes that are running hot water to keep the people warm during winter. How the situation will unfold for civilians in the sense, can they prepare and be ready for winter better than what they have now? Pauli?
Yeah, sorry, Mikola. Yeah. I think we have discussed a bit about this. In my opinion, the good thing is that the systems aren't that centralized as in many Central European countries and Northern European countries. So the systems are smaller and they are more isolated. So that's a really, really good thing. And what I have seen in the eastern Ukraine, I don't have any worries about the Ukrainian people will to fight and survive in harsher conditions. And I'm certain that the Western countries will also provide any equipment that's needed in order to have the backup systems or backup heating or anything. But I think come winter time, it might be smart to do some evacuations in the areas that where there's the fighting is ongoing, and it's harder just to protect the civilians. Yeah, that's my brief take.
Thank you on that. I think just to kind of start a new discussion, because we've listened to the speech by Zelensky 1 hour ago, and there was he was actually mentioning that Ukraine got an ultimatum to Red Cross that Red Cross actually needs to visit Olenivka, where the Azov style fighters are actually camped. Just to kind of give a bit of overview, if someone didn't hear about Olenivka previously, Russians on the night of 29th of July, the single barrack in a prison of Molodizhne, which is next to it, was damaged by an explosion, and it killed and wounded a number of prisoners kept inside. And of course, Ukrainians criticized, not criticized, but attacked in the sense, Russia in the sense, because they said that Ukrainians were using HIMARS to attack their own soldiers. Absolutely, ungrounded accusation. And what happened that Ukrainians, of course, raised to this and said to Red Cross, can you please deal with this matter? And to this day, so we have almost 3 months, there is no a single word about what's going on in Olenivka. And Zelensky mentioned that it's pretty much like a concentration camp. And what they're doing there and how they're torturing poor people is just, it's absolute madness. We also have the account from one of the Ukrainians who mentioned that the people were just burned to death in that place because Russians, their anger and kind of because they cannot accept their loss in the war, they put this on those poor victims. And she mentioned that she spent there 100 days because before she kind of managed to escape to Russia after that, because she was a woman and she was just a civilian, and then returning back to Ukraine, it took her 100 days. And what she's saying there is absolutely, it's impossible basically to describe. It's just overflowing cells, inhumane conditions, regime of intimidation and murder. And they use the, they electrocute people, they damage the, body parts and everything. And today it was officially announced that Red Cross has 3 days, and that's no ultimatum. So Nick, because you were previously talking about the past year, could you talk about the implications of it and what this actually may mean and how it would actually affect the reputation of Red Cross in the future? I know we all hate Red Cross, but I think it's quite a strong message from Zelensky tonight.
Sorry, I was listening with one ear. What is the question?
So the question is, what is actually an implication of it? So if Zelensky, as the president of Ukraine, says to Red Cross that you have to deal with this matter and you didn't deal with it for 3 months, what are the repercussions if Red Cross doesn't resolve this? And what can we expect actually as a result? Because we've seen that Ukraine actually assists a lot. So if the exchange of prisoners of war happens and if there was a mission of MAGATE to Zaporizhia, then the mission to at least allow Red Cross to visit Olenivka and help those Ukrainians there should be definitely accomplishable.
I mean, the Red Cross doesn't answer to anybody, so it either it's an institution that is, other than running out of money, incapable of failure. I'm not certain what the implications are, whatever the rest of the world decides to think of the Red Cross. I think overall, the Red Cross has favorable numbers amongst most people because we're all in favor of health and we're all in favor of medical help. The ICRC clearly has, a great many of the problems that happen to any large, complacent international organization with its headquarters in one of the most expensive cities of the world over time. But I was an international civil servant for 22 years, so I'm aware there is a little bit of hypocrisy on my part here. But I mean, no one's going to close down the Red Cross. It exists. Almost it's not part of the UN. It exists in its own sphere. So the only thing it stands to lose is reputation. And I don't think most people who raise funds for the Red Cross pay that much attention to what is going on, in its day-to-day political situations that it gets itself into. I don't know that much about the Red Cross, but just based on my sort of understanding of how these kinds of organizations work, someone at headquarters will be charged with drafting some response because I don't even know if it has a secretary general, but the director general is upset that he's in the papers and getting shouted at, and maybe he won't get invited to backstage to meet Bono at the next U2 concert or something. But I don't, it's an organization that has essentially, it's like Amnesty. It's older and I think more respected, but it's basically a consequence-free organization. And those of us who are used to having supervision and boards of governors and non-executives and everything else, the Red Cross is one of those organizations, I think, that does what it wants. And it comes down to whether the people who are in charge are able to turn up to their various social events and have everybody still go, "Ooh, the man from the Red Cross is here. That's terribly important." So I'm a little bit skeptical that one can do anything about this. The deficiencies of the ICRC have been discussed for many years, although to my own discomfort, largely by people on the centre right who I probably should have paid more attention to.
And just to, what would be the best way to hold them accountable? So damaging their reputation is one of the methods, of course, but there should be a governing body of those kind of charitable organizations, right? Because we're predominantly, we focus on the businesses that generate money, and then if they are fraudulent, we can accuse them of fraud and try to sue and probably close them down. But what about the charitable organizations? What do we do with them?
I mean, these organizations tend to be legally non-profits incorporated in, for example, Switzerland, and that will be the ICRC. But it works in much the same way as a multinational for-profit company, which is to say there's a holding company somewhere which notionally owns everything and is in either a tax-friendly or a legal-friendly jurisdiction. And then the individual Red Crosses and Red Crescents go out and do, I mean, frankly, fantastic work. I certainly would happily put, 10 euros in the collecting tin of somebody on the Red Cross here on Mallorca who was collecting to provide shelters for refugees who get washed up on the beaches. I would have absolutely no concerns with that. But at the highest level, these places, I think, inevitably could become corrupt because there is no real answerability. A bit like FIFA, we saw what happened with FIFA. I don't think the Red Cross is necessarily as kind of financially corrupt as FIFA, but this is what happens when you leave people on their own with other people's money for a large amount of time and nobody to tell them no. And in some ways, I kind of even have some sympathy for them because, what you're seeing is kind of the societal version of entropy, the phenomenon that causes everything in the universe to decay. And so I don't think there is much you can do. You can get the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal to write a hit piece about them, but it's going to take an awful lot of hit pieces before people take the Red Cross out of their will and stop making regular donations. Again, not least because the local Red Crosses are by and large doing good work and are, close to you and have good volunteers. It's not like some kind of mafia type organization, other than the emergent behavior at the top, which is just what happens when you don't have any kind of democratic or non-executive oversight. So that's just my view as a cynical 61-year-old who's spent some time with these kind of organizations. The people in it are by and large well-meaning, but they are prisoners of how these organizations work. And to some extent, Amnesty as well. I don't know the exact details of the the extent to which Amnesty has been taken over by the tankies. But even if it hadn't, an organization the size and the scale of Amnesty after 60 years is going to be, you know, the top 8 people in that organization are going to spend 90% of their time discussing budgets and discussing the running of the organization, you know, independent of the other political things that they're getting wrong at the moment. That's just, I think, the way things are. It's the way things are in big organizations that don't have quite a lot of either democratic or serious regulatory oversight, and the Red Cross has neither.
Thank you, Nick, on that. And I think Nina has a question to you.
Thank you, Mikola. Yes, I actually Googled up Finnish Red Cross and found all the contacts, like numbers and people who straight numbers to them. As if we have in Finland the Red Cross, probably there are the Red Cross like in many other countries too. And Nick, when you said that that's just how it is, it makes me always, when somebody says, "Oh, that's just how it is," or "You can't do that," I'm getting like, oh, okay, then then I have to do something. Could we put pressure via our own countries, Red Cross people who are like in charge of those? Would that do anything? What do you think, Nick?
Sorry,
Sorry,
what was the
Mike,
question?
sorry, Mike was off. Not
Yeah.
really. Not really.
Really? I mean, that's just how it is. And can we just start a campaign that stop people giving money to the Red Cross? Or I don't know.
It's going to be difficult, isn't it? Because when people give money to the Red Cross, overwhelmingly they expect it, and they are probably correct, to be spent in their local country. Now, occasionally the Red Cross will have an appeal. So you could maybe say, for example, instead of giving money to the Red Cross for Ukraine, here are some alternative organizations that you can give to, who, apart from anything else, independently of whether we like the Red Cross's politics, have lower overheads simply because the Red Cross, you know, even if it was the best run organization in the world, the Red Cross is always going to have bigger overheads than MriyaReport. So I would tend to phrase it more in terms of, do you want the absolute best bang for your euro of your money that you want to give to Ukraine, and give people, I would say MriyaReport, but I'd mention 2 or 3 other charities, and say, of course, the Red Cross are doing a great job, but they have plenty of money, and your extra euro, won't make that much of a difference, and they have bigger overheads. And I think that's a better way to phrase it, rather than to stand up and say, you know, the Red Cross is a bad organization, which we can talk about here, but that's an extraordinarily difficult message to get across to the average middle-class European. It really is. So I wouldn't go down that particular line, because I just think it's likely to be unproductive. So rather than don't give to the Red Cross, I would say to people, do give to the following charities. Always bring up personal anecdotes. So, for example, I don't give to MriyaReport because I give to another charity in Warsaw that is helping Ukrainian refugees. It's nothing against MriyaReport. I just give to those people, and I tell people the anecdotes of the interactions I have with that charity, and people go, "Oh wow!" And then they go to the same people and say, "Oh wow, they were really nice. They came back to me. They showed me the pictures of the socks and the shoes that they brought for the, you know, the refugee children." Do it in that way. Do it in that way. Don't go around telling people not to give to the Red Cross, because Nina versus the Red Cross is always going to be a losing battle, no matter how good you are at it. Whereas Nina offering up these other great experiences, and, you know, hey, when you send to MriyaReport, this happens, is yeah, frame it positively. Frame it positively.
May I, Mikola, just quickly answer?
Just a quick note. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Nick. Yes, I understand this, and the thing is that Red Cross is advertising quite a lot, and there are people who are not following what is happening really. So they give both to international Red Cross when there is a campaign, and to the local Red Cross. So I think, at least I think that I want to do both. If I talk to people, I will say, okay, if you want to help Ukraine, give to these and these, which I know are good and will take the help there. But I don't want to just leave the Red Cross that I'm not doing anything. Well, I want to do both. Thank you.
Just concerning the question of when we can and can't do anything, have a look at something I just tweeted. It's a clip from a BBC comedy drama show of a few years ago, where this ordinary woman became sort of accidentally becomes prime minister, and she's getting a briefing in the car about an international. It's her first day in office, and she's getting a briefing in the car about an incident, and it's 40 seconds long, and it's a real spit out your coffee moment at the end about exactly this kind of thing.
Okie dokie.
Great. And on that, let's go to Arlen.
Yeah. I just wanted to add to something Pauli said about the winter warfare situation, and in addition to all these problems with badly trained soldiers and inadequate winter gear, etc., one big problem they're going to face is the logistics. They already have problems with their logistics, but imagine trying to move those ammo crates anywhere with bad Kamaz trucks from the 70s or even 60s with terrible tires on muddy, snowy terrain. It's just going to be a nightmare, and it's going to wear down any of the soldiers who are going to be near that, because getting out of the truck, trying to get it out of the mud, unloading all those crates, it's just going to be a nightmare for any one of those being near that logistical operations. And imagine how the artillery guys on the Russian side are going to be unloading crappy crates in the snow, and and then trying to reload them up in the truck again when they need to move the position. They're just going to be worn out.
Great, thank you on that. And actually, I want to congratulate anyone and everybody here with the Defenders, Ukrainian Defenders Day. So today is actually a big day in Ukraine, because Ukraine celebrates almost 3 holidays at the same time. So the first one is the Feast of Intercession of the Mother of God. The second is the Day of Ukrainian Cossacks. And the third one, as previously mentioned, it's quite young, is the Defenders Day. And what we should know about it is that it's quite new. So 14th of October, it wasn't the day originally when was a celebration of Ukrainian army, because it used to be on 23rd of February. But due to Russian aggression, and due to, again, that's a big part of a Russian propaganda, right? Saying that we never treated them as a good neighbor or anything. But actually, we celebrated this day on the same day due to the Soviet past. But Ukrainians chose, and it was one of the ex-presidents of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, who decided to celebrate this on the 14th of October, which was widely accepted due to the fact that Ukraine actually celebrated the intercession of the Theotokos. At that time, it was the holiday that has been celebrated by Ukrainians since the 12th of century, and it's a very old custom. And then actually it was very popular among Ukrainian Cossacks, and we know that Ukrainian Cossacks today are defending Ukrainian motherland. So on that note, let's go to Prince.
Thank you, Mikola. And this has been a little bit interesting. I've been sort of tuning in and out today with events that have been happening here in the U.S., but I wanted to just weigh in a little bit about the Red Cross and really differentiating the international from the locals. I think Nick did a little bit of that, and I just want to sort of emphasize that the locals do a lot of very good work. Internationally, I don't see that happening. But when I see hurricanes, floods, fires, even just a residential house fire, I see that the local chapters of the Red Cross step right in and do a great deal to help. On the international level, I think with anything, we need to be a whole lot more careful about who we donate to, and I think Nick has done a really good job of sort of giving a little bit of a recommendation on how to go about doing that. Giving people alternatives for specific things such as what is happening in Ukraine right now. And I think as Nina said a little bit there, if I wanted to give to the Red Cross, I would make sure it would be to my local Red Cross, because you can see the good work that they're doing. But when it comes to the international things, the Red Cross seems to fail spectacularly. So I just wanted to, I felt I wanted to say something along those lines, and just emphasize that the Red Cross does do some very good things on the very local level, but internationally it's a disaster. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, I agree with Erin of the logistics things on winter, and
Yeah, Paul, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So there was flash news from Belarus. They evidently are going to execute a secret mobilization. So I don't know what you think. There are 9.4 million inhabitants in Belarus. So what do you think about that?
So there are multiple factors on that. So actually, Ukrainians are being scared that Belarus will open the second kind of front line since February, because they were always saying some bullshit about they're preparing their soldiers and everything. The fact that remains, there is only one fact that actually remains the truthful, is actually that Belarus allows the Russian soldiers to be stationed there, and the missile attacks and the drones, some of them are being launched from Belarus territory. Ukraine is monitoring that situation very closely and 24/7. So occasionally, probably once a month, and probably if it's became and pushed in the narrative, then a bit more often, but Ukraine actually disproves these things. So they're closely monitoring the front line in that sense, the borders, and they know that the drones, specifically the ones, the kamikaze ones and everything, that are launched from Russia and from Belarusian territory, they are monitoring them 24/7. So we know about that. The fact that basically the Belarus actually, what they're being more important in a sense, is the logistics, is that they're actually providing the some of the vehicles, that they provide some of the ammunition and everything, and they are opening the Soviet storages. That's more worrying than actually Belarus participating in the war. Because what we've seen already is that the Russians absolutely are not prepared. And if Russians are not prepared, you can imagine what Belarus, that actually never participated in any of the war since its independence, would be on the ground and on battleground. And I think what is actually crucial to mention is that the Belarusians themselves, we've seen multiple accounts where the ex-commanders and generals would make the statements about the Belarusian army and say, don't participate in this war, like this is a conflict between kind of Russia and Ukraine, and they would give completely different arguments. Some are foolish, some are not, some are logical, but all of those arguments matter for Ukraine only because they kind of they push this narrative that it's not a Belarusian war, and that's what matters. So yeah, that's everything what we need to know. And yeah, at the moment, this actually is being monitored, and we shouldn't worry about this. It's kind of a similar conversation to a nuclear war. It always arises, and everybody's like, okay, yeah, okay, chill down, just wait and see, because it will be a better option than predicting on the cards of tarot. And that's exactly what was actually today told by Reznikov when he was asked about the war and what is his prediction when the war will end. He said that he was running and he forgot his card of decks for tarot for prediction of the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine. So yeah, unfortunately, we wouldn't know. And on that positive note, Holly, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, can I give my reasoning? Because I think this is actually really good news, because we have to remember that Russia has been trying to fish out homeless people, people from prisons, Syria, Somalia, I think, African countries, Middle East, anywhere they can, and now they're trying to basically extort or impose secret mobilization to Belarus. So they are really, really desperate. This is maybe the last thing you want to do. That just seems that the material and the armament and the equipment they have, they are really, their pockets are almost empty, I think. So in my opinion, 1 to 2 months, I think we're gonna see more and more of this desperate stuff.
One thing to remember that actually the Belarusians, in a sense, they will be even scared more than Russians, right? Because their propaganda is slightly lower version of a Russian one, and basically to tell about this orthodox values and everything that's actually pushed in Russia, it's going to be not that widely acceptable in Belarus. Even the protests that occurred in 2020 tell you about the mood of Belarusians. And I recently went to the lecture of one of the professors in the US who focuses specifically on Belarus, and he told us that no, it's still two different regimes. Like, you've got Lukashenko, he's a authoritarian actor in this way, but unfortunately, it's still not the same. Fortunately for Ukraine, as always, and for Belarusians in a sense, it's still not the same as in Russia. So they can still travel, although Europe mostly banned Belarus, from actually, Belarusians from traveling, but they still have more freedom than Russians on today's grounds. So imagine, we've seen all what was after the Russia announced mobilization in there, and we've seen how Russians were just flying away and so on. Imagine what would be happening in Belarus. So no, I don't think that it's actually going to happen, and they are not brainwashed to that extent. And yeah, we are lucky on that. And actually, Ukraine, just on the news, it was 2 days ago, Ukrainians signed the petition to close the border with Belarus. So the way how it works today is that officially the border with Belarus is already closed, so there is no point of looking at that. Yet, basically, the Ukrainians who during the war and before the war happened to be in Belarus, they still have one point of entry, and I think it's at the end of kind of Rivne Oblast. So they have a way how to enter to Ukraine, but for Belarusians they cannot get into Ukraine. So officially, it's also kind of it's a closed borders with Belarus. So yeah, that's pretty much everything what you need to know, I guess. And about the secret mobilization that is happening in Belarus, well, we've seen how it was secretly done in Russia. So imagine the mass X2 in Belarus, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. On that note, let's go to Abdullah.
Hi there. Yes, I'll let Nina go first. Thanks.
Sure, Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Abdullah and Mikola. question about Belarus. Wouldn't this be like a fantastic moment and opportunity for the Belarusians to kick out the Lukashenko?
You see, I mean, you've seen what was happening in Russia at the beginning of the war. Everyone was expecting it to be the moment when the soldiers themselves, right? Some of them lying and saying that, hold on, we've got we're on the border with Ukraine, and actually we are forced now to fight against our neighbors and everything. Everybody was expecting Russians to do something. And right now in Belarus, right, we've seen that some of the Belarusians, they actually joined Ukrainian forces. So there is a 1 battalion, and it is actually fighting on Ukrainian side for quite a long time now. But to organize some sort of a protest against Lukashenko, I think he's also not a fool, right? So even if he, and it's important to note, only if he actually starts this mobilization or anything, he will make sure that he has enough of resources to keep himself kind of defended from all of those protesters and everything. And I think it's going to be even harsher what was happening in 2020. So today we know that 4 of the protesters went missing, and 2 of them were found dead, I believe. And we know that those were kind of extremes, right? So I'm sure that when something will occur in Belarus, they will not be able to get Lukashenko down in a sense. Yes, Nick.
Can I just a coup maybe?
I wouldn't suggest that, Nina. I don't think Belarus just has this power, right? Because we know that Tikhanovskaya, right, who is now in Europe, she's allegedly won the elections, and basically she's hiding somewhere in Europe and making those
What do you mean
statements and
allegedly
everything.
won?
Well, okay, fine. Well, she won. Okay, let's say that. It's fine, Axel. It just, I mean, we don't know about the numbers, but how much she won and everything, and that's what kind of matters. And because she's not in Belarus, and Belarusians, a lot of them, they see that we want the leader that's going to be with us in our territory. I'm not sure that they will somehow manage to get her into the country and organize the coup against Lukashenko. But who knows? Nick, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I mean, when Nina says, would this be a good time to have a coup against Lukashenko? The obvious question then is, well, when would not be a good time? So, it's always a good day for removing dictators from power. The question is whether it's opportune, whether the momentum is there. I haven't really studied enough where the momentum after the rigged election, the last rigged elections went to. I have no doubt that there will be another uprising, and this time a successful one against Lukashenko. But I think that's very much for the official opposition to decide. And I think it will come at a time that surprises us all. We all like telling our stories. We all like building our logical, this happened and then this happened and then it was inevitable that X, Y, Z happened. But if you look at what's happening in Iran now, it was going to happen at some point, but there's no particular reason that anyone can point to who predicted it in advance why it's happening now. And I think the same will be true of Belarus. So it's always nice when these things come together in sequences of 3 or 4 and dominoes and whatever, but history doesn't work like that. So yeah, it's always a good time to get rid of Lukashenko, but that's only in a wishful thinking sense. If this was the right time to get rid of him, then they would be getting rid of him, kind of by definition. I don't think any of us here are in any better position than the Belarus opposition to know, where the weakness is, where the signals are coming from the regime, where the back channel signals from the regime's mechanisms of power, from the police and the secret police and the military, where those signals are coming from, that, yeah, we've had enough of this. And, maybe if this deal can be made and that deal can be made, And I think actually that's always the danger for the democratic opposition in situations like this, that the handmaidens of power arrange to hand things over in a way that they don't lose their power. I think Burma, Myanmar gives an excellent example of this. We were all rooting for Aung San Suu Kyi for 20 years, and then all of a sudden she was prime minister, and it was like, what the fuck, guys? You're bombing the Rohingya and this and this and this. She's going, oh, there's much I can do about it. So let's not also wish for a situation where we get rid of Lukashenko. But in order for that to happen, the opposition has to make compromises that we wouldn't like. Let's wait for the time when everyone's running away in the direction, well, let's say the opposite direction to The Hague, and that it becomes easier to push these things over. And perhaps the same will apply to Russia. I think that'll be a much more complex problem. But ideally, again, what we don't want is Putin getting replaced by someone called Vladimir Putin, who's this definitely new person, and that the people with the power behind just stay there and pull the puppet strings.
Yeah, I think what is actually important to understand, and thank you for actually commenting on that, Nick, that in retrospective, it's always easier to understand why it happened and so on, and that's exactly why history is kind of backwards rather than forward. Is that basically in Belarus, you have Lukashenko, he's holding his seat, and he's very afraid of losing it. So everybody was seeing, even before the elections, how he was trying to get his son closer to the seat and everything. But then he understood if he gives it to him or anything, something may go out of control. And that's exactly what we see now, how he's afraid of doing any wrong action that may upset the Belarusians and they will kick him out. So, and one of those ways can be a mobilization, right? Because they clearly don't want that. Because if they could, they would participate on 24th of February, and they were not so happy about it. And there were a lot of partisans and everything, and they were even caught. And kind of, there was a whole show about this. So that's exactly what you need to understand. You have a tension, even though kind of Belarus and specifically Lukashenko is an ally of Putin in this sense, he still is afraid of losing his post. He wants to sit there forever, as all dictators, right? And the reason why he's listening to Putin is because Putin is providing him with financial aid, is because Putin is also kind of a guarantor that he stays in that place. But he's also a threat. And that's exactly why in 2020, there were some even Russian policemen in Belarus helping to sustain Lukashenko's regime, because Lukashenko didn't expect this to happen, and Putin at that time already knew that what happened in 2014 should not be repeated in Belarus. And that's exactly why you had such a kind of cruelty straight away. So on the second or third day of protests, people were beaten, the taxis, were stopped, people were checked with the documentation and everything. And that's exactly what you need to know. I think it's a good notion that we discussed it and we looked at Belarus, and it's always good to remind people that Belarus is unfortunately an ally of Russia, but it definitely has its own agency, and Lukashenko also has his own agency that is different to Putin's. And so Nina, go ahead.
Well, yes, I just wanted to add that. I don't know how big majority of the Belarusian people are behind Lukashenko. Are they happy with him? Like, are they supporting him? Like, is it some? Was the election rigged?
I mean, we obviously know that the elections were rigged, right? Because not only the election results, but even prior to the elections, the candidates that were going to, to participate in them, they were subjected to beating. Some of them were arrested. Some of them were put criminal cases or administrative cases that prevents you to become a president. So that way, you basically are not allowed to participate in the elections. So yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people who saw this a little moment of light, and unfortunately, they missed it at the time. And I mean, the most recent poll, I think it was in 2018, so it was even before the elections, because after that, there was a huge suspension of any organizations and international ones too that do some polling in Belarus. I'll try to find more information, Nina, for you on that regard, but I don't have it on top of my head, unfortunately. Sorry for that. Yeah, and on that note, Abdullah, you were next.
Hey, Mikola. Thank you very much. Just wanted to touch on Crimea, if that's okay.
It's kind of a new topic. I mean, Erland, did you want to come on the Belarus side as well?
Yeah, just very quickly on the Belarus,
Okay,
and then we
Abdullah,
can move on.
we'll probably go to Crimea, yeah, after finishing this topic. So, Erland, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you got to remember that the repression apparatus that Lukashenko has developed is absolutely enormous, and it's not just about the Oman police beating people in the street, which also seemed to have been quite effective during the 2 years ago during the protests. But they have their internal KGB. It's actually called KGB, and they have a monstrous, horrible looking Soviet building in the middle of the center, which you see in Minsk if you ever go there. And it's just a reminder that they're looking at you. There's also this neighbors snitching on you. Yeah, it's the whole Soviet system is just raining down on the citizens that try to do anything to change the country. And most of the people that have the strongest or had the strongest initiatives in 2020, they left the country, and some of them are now in Ukraine fighting. And I think that those are actually the biggest hope for overthrowing Lukashenko. His army is shit, and the Belarusian Legion is getting lots of combat training. And if Luka decides to go into Ukraine and send his army to the minced meat, I think that there is a possibility that the Belarusian Legion will try and do something. They would just march into Minsk if they wanted to. The Oman police might be effective against the demonstrators, but they wouldn't stand a chance against the Belarusian Legion after 8 months, or maybe in a year or a half a year more, when they have 1 year of combat experience.
Right, and it's actually quite important to understand that I still couldn't find the statistics really about how many people in Belarus opposing to Lukashenko's rule. But one thing that we know is that almost 1,000 of people were detained, and Vyasna Human Rights Center documented almost 1,000 testimonies of torture of victims. So it's a lot, and actually that it was said that almost how many 100s? No, we are talking about even more. The protest gathered almost 200,000 people. So yeah, from 200 to 400,000 people in Minsk, to around 40,000 in Grodno, 10,000 in Mogilov, which are basically one of the biggest cities in Belarus. And across the country, the total number on 23rd of August was almost 500,000 people. So if those people went outside and actually spoke out, that's quite a significant number that you should remember, because it's not it doesn't need to be actually 9 million people who go on the streets and everything. It's about how many actually show up and show that they didn't like the outcome, and that's what actually matters. And on that note, I think the Belarus topic is kind of exhausted at this point, because we already covered what can be the threat, and what we know. The last bit that actually I kind of read about as well is that Tsikhanouskaya, in a sense, she's unlucky because she's actually fighting on two fronts, right? She needs to prove that Lukashenko needs to quit and everything, and actually she's fighting against their own regime in the country. But then she also needs to prove to the West and to Ukrainians, in the sense that Belarusians, the good Belarusians, they are on side of with Ukraine, and they want to have a peace with it. So yeah, it's definitely a difficult task for her to do so, and we'll see how it unfolds in the future. And on that, Abdullah, you wanted a question about Crimea, so go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mikola. Just wanted to I have a juicy military target in Crimea. What do you call? But not. I don't know if it's ethical. This is remember that long traffic jam in north of Kiev of Russian troops at the beginning of the war? Well, there is another traffic jam in Crimea, but this time it's this beautiful lorries and trucks who are stuck in this long traffic jam waiting for ferries. And it's loaded, and most of it is loaded with stolen Ukrainian goods. I really think that the trucks should be treated as a fair target and taken out. It will hinder ferry logistics and create it will probably create an economic disaster for the occupiers, and could be the impetus for the implants of Russians to flee back to their homeland. I was just wondering what people think of this. If it's a good idea, if it's ethical, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm more keen for them for the Ukrainians to attack the trucks. Thank you.
I mean, I can tell you straight away that a lot of Ukrainians, especially after their reaction to the explosion on Crimean Bridge, they will be happy, but it's definitely not an ethical decision, right? Because we don't know how many of those cars are actually civilian, and the whole war, right? The whole narrative that even Zelensky and the government of Ukraine is pushing is that actually Ukraine is defending itself. It's fighting with enemies on its Ukrainian soil, right? So it doesn't want to kill civilians for no reason, like what Russia does. It doesn't want to be like a terrorist state or something like that. Everyone who steps on Ukrainian soil is de facto actually an enemy. If you were not allowed to go on Ukrainian soil and you didn't receive visa or anything, you're actually an enemy, right? Because you're going against Ukrainian law. But on that stake, still, Ukrainians wouldn't just use the rockets, and we still discuss this topic quite a lot. At the moment, they don't have a capability of shooting the target that far away, right? Because they didn't receive the missiles for such a long range. Of course, you could organize some sort of a secret mission, right? Similar to Crimean Bridge, but I think that was the message. So the whole idea of this Crimean Bridge explosion was a message that you shouldn't feel comfortable even in Crimea, which is far away from us. Secondly, putting all of those, a whole of us population, right, being scared right now and trying to move away from Crimea is actually a good thing. Look, the people came, some of the Russians came in 2014. They think that it's their homeland now and everything, and they don't want to leave. And there were a lot of videos about that. And now they're running away from Crimea. Good, amazing. Run away. Go back to Siberia. We're really welcoming you, but go back to Russia. We don't want you to stop there. So yeah, that's kind of a bit of a two funny sense. And Wendy, go ahead. I'm sure you have quite a rattle on that.
Thank you, Mikola. I was just reflecting on how privileged I feel to listen to your Ukrainian co-hosting. Thank you. With regards to these trucks, one thing which is clear to Ukraine's international allies looking on, who thankfully don't have to be the bulwark against the tyranny which has invaded Ukraine, committed war crimes there, and if it had its way, would invade the former territories of the Soviet Union, is that Ukraine is fighting not just as the more moral army here, it is also fighting against Russian disinformation. And part of this Russian disinformation, I think anybody in the West can see, but people in my country can see just by reading the latest BBC article on Ukraine, in which it may have been discussed on the space earlier today, but I mean it regards the current temporary occupying force within Kherson telling Ukrainians to save themselves by going to Russia for leisure and study. And the article goes on to quote, and this is a direct quote, Ukraine rejects accusations that it targets its own civilians, end quote. So Ukraine is having to consistently not just defend its sovereign territories and its innocent people from this genocidal regime in Moscow, but it's also constantly under scrutiny for how it defends itself. So Ukraine has consistently proved, undoubtedly, to be the more moral army, the army which does not target civilians. And one of the outlandish theories put across by the Kremlin for the recent strike on the Kerch Bridge was that it was a truck bomb, amongst other things. And the person that they identified as being the driver of this truck came from one of the territories one of the poorer regions of the Russian Federation. I think I'm right in saying, and it's these kind of people. It's these people from these more poorer regions who will no doubt be driving these trucks. So a strike on such a target, yes, they may well be carrying goods which are stolen from Ukraine, but it certainly doesn't fit the modus operandi which Ukraine has stuck to consistently, which is to fight a just and righteous war, to target the occupying forces which are committing war crimes in its country. So I just thought I'd chime in to add my own little piece on that Crimean truck question.
Oh,
thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much, because I was a bit, I don't know, I was like 50-50. I wasn't sure how ethical it is, because I know if there were Ukrainian trucks lined up like that, the Russians will not hesitate 1 second, to take it out. But sometimes you have to take the moral high ground. Thank you so much for that.
It's also a practical thing. So it's not only ethical, as Wendy pointed out. It's also about to try to combat Russian propaganda and show that they're lying as always. But the one thing that I wanted to add is that just look how Russians, and I think I tweeted about this today, that basically BBC was made an article about how Ukrainians were treated in Russia and how Russians were treated in Ukraine. And the one thing, as Axel pointed out, is that Russians were tortured in a very bad way, as they were eating really well. And that's exactly similar what happened, not the same situation that happened in Russia. Unfortunately, Ukrainians were beaten and tortured, and a lot of them returned malnourished. And that's exactly what you see, that the good is fighting against evil, and that's why Ukrainians wouldn't attack people in that way. Moreover, you also need to see that Russians, even with the Crimean Bridge, right, the detonation occurred when there was not a heavy traffic, and actually I think only 3 people died from this, which is a very humane way to kind of detonate a bridge, right? So yeah, just look at the course of the war and see how Ukrainians are doing their operations, and they're trying to kind of minimize the potential risks to the civil population. And look how Russians are doing their operations and how they're hiding behind women and basically Ukrainian civilians in the cities. And that's everything what you need to know.
All right, just going to interrupt for a second. Everyone, we have our team, our friends from Veterans Affairs Ukraine along in Washington, D.C. As you know, we were able to raise funds to get them rooms in New York, 4 rooms for 8 people, and that worked out. And it looks as though we have 6 of the team, which are ladies who are in one house, and we need a place for the 2 gentlemen who are staying. Very distinguished gentlemen. One's a colonel, one's another rank, I don't remember, close near it, in Washington, D.C. for tonight. They're going to have to book themselves on their own dime, or else I will ask the audience if they can help. There's just 2 men. I don't know where the other 6 in Washington are. I assume it's near the embassy. I think they're with embassy staff. But if you can host 2 gentlemen for 7 days, for tonight till the 20th, that would be great. Please do reach out to me directly. We're just going to do a fan out. There are people who offered on their own just to book rooms. We don't need rooms, we just need one just for the gentleman, and that would be great. If you can reach out to me, that is appreciated. Thank you, and I'll just stick around in the chat here.
Thank you, Yehuda. Mart, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm tuning in a little bit late. I just heard the last part of the Belarusian discussion, and I'm sorry, Mikola and Wendy, to come back on this. I will keep it very short, although it's highly doubtful that there will be a second front. I just wondered, because I have absolutely no idea how strong or not strong is a Belarusian army.
It's the worst army. It's the worst army in Europe.
Okay, that's very short, but very clear. Thank you.
And if you don't take my word for it, General Ben Hodges said as much here.
Thank you, Axel. I'm very happy with your answer, and I will leave you back to the discussion about the other topics. Thank you very much. You can take me down as a speaker again, please.
I've made a mistake, by the way. I think our friend Chuck Fair is coming. He's not in this time zone at the moment, so I think he's coming at 7 Eastern Standard, and 6, whatever standard he's at. So I think he's an hour behind. My bad. I hope he's not trying to connect, just to make sure.
Thanks, Yehuda. In the meantime, Scribe, you've got your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
So I have a question to Axel and the other panelists right now, the other hosts. What do you guys think about Russia already stating that they're not going to renew the grain deal, which you guys mentioned about earlier today?
It's a bad deal. And they are only using and abusing it for their own purposes, thieving, stealing, and conveying their own stolen grain to Turkey. And they use it in order to change the way the Ukrainians can plant their crops, withdraw from them say, working capital, make it difficult. They're currently so-called negotiating, meaning telling the other side that they want to reduce the inspection teams from 5 to 4. They're using every excuse in the book to make even the bad deal, which they forced Ukraine to agree to for purposes of public accommodation of so-called food crisis in the world. They're making even that difficult. It's completely irrelevant. The only thing which matters is beating the Russians in the battlefield and freeing the ports of Ukraine. Everything else is completely superfluous, makes no sense. The world should shut up, send money, send tanks, send airplanes, put a full embargo on Russia, and end the storyline. That's all there is to it. Nothing else. The rest is bullshit. It's a family program, but I think bullshit is still okay, right?
I would go for BS, but I'm not going to tell as someone who is older than me and has way more life experience than me what to say.
As Alex Backus will tell you, I'm old. Trust me, I know, because I'm old.
Yeah, that's an excellent summary, in my opinion. Thank you. Abdullah.
Hi there. Yeah, it's me again. I just want to ask a quick question. Apparently, I was watching a video of the Russian appointed puppet leader of Kherson asking Putin to help with evacuations of civilians. I just wanted to ask, what does this mean? What are they? Is there a pending withdrawal coming? I don't know. Is it just getting too hot for them? I just wanted to get some opinions on that. Thanks.
Yes, this puppet Moscow fascist human facts reader, Abdullah, who's currently purported to lead this criminal occupying force in Kherson, has, he's urged Ukrainians to, quote, save themselves, unquote, by going to Russia for, quote, leisure and study. So this is unfortunately not the first time we have seen this criminal imperial state whose existence depends on outward expansion, murdering large numbers of people, and pertinence in this case, using propaganda to attempt to disguise their political aims and attempt to deceive the international public. No one's convinced by what the words this particular individual is saying, but it does reek of panic. So I have absolutely no doubt on a day in which we've seen the Muscovites again film their own war crimes. In this particular case, kidnapping Ukrainian children, forcibly moving them into the country currently known as the Russian Federation, and giving them to quote unquote families. This is not an individual that should be featuring too prominently in Western news media, apart from to label him as the criminal that he is. So yeah, it certainly was noticed, but it also certainly speaks to a crisis that is currently happening within that region, specifically Kherson City. Thanks for the question. And if you'd like a follow-up on that, Abdullah, please go ahead. I'd like to hear your own opinion on it.
No. Thank you for that. I was just thinking maybe there's some kind of a. He was just preparing to flee. That's what I thought. Just like the last one when they fled Lyman, the ruler also said something similar. So I thought this time there was kind of a military attack on Kherson, pending or something like that. But I wasn't thinking the propaganda part of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Abdullah. I actually didn't know that that particular piece of info from Lee-Man. I was on 1G Wi-Fi at the time. Yeah, so that definitely fits a trend. Thank you for your question. Ben, it's great to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see me. No, it's great to see you, Wendy. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Adrian. Long time no talk. I'm sorry, I'm not very talkative today. I'm still fuming from the news of Mr. Macron little apartheid. But yeah, hopefully that won't prevent him from delivering some more war material. We learned today that France, along with some anti-air missiles, had delivered a number of large guns, howitzers. So there's that. It's not all bad, I guess. But yeah, so I'm in a fall mood, and you've been told. Maybe we can go to Nalune.
Hey, yes, I actually wanted to ask about this Macron situation and red lines and touchback on Crimea. So maybe there are some deterrence experts. I remember yesterday someone was talking about something similar, but I was wondering, so what's the point? What's the point for Biden or America say that, oh, they're going to respond to tactical nukes now, or now Borrell or saying that, oh, they're going to respond, but not in a nuke way. And Macron says that, oh, no nukes whatsoever, we don't know war. That looks really weak. So just to focus on the US, so they say that, and so let's say they're going to be a conventional response. And yes, of course, there's a risk of Russia going crazy and responding in an unpredictable way. But what's prevented all this Western powers saying that before the invasion? So I'm just saying this inconsistency, in my opinion, looks weak. And at first I thought, all right, they're holding the line in a decent way, but now it looks really messy. And Borrell's saying, oh, we didn't trust America, that they were saying that, I don't know, it just looks so amateur for these people who, I don't know, must be educated, they must know their European history. Like I was really cringing about Musk, and I actually live in Silicon Valley and I know quite a bit about these people, but okay, we can expect them not to take any history class in their dropout Stanfords, but to expect that from heads of this pretty powerful states it's very strange. And I wonder, like, what is actually preventing that? Because I grew up in Moscow, and I don't know, these people maybe, I don't know if to say that they didn't grow up in the streets, but they've been in politics and dealing with Putin for a while. I don't know, why are they trying to appease him so much? Because if they said that, for example, I was really pissed that there was no response about from the Russia carpet bombing Ukraine. The response was extremely weak. Like what stopped them from saying, okay, well, this is the line? So I actually have a big issue with Ukraine, like as everyone, not being able to target, supply lines, anything specific inside Russia, because, well, that actually will, prevent that will stop the war, or like it will cut it short significantly faster. And what prevented I don't know, America saying, well, okay, this is a line, like bombing Kiev, bombing civilians, like, now it's time. But why are they so, I don't know, weak, in my opinion?
Okay, thanks, Abu Crypto. I think we've covered this topic in detail on the space, and it's been exhaustively put to bed. We're very lucky to be joined by the great Chuck Farrer.
The Chuck Farrer.
Hi, hi, everybody. Thank you for having me on. Here I am again, skulking back in under the tent.
Fair enough. Sorry, the last speaker, we don't mean to push off your question. What was it about, real quick, Wendy? I just want to make sure, just for clarity.
It concerns something about nukes and possibly
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't worry. Who is it? What's your name? No, I can't see here.
Well, it's not. Sorry.
No,
I'll just change this to my dummy account, but it's not really about nukes. I'm just saying it can be just Russia bombing Ukraine, like the cities and civilian targets. Like, what stops them from letting Ukraine target Russia? Like, I'm just saying forget
Well,
about nukes even.
Ukraine wouldn't target Russian cities because Ukrainians are moral. It's a
No,
moral
not
army.
cities, not cities. Like everyone, I don't know how to pronounce like this long range missiles, like that they're not given or it's secret or something. It's a lot of tiptoeing on the
Oh,
U.S. side.
yeah. Well, because I'm sure there was an agreement made that they wouldn't use ATACMS in Russia proper, Russia itself, because Ukraine is neither Russia proper nor Russia improper. It's not Russia at all. So there's the answer to that. Belgorod just had a former ammunition dump become a bonfire. So Ukrainians are using their artillery to attack Russia inside Russia, wherever they see fit. They don't need to attack Russia 500 kilometers behind enemy lines. They can hit all the supply dumps close by their border. So it would be an unnecessary escalation from the Ukrainian side when they can affect the same, they can cause the same effect with the weapons they have, the M777s and whatever else they want to use, or their own, special weapons. So, but there you go. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, sure. I just someone like 10 minutes ago said that they actually can't target that deep into Crimea, but
Yeah, don't worry about that. They obviously did, because they targeted the Kerch Bridge, which is on the other end of Crimea, right?
well, I think it's disputed whether it was missiles, and so I understand.
Yeah, no worries. It's not disputed. It's disputed by some people, and I would argue, and dare I say, those people are not qualified to give those opinions. I mean, they can give them all day, all night. It's a free world. But for whatever reason, for certain special reasons, the Ukrainians will leave a big question mark over that, and that's okay. But anyway, it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't change the point that Ukrainians can attack Russian targets in Russia like Belgorod with artillery they currently have. You do understand that, right?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't want to sound combative. I just don't want you to think to go down a rabbit hole with there are a lot of absurd theories out there about flying dolphins and mystery boats and truck bombs driven by jihadis. Whatever. I think we've established the fact that the Ukrainians are very comfortable with people not knowing, and they don't need to say it. And the Russians are going to make up stories. But anyway, it still doesn't. It's still your point that you're making. They don't. I'm trying to understand what you're really getting at, because the fact that they hit or didn't hit Kerch Bridge with missiles is irrelevant to the fact. You said, why don't they attack Russia? Well, they are. They are attacking. They just attacked. They just attacked Belgorod today.
My concern is with just messaging from the US and some and EU in general. And I guess when they said that it was discussed and I missed that. I mean, I'm happy to listen to record it. I'm not sure how to do it, but I just don't see it discussed much. But that's all.
Okay, sorry. We do discuss it a lot, but again, if you're concerned whether or not Ukraine is being restrained from attacking inside Russia with its own weapons and these standard, then I wouldn't be, because they are. When it comes to ATACMS, the Russian Federation has made a threat that if ATACMS are used inside Russia, that it's some kind of escalatory, a rung up the escalatory ladder. I don't think anyone really cares about what Russia says. However, the Americans in the West and Ukraine are comfortable leaving things ambiguous. I don't know how else I can say it. So, and on that note, I just wanted to go to Chuck, because he is our guest speaker, and you can ask him the question maybe. And what's your name? Is it AV? What is it?
My name is Anya. I'll change it.
Anya.
I'll change it.
No worries. All right, Anya. Thanks so much. And let's go to Chuck. Chuck, welcome. I heard you're having a time somewhere.
No, I'm having the time in pretty much the same place you left me last time. So,
fair enough. Down the street, we're gonna have a barbecue.
Down the street. I am indeed.
All right, good stuff. All right. Well, sorry, what happened to Wendy? Go ahead, Wendy and Ben. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to address, because I didn't really understand what Anya was getting at, and I didn't want to think that anyone thought we were just pushing off her question. But I think it needs some work. Clarity, refinement.
That is exactly what you gave, Yehuda. Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been discussed on this space, AV. So if you'd like to go and check out the MriyaReport Spotify account, you'll hear a number of good interviews and analysis with regards to this particular topic and many others. So feel free to tell your friends.
Tell your neighbors and hide your wives. Go ahead, David. Welcome.
Good evening, Yehuda and Wendy and Ben and Mr. Chuck. Thank you for joining us again. Everybody.
Thank you, sir.
It's great to hear you. And thank you for posting the cards. They're fantastically informative.
Thank you, sir.
I encourage everybody to give Chuck a follow. He's up in the speaker slot. And if you're listening and find value in the space, retweet and share. And if you're listening, you don't find value in the space, also retweet and share. It's great to have everybody here supporting Maria Aid and MriyaReport. I wanted to come up and speak to the theme that is mentioned this evening about Macron made his speech or his announcement, and Germans made their announcement. And it is a continuation of the grand theme we have seen in European politics since the end of the war, the end of World War II, when Germany and France were no longer really European powers, but broken hulls of former empires. And so they'll continue to play that role. It's not to be expected. I mean, it would be out of character for Macron to come out this morning and say, yeah, no problem, we're going to press the button. The French nuclear submarine fleet will have a laugh, and fuck you, Cuban, excuse my French, no, we're going to do this, doing that. That's not the French's role. It's not the role they've been playing. I don't think people should expect that to become their role or for them to start speaking in that way. And the same goes for the Germans. I think it's interesting theatre. I think it's a pity, a shame, and a problem that they're also stuffed full of blood money that they forgot who elected them and where they're elected to and how they disgrace those positions. But that's neither here nor there. I don't expect it to change. I don't think people should wring their hands and be worried if France use a nuke, if France don't use a nuke. That's their business. If Russia does something stupid, it'll be lights out and they know it. And that's why they often use their nukes ever, I believe. They're too chicken shit. And I dare them to prove me wrong. See what happens. I just wanted to come up and make that point. That it's a continuation. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The reason they don't do it is they got scared when they blinded all the birds, I believe. All the birds died after they did a few stupid tests, and so they scared the shit out of themselves. I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
David,
prove me wrong. Press the button.
David, we talked about it. Someone mentioned nuclear again, and I said, you remember when Russia was babbling about nuclear about 2 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden, every 3-4 star general, admiral, whatever in the U.S. Army, not every, but all the talking heads just happened to all say in unison on the television, yeah, if Russia was to do that, I suspect the Black Sea Fleet,
very specific, deep there, yeah, wasn't it?
Would be destroyed. Every bit of Russian kit in the country of Ukraine would be destroyed.
And Sevastopol gets it too. They said that, right?
You don't hear a word from them right now. It's a little quiet on the home front. They're probably going to cycle over to Jewish neo-Nazi presidents. And you see, it's just, if you've noticed a pattern, anyone? Chuck, have you noticed a pattern? I feel there's a pattern coming on.
Thanks, Yehuda. That's why I was kind of trying to pluck the thread off. It's repetitive, right?
I absolutely agree. But, France's nuclear deterrent has been for France itself, as it ought to be. It's their money, their nukes. They call it the force de frappe. Credible nuclear threat. But all of this, of course, there's never been a nuclear weapon deployed on a battlefield. I think a lot of people more sanely are calling them the non-strategic use of nuclear weapons. No one's ever done that. And I'm not trying to open up this can, because as soon as I finish this paragraph, I'm happy to screw the lid back on. But if a nuclear weapon, ballistic missile, were to be fired by Putin from Belgrade, Russia, in 1 minute and 46 seconds, it'll vaporize Kyiv. Mr. Macron is going to have 5 minutes and 13 seconds to figure out if the next one is going to hit Paris. 5 minutes and 13 seconds. 4 miles a second is what they move at. I don't see anyone telling Mr. Putin, look, words are cheap, and they're cheaper than bullets, and they can make an impression. And were I in a position to sort of deter Mr. Putin and remind him, it's that if you want to open that, if you want to do that, what are the rules of the game going to be now? And the last thing I'd like to say is, strategic nuclear weapons, they're supposed to address things like the locus of military power. So a city like Norfolk, Virginia, which is the largest naval base in the world, prime target. Probably Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, back in the days when it controlled American steel production, prime target. Ukraine has no strategic targets. There are no places where their military is concentrated. There are no places that are loci of industry. They have none. So the only thing that Mr. Putin can do is threaten to kill 1 million people in a city. And what happens 30 seconds after he does that? What is our impression to be made of Mr. Putin, his leadership, or the nation he leads?
Chuck, there's a rumor going around that apparently Mr. Putin there ordered a test underground in the northwest of Russia. Apparently, it was rejected twice due to technical reasons. Can't do it, boss. Can't do it. Hamster got caught in the Ferris wheel underground.
That's the salient point. I don't think they work. I don't think they think they work. They want us to think they work. That's about it. That's the game.
Yeah, and but again, there's a perfect information item, right? He ordered a nuclear test and it didn't go. What I love about that is it's either true or it isn't, but it's made an impression on all of us right now. And I think that it's absurd for him to keep banging on about I'm going to nuke. And you know what? Fill in the blank. Who are you going to nuke? Do you know where the 156th Ukrainian Armored Division is? No, you don't. Do you have a legitimate target? Are you going to nuke the steel mills in Mariupol? No, you took those apart bolt by bolt. What are you going to nuke? What are you going to do? And what's your foreign policy objective after you nuke this brotherly nation that you're trying to bring back into the warm Slavic bosom of Russia's love? Right. What's down the road for you, boss? It's nuts. And you know what? Let's look at what these threats are. Look, these are the ravings of an impotent madman, a kleptomaniac dictator, blood-soaked, and his army is getting disassembled every day. Every day, 10 Russian vehicles roll out on a mission. 3.8 of them don't come back because they're left on the battlefield with all the hatches open and the engine running, and crews that decide to walk home instead of driving. He can't win. He's not going to win. And with military defeat, as a good communist, he should remember, with military defeat comes revolution, right? Revolution is the handmaiden of military disaster. So good luck. Good luck, Vlad. Good luck, pal. I love the way it's going so far. Sorry, I'm a little bit flippant tonight. I'm going to try to reel it back in here, I guess.
It's just
Can
hard
you
to
just
take
highlight that the hamster
things seriously.
genocide, David, the hamster genocide of Putin trying to actually have something explode there is really, that is completely uncalled for. We should complain. This is a UN Security Council measure. How many tests does he want to run, knowing that we know that he is short of tritium for at least 1.5 decades?
And to put that in perspective, as you absolutely pointed out, Axel, there are no thermonuclear weapons without tritium, which is a triatomic gas of hydrogen, a triatomic isotope of hydrogen. Because the molecules are so small, you can't contain them in anything. They work their way out. If you've ever bought a tritium sight for a pistol or a rifle, they're only good for a little while because the tritium just works its way through the container. And without tritium, you cannot have a thermonuclear weapon. And who knows where he's getting it from? You can't make it.
Would you say that tritium is getting tritied?
Yep, you should do crossword puzzles, man. That's perfect.
That's amazing. Hey, Chuck, what are the chances? Let's just circle back. Chuck's a detective. It's called a crime scene. It's a dumpy house. Looks okay on the outside, kind of a Potemkin house. But when you get in the house, it's a dump. It's filthy. There's rat poo everywhere, garbage bags, vodka bottles, hundreds of empty vodka bottles. In every room Chuck goes in, it's gross, filthy. Nothing works. You walk into the office, the phone's bashed, broken. It's made out of Swiss cheese. Everything's destroyed. And then there's one last room he's going into. It's the kitchen. It's on the main floor, towards the back. It's got to walk out. Before Chuck walks into the kitchen, what do you think the chances are that the kitchen is spotless and looks like it's from my wife's Instagram account? Beautiful kitchen, washed or bleached white oak with a really Gucci range stove. Chuck, what are the chances you're going to open that door and see a kitchen that looks like that?
Negative. It's
What?
not.
Do you like the picture? Am I good at this? Maybe I should be a screenwriter.
It's perfect. Right.
But so why do we think, after witnessing Russia in all its glory, why do we think that its nuclear arsenal is no? This is good. This stuff's good. I'm not looking for a fight. It's just weird to me. Do you see what I mean? It's just weird to me that we're so the potency of the Russian nuclear. Blah, blah. I'm half convinced they're a bunch of drunk dudes like watching reruns of Benny Hill in their underwear. That's how I feel. That's what I think the nuclear command looks like. I don't know. Sorry.
Well, if you look at their submarine launched ballistic missile fleet, I think we literally have half a dozen of those submarines that burned, sank, suffered missile failures in their tubes while at sea on deterrent patrols. Literally, the waters around Russian submarine ports are literally littered with sunken submarines, with crushed reactors. That was back in the Cold War when they had unlimited funding for those sorts of things. And again, I apply the information rule. Look, if some bully's threatening me, I look. What does he want me to know, and what does he want me to think? And I think even Mr. Putin knows if he was really going to do this, he wouldn't threaten. And the other thing he knows is that any real preparation to do this, any real movement of the Satan surface-to-surface missiles, his real ballistic missile delivery systems, any preparations to move those, prepare them, move them forward, activate them, warhead transportation, they're going to be known about. Russia doesn't have many secrets in the sky, from the sky. So I just, there's so much else to worry about, folks. I don't think worrying about this is going to be the problem. And also sitting around this big coffee table of his with everybody 20 feet away, and he says, I want to push the button. Somebody might have the guts to say to him, okay, sir, we're going to nuke Kyiv. What are we going to do if they nuke St. Petersburg? What about if they nuke Belgrade? What if they nuke Rostov? What if they just decide to take out one of our cities tit for tat? Because it's not a strategic nuclear exchange, sir. They're just going to hit a tactical use like us. Where does it stop? Where does it stop? And you're a serving Russian officer. You love your country. You're a patriot. Do you really want to see your nation get turned into radioactive glass? I don't know.
And these guys also have to be seeing the writing on the wall. They must assume that they must know that Putin's days are numbered, hopefully in weeks and not years. Right. All right, Adrian, who had a question? I think it was Adrian, or I don't know. And then
Yeah, I had one.
Yeah,
Actually,
go.
more of a comment than a question. Good evening, Yahuda. It's because work keeps me up. It's one of the unlikely times I'm with the American audience.
And just so you know, it's Adrian. He has a new name. It's not Adrian P anymore. It's Adrian Peelberg.
Very funny. I missed your
See
joke.
what I did there? It's
Congratulations,
yes.
Adrian. It was fantastic. Well
to
well
put an
done.
S
It's
in front.
magnificent.
Okay, Axel already did this earlier, and I got red in the face. I wanted to speak about nukes. Actually, I wanted to say that I really like flippant Chuck. I think it's the right attitude to have when it's up to this subject.
Thank you.
Flipper was his code name in the Seals. Get it? I'm on a roll. Go ahead. Try me.
Oh yeah, I should join more often at this time. You really are putting them out in the evening in Canada.
I'm saucy. Go ahead, sorry.
Most definitely. So my point actually was the only thing that really concerns me. I mean, you guys explained it very well from a technical standpoint. Is never going to happen. He's not going to do it. He knows he's not going to do it. The thing that concerns me, because I spend a lot of time also in this NAFO thing and seeing a lot of propaganda, is that they know they are far weaker than the United States. So what they're trying to do here is make Americans, and this is more for the white audience because you guys already know this, it's to make Americans think they are weak, think that nuclear war is going to happen. So you see a lot of Russian bot accounts, not only on Twitter, in different places, who have a picture of a blonde lady and pretend they're American, but they're just posting Ukrainian Nazis and the people in the Donbass who were bombed by Ukrainians propaganda in their accounts from 2 months ago. And they say, I'm a lady, I'm from New York, or I'm from Kansas, or I'm from wherever. And I'm so concerned that we're going into a nuclear war. Why are we supporting Ukraine? Because we're going to have World War III. And maybe this will pick up on the lady before who asked the questions, because she asked these questions why maybe there isn't a more decisive message from the White House or from officials when it comes to this. But I'm not sure. And the idea is that a lot of journalists, a lot of podcasters who are idiots, but unfortunately they have big followings, but they don't read. They learn their history from YouTube and other podcasts, or their nuclear strategy or politics or whatever you want. They haven't opened a book since high school, if they did then. And you know, they repeat this stuff. World War III is coming, nukes. What happens? Are we going to get nuked for Ukraine? And
since the 1950s, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's not the 1950s. It wasn't that dangerous in the 1950s either, because
exactly.
Because the United States always had a superior capability when it comes to its nuclear deterrent, far superior than Russia's. And it's even more safer now, and the advantage is so much more overwhelming. And it's not only about the weapons, it's about early warning. It's about keeping tabs on Russian subs and missiles. It's about missile defense systems, which we don't know about them, but there are indications that the Americans are prepared when it comes to this. And it's about the decision point. I love how Chuck explained it in minutes. Even if the French president yells a million times a day that he's not going to nuke Russia or not going to use nuclear weapons, if he sees a nuke going off, set off by Russia, and he has 5 minutes to decide, his entire cabinet, his entire advisors, his chief of staff will be choking him to put that finger on the button. And the Russians know that. So we already eliminated in a million ways that it's impossible, it's not going to happen. But I want to reiterate this, and we should be wary about these things. They're trying to weaken America psychologically through their influence operations, because unfortunately they are influential people. There's the idiot Elon Musk with 100 million followers, who I never understood Musk fanboys. I think they're some of the most pathetic people in the world. And they propagate this message. And although here in 5 minutes, Chuck can explain to you why this won't happen, because the US is overwhelmingly stronger when it comes to this, and Russia knows it, and Russian generals know it. They are trying to convince regular Americans to to think they are weak, to think that they're going to get bombed and die in a nuclear Armageddon, to think about their own appeal to their subconscious fears it's not about Ukraine, it's about me, I'm going to burn. And ultimately, their goal is to withdraw support from Ukraine because Ukraine is going to win. It's inevitable. We discussed this here a lot of times. And their only minor chance is if the free world withdraws support. So in a way, they are using their nuclear weapons already. They're waving them around to cause fear in America. So support is less, people are wary, and then you withdraw from Ukraine. But, and I'll finish because I don't want to rant, of course. So just this is my message. Don't be afraid. Don't be, and when you see people spreading this fear mongering, just bonk them on the head. I don't know what you have to do, but just shut people down because it's a stupid argument, and it's strictly to withdraw support. That's it.
There's a video. Not that what's the German word? Schadenfreude. And I feel awful, but I don't. AOC, a lady named AOC in the States, has a certain crowd. There's a video going on about her being heckled by two regular brainiacs. Like, we're talking erudite historians, screaming at her at some town hall meeting, saying, "You're causing World War III, nuclear war, you're funding Ukrainian Nazis." Ah! And I'm sure, Chuck, if you've seen it, it was glorious. Not that I like, whatever. I'm not a fan of any fringe groups, but the left and right, for some reason, have found each other. It's a love at first sight, or love at fourth sight.
First ruble.
And have you seen that? Has anyone seen that Ocasio?
Yeah, I saw it. That's where I had my my conversation. No, that's where I had my conversation with a lady from New York who was trying to convince me nicely that she was afraid, but actually it was a bot account, and she was, yeah.
If you go, if someone could put that in the nest and you watch it, I want you to know. If you are on the fence, I'm not poking fun at you. Don't worry, we're not going to call you out because I don't know who it is. But when you watch that video of those two bizarre young men screaming their heads off, they're not even that far. So first I thought maybe, be kind. Maybe they have a hearing problem. But they were actually screaming. And they said to her, "You are causing World War III. You are giving Ukraine weapons. You are causing a nuclear war. We won't be here." So that's how we kind of feel when people come up here to talk about nuclear weapons, even if they're not screaming. It's like, you've got to be kidding. Like, you think that it's us causing World War III? You think it's the States by giving weapons to Ukraine so that children aren't genocided and raped and murdered? That's the bridge too far? Not the invasion part before? Not the telling the world that Ukraine doesn't deserve to exist and we will annihilate? That was kosher. But helping Ukraine not die, you're really being provocative, America. You shifty Americans. Chuck, how dare you? Wow, you really want to cause a war, Chuck. You want to help the Ukrainians not die? Whoa, that's genocide if I've ever heard it. Give your heads a shake. Whoever's wondering, give your heads a shake. And if you don't hear anything, that's probably why.
No,
sorry.
then you're not David Niven.
Yeah, well, you've got to be kidding. The whole argument that the Western nations, I don't care if it's Western, I don't care if it's Zimbabwe that wants to give weapons to Ukraine. Any normal, right-thinking, moral person, country, organization looks at what's going on and says, this is bad. We want to help, let's help. We want to help, or we don't have the ability to help, but we'll give our moral support. We want to help, but we're just a regular person sitting in Canada, like me, or in, Ohio, or in Madagascar, if it's not a rainforest still. We help morally, we help with our words, we help with our feet, but there should be no one criticizing countries that are able to physically help Ukraine avert more of a genocide, and anyone who speaks against it and uses this idiotic claim that that America, and it's usually America, so you know, I'll pick on America when it does wrong. I have no problem, right? So this is one of the very rare times I have nothing bad to say at all. They're helping Ukraine hold the torch of freedom and liberty high. Sounds hyperbolic, but it's true. And they're also helping them to not let their children get murdered and stolen. Right now, what, 25 Ukrainian children who were kidnapped are now embracingly adopted to homes of Russians in Novosibirsk, or I forget the name. It's irrelevant because they're going to come back. But this is what the Russians are doing. They're stealing children. They're giving away other people's children to Russian families and other parts of Russia. That's what. So if you find yourself talking to a person that's complaining about giving Ukraine the aid it needs to survive, send them those videos. So what kind of sicko are you? You support that? You want to sit there and go, well, if Russia's going to threaten nuclear war, we should just let them do everything. Well, wait till they come to take your kids, dummy. Wait till they come to your land. I'm not going to wait. If Ukraine's standing up for the battle, if Ukraine's standing up for its freedom and say, no, you stop here. Well, it's a moral imperative on all of us to support them. That's all I'm going to say about that. I did want to post a really horrible meme about Macron. I will wait for Ben to go to sleep because it is just way too funny and probably hurtful. Sorry, Ben. Anyways, who's next, Benjamin?
Please don't tell my full name on air. I was
Sorry.
totally doxed. It was Leonard.
All right, Leonard, go ahead. And if you want me to post the meme now, I will, Ben. That's fine. You don't have to twist my arm.
Thank you, Ben. That's too funny. Your full name is now out. It's public knowledge now, Ben. So you're in trouble. Anyway, I just wanted to say welcome again to David Farrell. It's always a pleasure to hear David's insights, and particularly on a day like this when we may appropriately ask what Macron doing, and it's very salutary to hear David express some of the insights garnered from some of the Emerald Isle, and see that the perspective meshes almost perfectly with some of the perspectives being expressed in North America, and specifically the analysis that Macron is really not up to anything here that is to the benefit of Ukraine. Clearly, he's pursuing an angle that is rooted entirely in French self-interest, the foreign policy interests that he's pursuing, and bigger the hindmost type of a sentiment. And it's very refreshing to hear David's deep felt and clearly expressed sentiments on this, and hopefully the entire world can express the same kind of disdain, if you will, for the nonsensical gyrations that are coming out of Macron's sector today. There's absolutely no excuse for that, and opening up that kind of a ridiculous avenue of exploitation to just further whatever bizarre Russian foreign policy disinformation might be being promulgated even tomorrow, onto tomorrow and the future. So thank you, David, for your perspective, and certainly welcome to the space, Ben.
He's here every day, Leonard. You make this seem like incredible. Wow. All right, let's get going.
Well, I think David, it's very nice of you to find the courage to come to speak on the panel. It was your first time. Maybe you have another question. We're all eager to.
Yeah. Very cute. Hey, listen, Chuck doesn't have forever. We got a bunch of people trying to ask me Chuck's questions when he's not here. David, do you have a question for Chuck? Let's pepper him.
I'm standing by, ready for the hit.
Comments. I'm sorry to hear it, Chuck. Thank you very much for your kind words. I'm not sure what warranted, Leonard. My question would be, if this were the grand distraction, if this were the shiny thing that was wheeled out for us to pick over and worry and inflate this nonsense distraction, what was it that they were distracting from? Why is today important? What else is happening it might be good news or positive information or further support or something so desperate that they had to, put out the old Punch and Judy show and frighten everybody with the big hammer, and then we've all been distracted for 6, 7, 8 hours talking wind in circles. I wonder what, Leonard or Chuck, would you think, was today some kind of an event, or did something happen? I have pretty much not been online at all. I've been unconnected today, so it just stands out perhaps that if this is a shiny thing and for us to be distracted by, well, then I should look in the other direction and try and figure out what it is that they're trying to keep us from.
Well, it's interesting that several sources are reporting that Russia has ordered its troops to suspend offensive operations on numerous fronts in Ukraine. I don't know if that also includes suspend retreating on those same forums, but just one more truth grenade I'd like to lob into the French nuclear statements. I think it's pretty good that Paris says that it won't respond to Russian nuclear first use if it targets a Ukrainian city. Okay, great. Full stop to that paragraph. And I'm sure that the madman who would order the incineration of 1 million people in Kyiv, you can be damn sure that he's not going to lob one at you, right? Right. So I think we got a case of, I don't know if Mr. Macron has a, I don't know if he has a Secretary of Information, a press spokesman. I don't know. The best thing to have said is nothing, right? The best thing to say is to let Mr. Putin worry about the French nuclear force, which is completely independent, and for much of my life was independent of NATO. It's not so long ago in the life of an old geezer like me, but I remember when France decided to leave NATO and went it alone for a number of years.
Yeah. Hey, whether France says anything about what it's doing, Chuck, does anyone care? Like, did he need to say anything at all tonight? Do you think that people were wondering in world capitals, what would France do with its nuclear weapons? Right? No one cared. Not because no one cares about France, in principle. I'm saying that it was a completely irrelevant comment to make, and it gave away something that was unnecessary. That's why we find it so problematic.
And you know what? I'm not a France basher, because without the intervention of France in the American Revolution, without the Comte de Grasse and the Comte de Rochambeau and the Marquis de Lafayette, there would be no United States, and we'd now be called Southern Canada. So I'm not
amazing.
I know.
Well,
I'm not a French
your White House
basher.
wouldn't get burnt down, so there's that.
Well, we won that war.
Hey,
When they burned down the White House, we still won that one. Let me tell you. That's the
my
way I
God.
read it.
Here, here. Oh my God! Call the doctor. Chuck's lost his mind. Well, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna stop because this is getting really nasty in the French bashing. Not that I don't want to. I don't want to. It's just so easy. Sorry. All right. Let's. Abdullah for Chuck.
Yehuda, you could ask our resident Frenchman, because he has given the most scathing review of Monsieur Macron earlier today. He may be able to repeat it, and I think it was very
it's
eloquent
fine.
and clear.
No, let's get more questions to Chuck. He's only got a few more minutes there, Axel.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Axel, I
All
like
right.
to listen to you, is what I like to do, because
No.
I'm
nothing.
I'm a tactician and you're a strategist, and I always appreciate your perspectives.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, yeah.
Let's go to Abdullah. He has a question for Chuck.
Yes.
And the only reason why I say this, Chuck, is every time you leave when we're talking about other things and we're just not answering the questions, I have like an inbox filled. Can you please, can you call Chuck and ask him this for me? I'm not Chuck's secretary, okay? We're friends. All right, let's ask Chuck the question, Abdullah.
Hello. Thanks, Yehuda. Chuck, thank you so much.
Abdullah, go for it. Go with it.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, sir.
Speak.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's speaking.
Yeah, thanks, Benjamin. Thank you. Thanks for your time, Chuck. I'm sure you have seen the videos coming. The Russian invaders are setting up World War I style fortifications and are digging up trenches in eastern Ukraine. Is that still a thing in today's battlefield? What's going on, Chuck? Can you tell us what kind of impact this will have on the Ukrainian troops' offensive?
Well, I think that those sort of massive field entrenchments are just as irrelevant as the Maginot Line was 70 years ago, and they're completely for show. When the massive, when the breakthroughs materialize, it's going to be a question of maneuver warfare, and I think that those trenches are just for show, and they're also just for show for the the newly mobilized guys to get into those trenches supposedly, but again, the trenches dug out in an open field, they're not going to do anyone any good. They don't take advantage of the contours of terrain. From what I've seen, they're not positioned where they should be. There's no avenues of support. The lines of communication are not relevant to those positions, and every one of those ditches is completely open and vulnerable to airburst ammunition, which means that having been shelled on quite a number of occasions in my life, one of the things that I dreaded the most was not the artillery that screamed in or the Katyusha rocket that howled all the way in and blew up next to me. And by the way, those rockets are really a magnificent piece of engineering, because if you've ever heard that sound, and I'm sure some of our listeners have, it is completely unnerving. And it gets louder and louder and louder until you think it couldn't get any louder. And then it goes off, and the next thing you know, you got dirt in your ears. Okay, back to those entrenchments. There's no overhead cover. So what an airburst munition is, it flies in and it doesn't hit the ground. It's on a timer. Some of them are very sophisticated with actually radar altimeters, but it goes off above the target and showers hot molten goodness down on those positions. And they're going to be untenable unless you get in that hole and start digging perpendicular holes for you to hide in. You're just going to die there. So again, I think with that rototiller magic wand defensive lines that you're seeing are going to be completely irrelevant, and they're going to be maneuvered around. And I would probably let the Russians put as many people in those ditches as they want to, and then we could cut them off and round them up and make them surrender.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hey, just one quick question.
I didn't hear that. Is he still talking?
Yes.
I don't know. I
Yehuda.
can't hear Abdullah. But Chuck, let's talk about obstacles. I'm like, that's amazing. Good points, Abdullah. Great question. Didn't hear it though. Listen, obstacles not covered by fire. Chuck, what's the purpose?
Defensively or offensively?
Well, defensively here, right? So we have if they're digging the trench to Never Land, and they think that's going to do something, it's just going to slow someone down for half an hour. They're going to pull up one of the dozers in a squadron of tanks and clear, make a little ramp in.
Exactly. It's the other thing we see a lot are the Russians will take a tank and they'll put a revetment around it and they'll sit it there. And normally they'll leave it parked there until somebody flies over and drops an armor-piercing grenade on top of it. So these, this is not relevant to modern warfare, which really makes me wonder. Look, what are the field grade officers doing? What are the company grade officers doing? What did they study for 4 years in military school? I don't get it.
Drinking's the answer. Chuck, I just want to say hello. We have some of our guests here, our audience, Chuck. They come in, they hear you, and we've been here for 24 hours, 7 days a week, speaking truth to power, being a voice for Ukrainians, being a voice for experts and analysts from all over the world that go through all the things that are being done to help Ukraine by kindred souls and spirits. And some of those souls and spirits are fighting another battle. And I do want to give a a shout out, a tip of the hat to the indefatigable women of Iran who could probably show Russian men a thing or two about what it means to stand up for freedom and against tyranny. As we know, another day of protests and riots, Basij militia clowns with their IRGC counterparts harassing, murdering Iranian women in the streets of Iran, all while Putin commits genocide. So it is a similar fight against tyranny, and I just wanted to recognize the sacrifices of those young Iranian women, young and old, and the men as well who are involved. The day is coming for a free world where we don't have rank hypocrisy, where we do not prioritize who we care about. So we do support here at MriyaReport the freedom of all people, and obviously we're focused on Ukraine, but to our friends who are joining us, who organize support for people in other parts of the world who face undescribable misery and pain at the hands of dictatorial, authoritarian cuckoo birds, whether they be theocratic ones in Iran or cult of personality clowns in Russia. The fight is very similar. So kudos to them, and thanks for listening in to those. Chuck, that was just a little bit of housekeeping. Got Lunchtime, who is always hungry. That's why his name is Lunchtime. For Chuck, go ahead.
Thanks, Yehuda. First, I'd just love to say great job to Adrian. Really impressed with the James Vasquez piece you guys all made. I do have a question for Chuck, which might be a bit, I don't know if it's obscure, but basically the Lookout, which is this this Twitter account that looks at the North Atlantic, well, the northern part of NATO, I think it says actually, has posted something that says new large NOTAM tempo danger area has been issued for parts of the Kara Sea, active between the 17th and the 22nd. First, like, so I'm
Tell
not
them what a
NATO,
NOTAM is, Lunchtime. Notice all airmen.
yeah, well, I was going to ask, what does that mean? Because I know
notice
what
to all
it
airmen.
stands for. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so what is the implication of that? Do you have any idea why such a thing is being put up in the Kara Sea? Apparently it's kind of near some sort of test range. Some people are muttering about, you know, the dreaded N word. So I just wondered what your thoughts might be. Any of you, Yehuda, Chuck, whoever, please.
The note,
Pronounced Niger, but okay. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, the NOTAMs are actually a very common thing, noticed to airmen and mariners. But in this case, it's Russia sort of dragging its scabbard around the ballroom floor. They're announcing what are otherwise probably routine naval exercises. If you're going to fire a missile or shoot off some anti-aircraft rounds or do whatever you're going to do, you file a notice to mariners. I think this is sort of they're trying to perhaps breathe on the rear window of the Norwegians, which I don't think is impressing them very much. The bad thing about the Russians announcing a naval exercise is the whole world waits for the large underwater explosion, which might be the next detonation of a Kursk type submarine. So let's see what how well the Russians' equipment is working in this exercise. But again, NOTAMs are filed all over the world. And if you want to get tired of reading NOTAMs, just go down to the what's called VACAPES, the Virginia Capes Naval Operational Area, and I think there's a NOTAMs probably every single day. So not that unusual, but Russia, again, trying to attract some attention.
Brilliant. Thanks so much. Russia. Yeah,
Thanks,
of course.
Lunchtime.
Yehuda, I kind of missed, you said something about ninjas as far as I could tell.
I thought you were talking about it. No. A pronunciation. Ninjas. There are no ninjas in the Russian military, that's for sure. They were talking about a different country.
Okay, thanks for that.
I know it sounds exotic to be the paramilitary wing of Russian Alcoholics Anonymous, but it's no laughing matter. That's good. That's good. That's good. They might think they're ninjas. I've seen a few videos of them doing some karate kicks. I was not impressed. Ben, We're going to go to Ben, and Emmanuel's got an important question. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Yuda. Chuck, our Finnish friends on the space keep saying that it is hunting season, and so it seems it is. Apparently, some Ukrainian hunter this morning managed to shoot 5 birds in 18 minutes. Did you get a chance of to see that? And do you have any inkling on how one does that?
Yeah, let's see. I think that news broke about 24 hours ago, in maybe not a completely reliable source, but indicative certainly. The general staff acknowledged that today that there were 4 Ka-52 attack helicopters. Maybe not the best Russia has, but certainly their top drawer for that model. First, it was 4 of them were shot down, and then apparently 5 of them are confirmed to have been shot down. The way this is all operating. Remember, Ukraine started this war. I mean, Ukraine, 24 hours after this war started, their air defense networks were almost completely blocked out. They'd lost scores of aircraft destroyed on the ground. Russia put the beating on them. And gradually, from west working east, the Ukrainians have established a great integrated air defense network. They push that boundary farther east every day. What it's done and what it's doing now, and this is a perfect example of it, despite Russia's superiority in aircraft and bombers and strike fighters and air superiority fighters and strategic bombers, despite all of that superiority, they don't have air superiority over the country. Anymore, they don't even have air dominance. So what happened in this 18-minute air battle, because it was within 18 minutes, I'm expecting that the Russians launched what they thought was going to be a multi-ship attack helicopter close air support mission for their troops on the ground. I'm not certain that this happened in Kherson, but I think it might, for some clues I'll talk about later. But so how does a disaster like this happen? I'm expecting that this was what the Russians thought was going to be a concentrated airstrike, again, multi-bird package, maybe coming to the rescue of some beleaguered Russian unit, or perhaps almost laughably at this point, they thought this multi-bird strike was going to punch a hole in Ukrainian positions that were then going to be exploited by Russian maneuver elements. But what happened is they blundered into a place where the Ukrainians had fully functional air defense and also had sufficient early warning to see this strike coming. 18 minutes tells me, and that's actually a pretty long time. In combat, 5 seconds is a long time. A minute is a long time. 18 minutes in sort of combat time, it is like a week. So what I think happened is these guys come in to this area that's covered by, let's say it was a Buk launcher. I have a hunch that because this was a frontline sort of operation, it wasn't a sort of fixed S-300, one of the more capable Ukrainian systems. I'm suspecting that these were mobile surface-to-air complexes. These helicopters come in and start operating in this area, and they're picked off one by one in the course of this 18-minute engagement. First, one of those helicopters goes down, Fireball, or they actually have pilot egress equipment in these Ka helicopters. You can actually eject from them, which is something that no Western helicopter has. So one of these ones go down. Then let's say the second one goes down. You've got 4 or 5 of them left. They're in the area, and pretty soon they realize that if they're not 5 feet off the deck, they've got pretty much no chance of surviving. So they either continue to prosecute their mission or they try to get out of Dodge. But we'll
Chuck,
talk about.
do their ejection seats go sideways?
No,
or forward?
No, they blow the rotor head off.
Okay.
And then
I
a
was gonna
second, then a second later they get out. It's pretty, the Russians actually make pretty good ejection seats, and I'm glad to see that they're getting a lot of testing these days.
Yeah, well, it's so apropos. I mean, it's probably the only thing they do right, how to get out of a situation. Run, eject.
They do that pretty well. But, so pretty soon these guys are trying to get out of Dodge, and 5 of them, because there's 5 helicopters down, I'm thinking there was maybe 2 or 3 Buk systems available, and they were interoperable. And look, the Russians got their butts handed to them. So tonight at that squadron, there's a lot of empty tables at the mess, right? And if you're a Russian pilot, if you're in that squadron or another squadron, or you're even in a strike fighter squadron, you're thinking of this. You're thinking. And good on the Ukrainians.
Yeah, and for those who are sober enough to realize they've missed a few pilots, that'll be the most painful for them. The rest might not even know, Chuck.
Yeah, they might not. And besides, when you die, we're going to split up your gear. So,
That's true. All right. Emmanuel, they called him. You have a question for Chuck?
Thank you so much for bringing me up. And I'll say thank you to everybody who is hosting this space and educating us. Even we in the military, we need this kind of information, sometimes as a motivation and sometimes as for like education purpose. Chuck, my question is about your son. If I pronounce the name wrong, please correct me. I want to know what the situation is, if you know anything about what's going on now, in terms of the Ukrainian army advancement. And also earlier today, there was a report that Russia, the leader for the Russian army over there, was calling for support from Kremlin that they should evacuate civilians in Kherson. And I don't know if it's a false flag or it's like something legit. Please throw more light on that for us. Thank you.
Emmanuel, those are good questions. Thank you. And well, so let's see. I put a map up today about the Kherson area. Again, if you don't have to bring the map up, if you sort of visualize that the Dnipro River, it is going to go from the southwest of your map to the northeast. Doesn't exactly go in a straight line. It sort of goes diagonally, and then it makes more of a 90-degree turn, and that is where the Dnipro widens. It becomes quite wide. It's actually sort of an embayment. In the northeastern sector, the Ukrainians are reportedly making thrusts across the northern and northeastern quadrant. They are advancing. As far as I know, they're in contact at Mylove, which is the town on the river that has marked their farthest transfer, their farthest advances to the south there. Over the course of today and yesterday in that battle space, the Russians, again, because they can't find any legitimate or lucrative military targets, they launched ballistic missiles, S-300 anti-aircraft missiles, and Iranian-made Shahed 136s at Mykolaiv there, which is sort of Kherson's sister city. The Ukrainians shot down, as they have been doing, about 50% of the incoming missiles to Mykolaiv. North of Kherson, the Insulate River flows in from the north, and the city, at not at the end of the Inulets, but they're about, God, I'm guessing it's 50, 60 kilometers north of Kherson is Sinurivka. That is the apex of the Russian western defensive line for Kherson. I've also heard today, it was sort of a bit comical. One of the puppet occupiers in Kherson said there's no reason to leave, everything's fine, while simultaneously one of the other puppets was giving a press conference saying it's time for civilians to leave. The city of Kherson remains very heavily defended, especially from the west down the M14 highway access, which is the highway that connects Mykolaiv with Kherson. That's sort of the front door, if you will, into Kherson, and that is very heavily defended. It's not a place that Ukraine needs to attack. It's a place that it's likely to isolate. Again, going back up the Inulets River to the apex of their line in Sinurivka, we've heard that the Russian command and control was evacuated out of that city last week. If that city is to be taken, the P81 highway, which parallels the river into Kherson, I wouldn't be surprised to see the western portion of the Russian line collapse inward. Over the same period of time we're talking about, in the last 24 to 36 hours, 3 Russian air defense systems were taken out in Kherson, in this area. And farther to the south, but in this same general area, but not in the map that I put up today, 3 S-300 systems were also taken out within the last 36 hours. So that means at least 6 Russian air defense systems have been taken out. That's of course being done by Ukrainian strike fighters, which have been brilliantly sort of tweaked to allow them to fire the NATO-supplied high-speed anti-radiation missiles. This is a guided missile that is fired by an intrepid pilot who puts it on the deck and penetrates the Russian air defense zone, gets the Russian radar to turn itself on, and he squirts this HARM missile at it. And the HARM missile will home in on the Russian radars, and much to the chagrin of Russian radar operators, turning off your radar doesn't mean this HARM missile is going to go away. And there are some variants of the HARM that will actually break off the attack and circle and wait for you to move or turn your radar back on, and also any other ancillary signals you might be putting out. So this thing is going to, when it's fired, it's going to kill somebody. We've seen that these air defense systems, when they get, coincidentally, when we see a run of 6 air defense systems being shut down, it often precedes a commando raid on a Crimean target. And what I mean is, the last time I saw 6 air defense systems shut down in 36 hours, Russian airfields in Crimea started blowing up. So we may see that again. I think these air defense systems are taken out. They often are providing a flight path for long-range precision strike munitions. Some people don't agree with me. Some people also think that somehow a dozen commandos walked onto the Saki Air Base carrying hundreds and hundreds of pounds of plastic explosives and blew up airplanes at 9 o'clock in the morning. That didn't happen.
But you didn't consider the tactical elephant, did you?
No, you know what though, and I'm going to have to go back to that. But thank you for everyone who wants to ping me on that. All you need to do now is just send in your resume with your comments, so I can sort them out appropriately. But that was a good question, Emmanuel, and that's what I think is going on in Kherson right now. And I'm not surprised they're evacuating civilians, because if you've been cooperating with the Russians for this long in Kherson, you're going to have a very bad holiday season, I think.
Remember, those people that are collaborating you've committed treason and you've been complicit in the murder of Ukrainian men, women, and children. Yeah, for sure they're going to go. And they moved a lot of people in from Crimea, Russians from Crimea who were sent there from Russia, and other Russians from Russia. They moved to Kherson to help pretend that Kherson is a Russian city. So yeah, it's we're not promoting population transfers or whatever, but if you just come to Kherson and the Ukrainians are coming back, I mean, you better have a good reason as for why you're there, because you're part of an illegal invasion force. You're not the military, but you're a civilian population that's been put there in contravention to all international law, norms, etc. So great points. Thanks, Emmanuel. I think it was Leonard and then Redstone.
Thank you, Yehuda. I just have a general strategy question here for you, Chuck, in terms of what's cooking in Kherson today, and just an assessment. You just tell me if you think this is accurate or not. Maybe that the Kherson is kind of atypical of what's happening across the front right now, and I'm just wondering if you sense a little bit of a pause in the other quadrants, and to what extent you may think that that's possibly attributable to the Ukraine High Command, which is obviously just extremely astute in assessing the battle space, and them assessing the enemy, if you will, and judging that there is somewhat of a chaos and mayhem unfolding in the Russian ranks. So in other words, is it conceivable that they would just be sort of marking time just momentarily, if you will, letting the chaos spread within the Russian hierarchy and in specific quadrants like Kherson? You mentioned the civilians being evacuated, further sign of chaos, if you will, in Kherson. And to what extent would you just characterize that as standing back, letting the enemy kind of disintegrate onto its own? Do you see any relevance to that? And it just occurs to me I can't think of much, if any, in the way of historical examples, but in the Burma campaign, the British Army did something similar with regard when they cornered the Japanese Imperial Army in sort of a swamp region, and they just backed off, and it was known that there was a high infestation of alligators and such like in the swamp. They just backed off and just kind of let the enemy self-destruct. I'm wondering if you see any sort of sense that might be unfolding here, watching the Kremlin self-destruct as well with the chaos that's unfolding there. Thank you.
Well, everybody needs to remember, and I'm sure most of you do, look, Putin is on his ninth commander for his special military operation. So within
Chuck,
200,
what they say, right?
What do they say?
Nine's a charm.
Nine's the charm, or NFL, not for long. So I worked out the math, and the average Russian commander of this well-planned, well-thought-out blitzkrieg of an operation, that you last about 3.5 weeks in your job before you get relieved. We've got a new general in now. He's an Air Force officer. He started out literally with a bang by probably the most egregious assault on cities and civilian populations. Certainly nothing like that has occurred since World War II. That's the way he started out. Remember, when you fire up an overall commander, it isn't like pulling the pitcher off the mound and putting a new pitcher in. It's more like pulling a whole baseball team off the field and putting in an entirely new baseball team. So a general comes with staff officers. These are people that generally, even in the NATO force, a general will sort of cultivate his own bench in the course of his ascent through the ranks. He's got certain colonels and brigadiers and bright young majors that he has talent spotted throughout his rise, These are people that he has learned that he can depend on. These are people who know the way he likes things done. They're the people he can count to work based on commander's intent, etc. But every time Putin fires a new general, all those other guys, they don't stay on the job and report to the new general. They get scattered to the winds. So the new commander here, he's going to have to come up with some kind of plan, right? Right now, his plan in the Izium Kupiansk access is that he's falling back towards the M66 highway. Oh, that's not that great. Okay, the M66 highway connects Savatove and Kremena. When that falls, Kremena is going to have to be evacuated. Sooner or later, you see the Russians hung on to Liman as long as they could, way too long, wasting men, equipment, etc. And then they fell back in disorder, streaming armored vehicles, logistics, missile systems, everything else in their wake, and hundreds, if not thousands, of prisoners. So this new guy, he's got to have a plan. Unfortunately, his plans come from Putin, and Putin is saying, hold on to Kherson at all costs, hold on to Kremena and Savatove at all costs. Both of these places, but especially in Kherson. He has the 49th Combined Arms Army north of the Dnipro River with zero functioning bridgeheads. None. How you supply an army, and folks, an army means that there are multiple divisions, there are multiple brigades, there are regiments, there are tens of thousands of people, and everything that they eat, burn as fuel, shoot as ammunition has to come to them across a river on a barge because there's no bridges. And we've been saying it for months. Any competent tactician would have pulled back from that location. It's one thing, and it's difficult enough to supply the 49th Combined Arms Army with what they need on a daily basis. That's hard enough. You wait till there are breakthroughs in the line. You wait till the town of Zinhervia falls. You wait till they punch through down the M14 highway. You wait till they break out of Mylove and start coming down the TO402 highway. Everybody who's in Kherson, everyone who's on the north bank of the Dnipro is going to have to swim if they want to get home. And the water's getting cold, folks. And it is going to be that will be, we saw the Kharkiv offensive was the biggest defeat of Russian arms since World War II. The collapse of the Kherson pocket is going to be one of the worst defeats in Russian military history, right up there with the defeats that Napoleon inflicted on them in the early stages of the Russian campaign.
I was just going to say, not since Napoleon would they. I mean,
right? Don't you agree, Yehuda?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think in World War II if there's anything similar, but we're looking at 25,000 troops plus all of their equipment and and the worst part of it, it's self-inflicted, right? I mean, no strategic value.
Because you could get out, you could save your bacon. Look, folks, only in a dictator's playbook is retreat not tolerated. You
Worst case scenario. Yeah. Sorry, Chuck. Worst case scenario, he could use 5,000 troops as a rear guard and beat the retreat, and still come out with a lot, but no chances, eh?
Yeah, he won't do it. Right, that's the smart thing to do. Somebody could tell him, but they won't. No one will speak truth to power. Someone could say, boss, I can get away with 3/4 of what we got here. I can get away with it. 3/4 of these guys, combat tested people who've been in combat for the last, whatever it is, 6-7 months. and I can bring 3/4 of them home, but he's not going to allow that. He's not going to allow that. Politically, Putin's put himself in the hole, because as far as Putin's concerned, Kherson is Russia. Kherson is Russia. That's what Putin says. Now he's got all those people at home who they believe him, right? They believe him. But once you see the emperor's butt, because he can't deliver, because his mouth is writing checks, his butt can't cash. And, I'm not saying that the fall of Kherson is imminent, but I will say this: when it comes, it's going to come quickly. And I say that because you looked at what happened in Kharkiv. You looked how fast that came. There were gains of 10 kilometers a day, 6 miles a day in a military advance. It's pretty significant.
Yeah, they were even on 20 and 30 one day.
Yeah, exactly. Even 20 and 30. I mean, and when I heard that, I could almost not believe it, because that was almost as fast as the Russians hauled butt out of the Kiev salient, because they collapsed. So why do I think that could happen again? They collapsed in the Kiev salient. They collapsed in the Kharkiv salient. And folks, they are going to collapse in Kherson.
And remember, their disposition in Kherson west of the Dnipro was pretty evenly spaced. It took a couple of days to push south, maybe a week in total to clear, and that was almost half the pocket, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Russians, it's a matter of not obviously if, but it's when. And I'm sure the Ukrainians are wargaming every possibility. Do the Russians destroy the city? Do they go all out suicidal? Do they try to make a run for it, set up some form of defensive and some covering fire, and whatever artillery they have on the east bank, maybe final call for protective fire type of stuff? They're planning it all out as we speak.
And another thing that happened in Kherson today, I can't get my arms on the number. Let's just say it was. Let's just say. I don't want to see them die either.
Yeah.
So, hey, if you're listening to this,
bullets?
Yeah, well, you know what? That could happen too. That could happen too. But I don't think, that could happen when Kherson is surrounded. That isn't imminent, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable. And remember, look, the only way out of that